A loose prop shaft gave them a horrible vibration all afternoon and eventually caused a drive shaft leak. Importantly, it stopped them from pushing and they dropped down from an initial third spot. The fast Mexican duo of Alejandro Mauro and Adrian Perez got a right front puncture and lost a minute running at the very start of the rally. They recovered by the end of the day to bronze overall. The crew faster than Mexico, but only focusing on the gravel element, was Rokas Stepanosevic. The Lithuanian was mighty impressive at times as he fought with Ali Turkan from Turkey for silver. Turkan already has a medal from the 22 games in Rally 4, but lacks experience in a Rally 2 car. He leads the Turkish Championship, but here was hounded by Rokas for the gravel medals and was just a step away from the overall Rally 2 honours. Having qualified the fastest two, the day was about two Spaniards, Alejandro Cachon and Jose Suarez. Suarez was only entered into the gravel element, and so this was his only day to show up his younger teammate. Stage wins were shared in the morning and they matched each other time-wise, but the afternoon belonged to Cachon, who took all the stages. No medals for him though on gravel. It was gold medal to Jose Antonio Suarez and Alberto Iglesias, silver to Turkey and bronze to Lithuania. In Rally 4 there was plenty of drama. Turkey's hopes ended just 4 kilometres from the end of stage 1, Karim Kaziz stopping his 208 with a broken drive shaft. Portugal's Hugo Lopez had a strong morning, as expected, showing his gravel experience. The rougher sections, though, of stage 2 were less to his liking, especially this particular junction. The car and gearbox didn't like that impact at all, and it was worrying if he could get back to service. He did, and in the afternoon was strong again until the last stage of the loop. That retirement offered Luis Eduardo Steidl from Brazil the opportunity for third. He was quite solidly ahead of the rest and inherited bronze medal, even after damaging the front right and picking up a puncture on the final stage of the loop. Out front, the fight was between two men. I say fight because Spain's Sergi Perez certainly had the upper hand. He went slow in qualifying, giving him a lowly starting position and benefited from a cleaner road initially at the start of the day. Martin Koci from Slovakia kept the Spaniard honest on home soil. Matching him on certain stages as he readjusted to front-wheel drive, he ended the day 20 seconds off the lead. So, for the medals, it was a second gold medal for Spain. In the historics, the form guide got ripped open on stage 1 as Zippo, in his Quattro, fastest in qualifying and therefore first as the stage, found this large rock. A puncture and left rear damaged suspension was carried all the way through the rest of the morning. Team Great Britain, Ernie and Anna Graham in their Escort found themselves third fastest in stage 1 and best gravel competitor. Kiel and Peter Fransson for Sweden in their Alpine 310 also benefited from Zippo's misfortune. They were in touch with second for most of the day. But best by a huge margin, the legendary Toyota Celica of Ben Mellers and Alex Lee, who took a minute advantage before lunch and doubled it after lunch. Zippo struggled. The car was tired after being rattled around and his comfort hole on the gold was wearing thin. It was Ernie and Anna Graham that were hunting him down, taking 33 seconds in the final gravel stage and returning to the circuit, stage 7, as rally historic gravel leaders, but by just 0.3 of a second. The grunt of the Quattro, however, was enough to help Zippo and Italy back into gold medal position by day end. United Kingdom second and Czechia third. After a rough and tough day in the rocks and sands, a 3-hour service to transform the gravel races into tarmac specialists. swapping diffs, suspension and brakes to make them as efficient and fast as possible. After overnight rain, a beautiful morning dawned. First into the stage, Alejandro Cajon, leader after the first gravel day. He knows these tarmac roads and has the team and confidence and great support from Team España. The first stage of the loop in the early morning was by far the most challenging. No gravel crews to tell drivers the difference between the morning and the recce on Wednesday. And there was a big difference. A big rainstorm had covered parts of the road with mud, and there was little warning. Ali Turkan came into day 2 happy after minor skirmishes on gravel and looked forward to a day with more grip. Parts of the stage, though, lacked grip. Remarkably, little harm done by this and only 17 seconds lost. Germany sat on the edge of medal honours overall, but was only able to compete one stage before retirement. This left Team United Kingdom in 4th, hopeful of a recovery after mechanical woes on Friday afternoon. Holly Mellors completed the morning loop, but retired after the first stage of the afternoon. Medals today are also on offer for those specialising in tarmac only, and an unlikely name finished 3rd on the first of the day stages. Sandro Tavard-Kilda, maybe a 10-time circuit champion in Georgia, but has never raced four-wheel drive or participated in a rally. Eventually he was overcome by Danish champion Kenneth Madsen, who spent the morning on terms with the silver in Rally 2 tarmac, but as the day went on, he had to settle for bronze. 3rd overall, and a spot in the medal stage was assured to Team Mexico, who also had a strong day matching Team Turkey's pace. But unfortunately, yesterday's puncture deficit carried over to today. Despite his adventures, Turkan for Turkey would pick up his 2nd silver medal of the Games and a spot in the medal stage on Sunday. Well, Cajon, 2-minute advantage overall, gets wiped out for tomorrow's medal stage, but at least he could celebrate his first gold in tarmac to join Suarez's yesterday for Team España.
It was an incredible day. Yesterday we did a really good job on gravel. Today was on tarmac and we get the gold medal for the Spanish Federation. Tomorrow we have the finals here in the circuit, so let's see. We are going to try my best and get another gold medal for Spain. Tomorrow we start the zero. The person that won here in the circuit is the gold medal. So let's see. We are going to try to do our best and let's see tomorrow.
Rally 4 saw a plethora of new drivers enter for a day on the asphalt. Drama already in stage 1. In the overall battle, it was just a 2-car contest between Spain and this guy, Martin Kochi for Slovakia. Stage 1 of the day though, 10 kilometres in. Karim Kazaz was back. After sitting out yesterday with a technical issue, the Turk lit up the timing screens. Second in stage 8 and 9, he won stage 11, but then on stage 13 redesigned his Peugeot through an orangery. He lost 45 seconds doing this and set up a great showdown for the tarmac honours back at the circuit. That showdown was with the tarmac-only entry of René Nola from Germany, who had matched Turkey on some of the stages, but on the others slipped down to 5th. The scars were still showing on Team Netherlands' Opel after a roll on shakedown, but Nard Ippen didn't let it slow him down at all. He placed between 2nd and 4th all day long and joined this special stage showdown for the final tarmac medals. The story got even more exciting when, on the last stage of the loop, actual third position Greece, who had been strong in third all day long, crashed out. This blocked the stage, red flagged the stage, neutralising the fight. Qualifying for the medal race, Brazilian crew Luis Eduardo Steele and Germany's Tom Kasser, who had to cope with a stone in his brake caliper, making it sometimes hard to stop. At the head of the overall, Sergio Perez. Uncontested, local knowledge, Luis Moya in a helicopter hovering over him. The young 20-year-old had all the comfort he needed to take most of the stage wins and a second gold. But for silver and bronze, it was a fight. Karim set the benchmark time on the circuit Ricardo Tormo, but needed to be decently faster than Ippen and Nola. Next in, Germany, slower, but by only half a second. Germany confirmed a medal, but would it be silver or bronze? Surely Nard Ippen wouldn't lose 10 seconds, but the last time on this circuit he ended on its roof. In the end, just 2/10 lost. So close. Netherlands take silver, Germany bronze.
A new day, new medal. The feeling was perfect since the first stage. I'm feeling good with the car and with the team as well, so it's perfect to me to have the second gold medal.
Plenty of beautiful historics in the entry for the tarmac section, and a task for Ben Mellers in his Celica to hold on to his lead from a charging, refreshed field. Not least Zippo, who is now on his preferred surface. He had 2 minutes to find, but over 6 stages, would it be possible? It was a war of attrition. On stage 1, the first faller, the Alpine, overheating just 10 kilometres into the stage, and no medal for Sweden. Stage 3, Krista Hedlund missed a junction in his escort for Sweden and dropped a minute and 3 positions in the day's tarmac fight. While a stage later, James Potter in his escort also suffered a mechanical issue and retired. Then the Opel Ascona went missing from 3rd overall. He'd inherited it at the start of the day from the Alpine, but having had a medal last time in 2022, a real disappointment. So, as we predicted yesterday, that left Team Spain's Antonio Sainz promoted into 3rd overall and silver medal position for the day. The smile was back with Carlos Sainz Sr.'s brother, who will feature in the medal race for the 2nd time running. At the head of the overall field though, Ben Mellers only won a single stage on tarmac, but crucially kept the advantage to over a minute and a half from his main challenger. No dramas for Zippo, but perhaps also because he knew that clawing back the time to the head of the overall wasn't necessary, as it would be wiped tomorrow. He was still gold medal winner for a second time, today on tarmac.
If you have been watching for the past few days, you will have heard by now that I am German, and I always like to hear when Germany is in for a medal, and that is the case in rallying, right?
Yep, and the rallying is, thanks by the way to Ben Constanduros, who's heading up the rallying side of things. We have a great team all around here in Ricardo Tormo, at the karting and at the esports in Valencia Central. So we've got everything covered in all the different bases. Rallying, by the way, will culminate in a gold, silver, bronze medal shootout here at the circuit in a special, sort of super special rallycross style time when it's the only time this weekend when all three cars will be on track at the same time.
Yeah.
They do sort of a different format each, and then they cross the finish line, and that will decide gold, silver and bronze. So it's quite exciting for them, because normally it's just against the clock with rallying, but this is a proper shootout.
Rallying is super exciting. It's something I like to look at. I don't think I see myself as a rally driver. I can see myself as a cross car driver in a little buggy. Can you see that?
I'm not sure if you'd fit in a cross car. I mean, they're meant for like 9-year-old kids.
I don't mind. I don't mind. I'm impressed by the 9-year-old kids in cross car, and I think we should have a look at them because what they do is pretty amazing.
Yeah. So the key thing about cross car is historically, circuit racing, the entry to circuit racing is karting.
Yes.
But in recent years, to try and encourage more off-road athletes, cross car is the way in. So if you want to go into cross-country rallying like the Dakar, or if you want to go into stage rallying like the people competing here this weekend, or if you want to go into rallycross and all the other off-road disciplines, the FIA have started to invest a lot more in getting kids to, get in one of these buggies, get in one of these cross cars, and compete against each other to learn the different skills required for throwing a car sideways, learning those skills. Because historically, it's quite often the sort of northern European countries who have gravel roads, that if the kids are allowed to drive around on the gravel roads in their parents' cars, that's how they learn how to do rallying. But cross car is a brilliant way to come through into off-road racing.
It's also the category where we have our youngest contender. She's German and she's 8 years of age. Yeah. So that is crazy to me that you are sitting and driving like that at 8 years old.
And they're good. That's the thing, is they're really good.
They're not just doing it for fun, they're good.
Yeah, they've got a talent. It's really good.
They would beat up me.
Yeah.
Not including you in this. We had a fantastic day yesterday and we ended on some high speed, but it was virtual high speed. Yeah. It was the esports categories that were up for medals, and they had their final last night. That was what we ended on. It was fantastic. So let's have a look at esports GT, some highlights from yesterday.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? Sometimes in these, like the top three, make it through competitions, you get a winner that perhaps maybe found fortunate circumstances to get there. Rodriguez, a deserving champion.
Yeah, no news, good news, I'll say that once again. We look here at the highlights, you can see actually that early drive-through penalty for Morocco was contact with the United States. Here's a battle when Greece got amongst it as well, with Estonia next to them, Australia in the mix there as well. Look at that, 3 wide into the hairpin. Fantastic to see that. And this is what we were talking about, the fact that even though these races are 1 hour and we've been doing half-hour races much earlier in the weekend, the drivers didn't change their approach. They didn't back off in any way. They continued to push as hard as possible, and it provided excellent racing, great entertainment for us all to watch, and we hope to obviously do it again next time here at the FIA Motorsport Games. But the action is far from over. Paul will have some interviews for us in a moment's time, and then we have the Formula 4s on iRacing as well, where, let's not forget, it's only a 15-minute sprint race. It's going to be absolutely crazy to take medals here, but Germany made it work in the pit stops. That's what got them ahead of the Czech Republic. The Czech Republic came in at the same time as Brazil, just a few laps later, trying to follow suit, and this was the moment on your screens now where Germany overtook the Czech Republic on the pit lane exit, not by a massive amount, but by enough to get them a silver medal here in the Motorsport Games. And also, let's not forget that they also caught up to Brazil bit by bit, towards the later stages of the race. The gap went down from 2.9 seconds eventually to just 1.4 at the flag. Some of the battles further down were fantastic, unfortunately ending in a bit of a tangle. Great avoidance there by Malaysia, and good work also by France and the United States to not get further involved in the incident with the Netherlands. Japan had a great fight with Chile also, side by side into the hairpin, while Morocco, despite their penalties, still got a great view of the battle at hand. So many of the drivers tried everything they could in that race, and to be honest with you, they did a really solid job of showing great respect throughout and giving their fellow competitors enough racing room for it to still be a fair fight, because there is so much at stake here. It's really easy for the drivers to overstep the mark and overdo it, and of course cost not just them but their fellow competitors a chance at the medal. Brazil there round the final corner to take the gold medal here at the FIA Motorsport Games in Valencia in 2024. Very well done to them. Congratulations also to Germany winning the silver medal, and Czech Republic for their bronze medal achievement too. Let's not forget though that there are no other nations that have won more than one medal before.
Just because we had finals and medals yesterday, that doesn't mean that we don't have new race action today. We've got a new category that's been introduced today, which is GT Sprint. If you haven't heard of it yet, we've got an explainer with David Addison. Stay tuned and listen in.
One of the highlights of this weekend's FIA Motorsport Games is going to be the GT Sprint discipline. One driver, one race, and it means that you've got to be flat out all the way through. We're running to GT3 regulations, so the cars you'll be familiar with, and one or two of the drivers, including Spain's Dani Juncadella, for example, who is going to be upholding home honour. But it's down to the driver, it's down to the team, and it's down to being absolutely flat out. The balance of performance will make sure that all the different brands can compete equally, but without a co-driver to worry about, and just that one driver doing, first of all, a Super Pole competition for the best grid position, and then the race on his own, you're going to see who the fastest guys are around the Valencia circuit.
I'm looking forward to that one, something new, bit of a pace change.
Yeah, definitely, because yesterday we saw the proper kind of endurance driver swap. This is driver, car, go.
I think it's time to jump into some live action. We're going
4 goals to the 2 of Italy, and the first action on the track is the free practice session for GT Sprint. The cars on track, some off track indeed. The UAE's Porsche, that is Saif Al-Ameri, who's had a spin up at turn 2. David Addison and Joe Osborne are with cornflakes and espresso to the ready for the early start to the day, and it's a bit of a wake-up call for the competitors. Some, of course, haven't done anything all weekend. Some have been in the 2-driver GT discipline. That might give them a bit of an advantage, but for this race, Joe, when we get to the race later on in the day, we're talking about one driver, no pit stops, just absolutely flat out for the 40 minutes.
Yeah, and that's what makes great racing, obviously. These cars not using tyre ovens like the endurance race yesterday, so that's why I'm maybe not so surprised to see that Porsche loop it round on the second corner on the outlap. Stone cold slicks, don't offer much grip whatsoever, so easily done, as we see another Porsche from Turkey. Guven, very, very fast. Porsche factory driver, definitely going to be one to watch. Another one in the Lamborghini, Jafar, we have seen being very quick at times in the past as well. That car was in the endurance race, but Jafar was not one of the drivers, so we always have every split, don't we? Some drivers not raced at all, some cars have, and some cars are fully new also.
Now, one of the cars that we did see in the endurance discipline was the Team Germany Mercedes that Hubert Haupt and Finn Wiebelhaus shared, and won gold. Finn Wiebelhaus will represent Germany in the sprint. For Malaysia, we are going to have the experienced Jasmine Jafar, who of course raced in British single-seater racing for a while, but more recently has been racing in Asian Le Mans, in GT World Challenge Asia, and Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia as well this year. And Jasmine Jafar, we know he's quick. I think he could be a dark horse if that car is going to be on the same sort of pace as our tips for the top, the Team Turkey Porsche of Ayhan Guven and the Team Spain Mercedes of Dani Juncadella. If he can live with them, I think he's in with a good chance of a medal.
Yeah, and we saw brilliant pace, didn't we, from that car in race 1, where it started in last position, got up to 6th, but did have a spin at turn 12, which has really been the hot spot of action, I would say, during the races here in Valencia for the Motorsport Games. It's just a very fast right-hander, easily caught out the drivers, and we are heading there right right this second. You can see it goes uphill. There's a big sausage curb on the inside and a huge gravel trap welcoming these cars with open arms if they do make a slight misjudgment.
Now, this session is not a qualifying, it is a free practice period. It's a half-an-hour session for them just to dial themselves in, get the cars set up. When we get to qualifying, which will come a little bit later in the morning, we have one normal session, and then the order of that dictates the time and the order in which they are released for Super Pole, that double lap shootout. So it's another interesting quirk. You know, we've had some categories where it's one qualifying session and a qualifying race for the medal grid. We've had others where it's a combined average qualifying session for just one race. And here we've got a qualifying and a Super Pole, and then the 40-minute race. Now, for Spain, this has got to be one of the favourites for a gold, hasn't it? Dani Junqueira, he's won with Mercedes in World Challenge Endurance Cup in Europe and the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. In comes another of the Mercedes, the Haupt racing car of Team Germany's Finn Wiebelhaus, winner of gold in the endurance race, if you like, the two-driver GT discipline yesterday.
Yeah, they did very well. Obviously, a tight battle with the United Kingdom that was ultimately decided on penalties, track limit penalties, that is. And yeah, Team Germany taking the gold. They were very strong over the full day, in all honesty. Spain, obviously, interestingly, swapping from the Audi to the Mercedes for this discipline. Obviously, Junqueira being a Mercedes factory driver, that was always going to be on the cards, but all the other nations sticking with the same manufacturer that they were with yesterday.
Now, a bit of a quirk is a sentence we need to try and practice a few times. This is Darren Lung in a Ferrari. Normally we say BMW, that's the sort of car in which he won British GT Championship last year. Class winner, the bronze category in GT World Challenge Europe Endurance, Sprint Cup this year. He's been driving for the BMW brand within the World Endurance Championship as well. But for this weekend, he goes to Ferrari.
Yeah, a real big change, and I say that really in terms of its severity, because it couldn't be more different to the BMW, how it generates its lap time, that Ferrari. The BMW, very quick in a straight line, maybe not the most nimble in the corners. The Ferrari, the complete opposite engine, the other end of the chassis as well. So Darren's got a big ask here this weekend. He's definitely maybe got an eye on next season, and that's his motivation to try something new towards the end of the season. I spoke to Darren this morning. He was a little apprehensive, but a fair bit of smoke coming out the rear right there as well. Couldn't really see where that was coming from. Didn't look like tyre smoke because it was coming out of the back of the engine deck. Hopefully for AF course with that car, that's just maybe the engine oil finding its level. Obviously the teams check everything in the morning. As things start to warm up, the levels might change. Obviously high G-force as well around T14 at the end, but it's stopped now, hasn't it? So we only got one little view of it, a little bit more there again. To me, it doesn't look like tyre smoke because it's quite blue, which normally has the tinge of oil in it. So just look to the rear right as it comes into shot under the brake light. You can just see it starting to come out there. Like I said, maybe just an oil breather, but that isn't what Darren Lung would want at the start of this session.
No, indeed, but if it's happening sort of through corners, it does give the impression, as you say, of oil or something sloshing around. He's not being phased by it, and the team seemingly is not worried about it, otherwise they'd told him to box.
Yeah, all the cars have live telemetry these days, so the teams almost have more information than the driver about all of that. So the drivers almost don't have to worry about any alarms these days because the team are on top of it, basically. As we go on board in Audi R8 into T14, turning a little bit early here for Team Lithuania. We obviously had Lithuania with two other drivers, so we are just getting up to speed at the moment. You can see moving around a little bit down the straight, just trying to generate a little bit more tyre temp on a pretty chilly morning. At the moment we're only at 13 degrees ambient track temp, just below 15, so it will take 2 or 3 laps to get these tyres fully in the window. Yeah, a lot cloudier this morning. There is a bit of a threat of rain for later on in the day as well. As you look at the Team Lithuania Audi, it is Alimantas Naviskauskas who is doing the driving duties for his nation in GT Sprint. The car was well used yesterday and was quick as well, so this is one to watch, I suspect, as Naviskauskas accelerates on the fastest. We've not really seen much of him yet, but we'll get there. It's Heinz Guven in the Schumacher CLRT run Porsche. Heinz Guven, who is a Porsche specialist, we've seen that, and he was a winner of the 2018 FIA GT Nations Cup, which really was what kicked off the whole FIA Motorsport Games initiative, and he and Salah Joric were the winners in Bahrain. But he's quickest at the moment in this single driver format from Darren Lung.
we've not really yet got a time out of Finn Wiebelhaus nor Danny Junkadea. They are keeping their powder dry, to use the old cliche. But Team Turkey, which has been busy in the rallying disciplines, certainly has a really good chance of a gold medal in GT Sprint.
Yeah, currently 7th in the medal chart with 2 silvers. So they, with a gold medal here, could really lift themselves up. And I think they've got a very good chance of it in that Porsche, as we just see it coming shot just on the fastest lap of the race, 31.7. So still a little way to go to the fastest times that we potentially could see. I think in qualifying a low 1:30 from what the teams are saying.
Aenchen Guven, who is a double Carrera Cup France champion, winner this year of the Bathurst 12 Hours, and has, although made his name, if you like, in these sort of single driver style races that the Carrera Cups and the Super Cup, Porsche Super Cup has, he's adapted into a very, very good multi-driver endurance racer as well. So probably one of the first people out of Turkey to really put themselves on the international racing map, and with due justification as well. Red Bull back driver as well, Aenchen Guven, and he does definitely start as one of the favourites here. Yeah,
it looks like he's backed out of this lap, maybe just going to give the tyres a little breather. His lap, interestingly, 31.7. Like I said, I don't think that's going to be the ultimate pace in qualifying, but it is 2/10 quicker than anybody went yesterday in the qualifying. But obviously the highest graded driver were silvers, so Guven being a platinum is the shiniest metal you can get in the driver grading. So let's just watch, let's see if he starts to build it back up. So it's a lovely layout in the Porsche, isn't it? Look at the big number in the middle, that's the gear. That's all the drivers worried about. The small number above is the speed, that's irrelevant. The faster you go, the bigger that number gets, but you're already trying there. Then the lap timer. So you can see we're going to back off. Our fastest was a 31.7. This lap's going to be a 36 by the looks of it. And then we go again, 36.0. So his best lap on the bottom right, 31.7. That's his target. The number to the left of that is his delta. So at the moment we're 300ths down. We're a little bit quicker through turn 1, half a tenth now, falling down all the way to first gear. Hard on the throttle. See the rev lights just all go blue when they wanted to shift up. They meet in the middle. Nice and metronomic. It's well thought out, that Porsche dash. They've been making a race car for quite a few years now. I think they know exactly what the driver wants. Able to run second gear all the way through. Hard on the throttle. Using the quirky engine position of the Porsche to aid the traction. Really open in the corner up there. We've not seen people use the entry curve. You just see the flash of light to the right. That's the traction control. Just saying, I'm active. If you want to use me more, then attack the throttle. Then hard on the brakes, all the way down to second, I would anticipate. Get the front in, hook up the curb, out of the corner, unwind the lock, and then you can start to see what we've got through the sector. At the moment, I think we're just starting to see the car lose a little bit of rear grip, and that's why we're seeing the traction control start to move around. The Porsche layout, really nice. Got the rear view camera as well in the middle through turn 12. And then all the buttons on the centre are sort of emergency buttons. You can see the driver ID number here. Just because there's one driver, that's going to stay number 1. That isn't a position indicator, which would be helpful to us, but at the moment isn't. Out the last corner, how are we looking? This lap, if I'm looking at his delta, should be a 31.8 would be my prediction. And he crosses the line, and he does a 1 minute 31.8. So the delta is correct. Great lap from Guven.
And that was a 10th down on his absolute best of the lap before. Finn Wiebelhaus has now gone second for Germany, 96 thousandths between them, and Darren Lung, who is third fastest, has now brought the Ferrari into the pit lane. Engine cover off and 1 or 2 slightly concerned faces. We saw that smoke. The AF Corsa team well versed in running Ferraris, but you could argue better it happens in a free practice session than qualifying or the race. But there's clearly something, because they wouldn't be doing all of this if they were happy.
If you were driving a car for the first time, David, at a track you've never driven, what would you want your free practice to go like?
Like clockwork, absolutely, without any dramas whatsoever. And
I feel a little for the AF Course team, because they've attacked this event completely correct. They were running United Kingdom yesterday and Japan yesterday, and Darren Lung today in a third car. So it's not even like they're trying to use the same car to make their life easier. They've given him a completely fresh car that would have been prepped, but this is essentially their shakedown this morning.
Yeah, true.
So just a little unlucky there as we cut to Team Germany, who have now gone fastest on a 31.3, so 0.3 of a second quicker than Porsche with Guven and Team Turkey, and that's quicker than his qualifying yesterday as well. So it's obviously very quick this morning.
Now, as you look at Germany, we're still getting a bit worried about Team United Kingdom. Darren Lung in the pit lane, and Antonia Rankin is down there watching all of this. Whether she's joined in or not. I'm not sure in terms of helping, but she does at least have news. So, Antonia, we're worried about this Ferrari. What can you tell us?
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, Darren Lung in the car number 91 is having some oil issues. It seems that there's just a leak somewhere. You'll see on your screen the mechanics are furiously wiping around everywhere. It doesn't seem like it's too big of an issue. Hopefully they'll get to the bottom of the leak and Darren will soon be on his way.
Fingers crossed. All right, thanks, Antonia. 16 minutes of this free practice period remains, so they've got time to send him out again. But really, for Darren Lung, it's learning the track, learning the car.
Yeah, luckily he got a few laps in to wake himself up. So although they weren't full push laps, he'll now just be thinking about those laps in his mind, sat in the pits going, well, actually, my break point for turn 1 compared to the simulator was miles out. I need to focus on that. So yes, he's not pounding kilometres in, but mentally he'll still be getting something from this as we see Team Germany pit after doing the fastest lap. So they literally went out, popped a lap in and had come in. And that's the positive for Wiebelhaus, having a full day yesterday in that car.
Yeah, they've got all the data, they've got all the setup. It's a car he knows anyway from racing in the ADAC GT Championship in Germany. It's a team he knows because of racing with it in the German GT Series. So Finn Wiebelhaus and Aenshin Guven, 3/10 split them, but it's only free practice. So you get the feeling anyway, don't you, that when we get to Superpole and it matters, up will be turned the wick. The slowest at the moment is from Chinese Taipei, 22 of Peter Yang, Carrera Cup Asia GT and touring car racer. Just ahead of him is Saif Alameri, who's been racing in initially the Toyota GT86 Cup, but Porsche's and the Creventic series more recently. And Danny Junqueira is the dark horse in this, in as much as he's got himself up to 3rd, but there is more to come. Whether he wants to sort of nail it a pole lap in this, I rather doubt, because he's just getting himself played in.
Yeah, I think he's about to do a lap that's probably going to put him P2, maybe split Team Germany and Team Turkey. But it actually looks like he's coming into the pits, which surprised me slightly because this would have improved his lap time on his first 2 sectors. But yeah, he has boxed, so I think sometimes there's some mind games going on here. If you're confident, which obviously Junqueira would be with the package he's got, Mercedes run by HRT is a very strong package, of course, so maybe he doesn't want to show what he's got until qualifying, when it's much harder to respond for his competitors. The Chinese Taipei car doing really well there. Turn 5 getting up to the apex curb, kicking up that little bit of dust, just showing you how hard they're all pushing. Track limits very prevalent on the exit of turn 6 as well there. Even that huge curb, trying to dissuade the drivers of running wide, they still want to open that corner up into 8. Can they get the car in? This is where you see a car, if it's got a little bit of understeer, really struggles to rotate, but looking good so far for Chinese Taipei. All over that curb, you can really take some of the angle out of it into 11. This is the corner where we saw some great action yesterday. Team Germany and United Kingdom doing very different lines as we cut to Junqueira getting pushed back into his position after being, like I said, on a push lap and looking very good all the way through the first 2 sectors.
So Danny Junqueira is currently the 3rd fastest, as we're getting an absolute best sector from earlier on. Improvement also coming in sectors from Peter Yang, or Yang Liao, but now Danny Junqueira, as we see, in the pit lane, and he is 0.6 of a second away from the top time, but it's only free practice. So at the moment, what they're trying to do is get the cars dialed in. The GT Sprint qualifying is at 10:25, so they've got, effectively just under 2 hours from the start of this session to the start of the next, and it could be that the track is a little bit warmer by then. That said, the very thick grey cloud we've got this morning doesn't give any indication of braking, so I think we're in for a cooler day and possibly even a wetter one.
Yeah, it's a completely different outlook, isn't it, today than yesterday? And we were surprised yesterday how long it took to dry with the overnight storm. With it being that much colder, all the teams just getting their tyre pressure data. We saw a couple of interesting things in the race yesterday, didn't we, of Team China and Team France showing the mechanical failure flag, the meatball flag, and we do now know that was definitely for tyre pressure issues on the grid. They were below the minimum, so they had to come in and prove that they were then above, but that just ruins your race. So if it's a bit cooler today, your starting pressures will have to be a bit higher to make sure you don't fall foul of the same fate those 2 cars did.
Well, that had to be done during the race. It was was discussed rapidly in race control, should we get them in at the end of the formation lap, but the race director pointed out that at least one of the cars in question was on the other side of the grid, so would have to cut across the traffic, which just would not have been safe. So the safer way was to bring them in during the race itself. But I think after yesterday, the team as well are now aware that they do need to adhere to the regulation on the tyre pressures. Now, you're on board with the Lamborghini. This is Jasmin Jaafar. He is currently 5th in the times, and he's gone green in the first sector. In other words, a personal best. So Jasmin Jaafar looking good as the drone chases after him, now dropping down towards turn 8, which is a corner that goes on and on and on. Then there's a quick kink at 9, left at 10, left again at 11. This next sequence of corners, hard on the brakes, down through this hairpin, and then you've got the short straight along to the really exciting corner of turn 12. Yeah, that long right at 11, any understeer hurts you. 12, my favourite corner of the lap here at Valencia. You can see how much curb he used on the inside. His right-hand wheel's popping up in the air. Easy flat round the kink at 13, but look how much the road drops away. Spot your apex on the left, hook it up to the inside, but be careful of track limits all the way to the white line, but not beyond. Look at the rev lights, completely different dash layout to the Porsche we had earlier. We've seen some track limit warnings flash above us. That's car number 8, and that's the car we're on board. So we were getting warned as we're on board into 1, 4th gear through here. So a difference to the Porsche out wide. I don't like the dash layout quite as much as the Porsche. There's more to look at as a driver. Down to 2nd gear, down to 1st. So same as the Porsche for the slow speed turn number 2. Are we flat through 3? I'll go quiet. Easy flat, V10 screaming all the way. Hook up the curb on the apex of 4. A little bit too wide for my liking there. Opens up the entry nice, but then look at the oversteer. Have we worked the tyre a little bit too hard? I can spot his delta as well. At the moment, we're 10th and a half down on our best. And so what, we're going to get out of this corner? Can we get a good exit? Watch the delta grow. It's the rectangular box on the right-hand side above all the green. No, it's 2.5 tenths down now. Falling, and as a driver, it's the worst feeling in the world. That time is lost forever. The next time you'll see it is when your eyes close on your last breath of your life, and it literally feels that important. But we have had a good exit out of 8 into 9. Just watching the delta flow. The problem with the delta as a racing driver is when it's good, it's your best friend. When it's bad, you don't want to believe it, and you start to sort of doubt yourself and maybe even overdrive. Look at the curb we're using at 12. I love that. I haven't seen many GT cars using it. More of a touring car style. Now a little bit wide on the brake point, so I think that's going to make it harder for the brake zone, and that's the problem. 13 naturally compromises your brake point for 14, and we didn't just open it up quite enough, in my opinion, and that's why we had that snap of oversteer, and we're still getting the warning flag a lap later. Good lap from Jaafar, but it looks like to me that the rear tyre maybe is being overworked more than that Porsche. It was a 33.5, his best was a 33.3. The 2 tenths on the Delta did not lie again, did it? So he was down by those 2 tenths of a second as we got just under 9 minutes of free practice to go. Germany from Turkey, as you look now at the UAE Porsche of Saif Al-Ameri. He is currently the 8th driver in the classification as the Porsche accelerates now up towards the timing line. He improved in the first sector of this lap, and the middle sector was a little bit slower. He breaks the beam, and we await the lap time to be confirmed. It is slightly slower, 4 tenths down on his earlier best. But here you've got really the need to learn about a GT3 car, the need to learn about the track as well. Yeah, there's so much to take in. It would be sensory overload. It's a track that's getting used more and more these days. 25 years old now, Valencia, but it's not the most common test track for a lot of GT drivers. For example, I've probably been here 4 times in my life, whereas somewhere like Monza, Paul Ricardo, I've been 40. So it really doesn't get used as much. So there's not many drivers that have been here organically before. Just want to shout out to Darren Lung, actually, who's obviously back on track, which is mega. But one thing that's probably even more mega for him is actually his pace. Now 1.6 seconds off of his last lap being his best, a 33.0. I think that is a strong effort from a bronze-rated driver. That is, I think, going to be above expectation for himself. After he was a little nervy this morning after I spoke to him, but that is a mega job. So congratulations. But he's a shiny bronze, isn't he, Darren Lung? He has done so much racing, considering that he only started in 2021 in the GT Academy, the Ginetta Championship. He went into British GT, won first time out, won the championship in 23. This year he's done a lot of World Challenge Europe, WEC, Le Mans. British GT on occasions. You know, there is no stopping the guy. So he's done so many miles, and he's always had good co-drivers to learn from as well. It's going to be fascinating there to see how he gets on back in a single driver contest, of course, because his recent successes have been with a co-driver. Yes, of course, he has to play a part, but the fact that he's improving his lap time all the while in that Ferrari is good. Saif Al-Ameri has also just improved, 1:36.2. There is Darren Lung in the AF Corsa run Ferrari, so learning track, learning car, learning Italian as he gets himself with the new team. So Darren Lung, who really does take his racing very, very seriously. Has always been regular at the gym, but lost a load of weight over the winter, really focusing on his racing. Recently made a member of the British Racing Drivers Club as well, which illustrates the success he's had over the last couple of years. Yeah, Mega improves his lap time again, 32.8, so now 1.4 seconds behind the fastest of Wiebelhaus. So there's no stopping him at the moment. You're right with his training. Makes me feel guilty. Every day I go on my Instagram and Darren Lung has just bench pressed 900 kilos one-armed and then done a 500-kilometre race on one leg. So Wiebelhaus back out, currently still fastest, getting a bit of traffic in front of him from Lithuania. Flash of the headlights, we saw a bit of that yesterday, didn't we, from Wiebelhaus when Froggatt from Team United Kingdom got past him. So all the drivers well versed with their right thumb in that Mercedes on how to flash the headlights. And Finn Wiebelhaus then making his way up towards the timing line. Danny Junqueira is being given the driving standards warning flag, the black and white driving standards flag for the dreaded track limits. Wiebelhaus then across the line. That was a 1:31.7, about 4/10 down on his earlier best. Aimshin Guven still sitting in the pit lane and not looking at the moment as though he is overly concerned about being back out. Guven knows the car. I don't think he need really worry about the circuit because he'll pick that up very quickly, and he has raced on it in other categories anyhow. So he'll be there or thereabouts. And Danny Junqueira is third, and he's another 3/10 back. So the leading three covered by 6/10 of a second. I reckon that's good enough to give us a really good race. Yeah, and I think people are sitting in the pits because there's a bit of a split strategy on tyres. So there's 2 sets of new tyres for them today. So they've obviously had to use one in this session. I think they're trying to keep the mileage off them and then use them in the race. They'll use another new set in qualifying, but I think they will have more laps on them than these tyres in free practice, so they won't be as fresh as we go to Junqueira, who's just got that warning for track limits. The 2 shots we've just seen there, fully legal, and then he does a fully illegal one at 12, but I don't think 12 is being policed. So as a racing driver, it's only illegal if you get caught, so that was legal in my opinion, even though he was fully illegal. Here, you have to be legal, and that's the minefield of motorsport as a driver, in my opinion, at the moment with track limits. It's fair for all, but fair for others if you don't know fully where to go. On board looking super relaxed. A couple of cars leaving. It's a hard pit exit. Jafar there doing well, staying out of the way in the Malaysian Lamborghini around turn 1. That's probably just on the limit of legality. One wheel has to stay in contact with the track or white line at all times. Mercedes only going down to 2nd gear at turn 2 there, so slightly longer ratio. All these manufacturers have to homologate their gear ratios. It's not like other motorsport disciplines where the gear ratios can be changed per circuit. They have to be locked in. So Mercedes normally would look to lock in their ratio, for the Nordschleife, obviously the long dotting a hoe straight. A lot of the other manufacturers that don't have the Nordschleife in their rematch use Bathurst as their VMAX speed, so maybe that would be the difference there. But the V8, so much torque as well, maybe doesn't need to be revving itself so hard to get the power it needs. Junqueira has improved last time, so he's now half a second down, not 6/10. Darren Lung's improved again at 1:32.8. He's 1.4 seconds away from pole. Also, Lithuania is going quicker, Chinese Taipei going quicker, and the UAE going quicker. So all of this extra track time helping some of the less experienced of the drivers because they're finding time and they're improving all the while with just under 3 minutes of the session to go now. So this is the run up through turn 13, heading towards the end of the lap. So Junqueira to the line, going to stay out for one more lap as he comes up, breaks the beam, and the Team Spain Mercedes goes through. Sector 1 was down, Sector 2 was down, and the lap was down as well. A full second lost on that lap. Yeah, just a couple of mistakes, maybe the tyres just coming out of the window somewhat. But yeah, you can see with the driver as well, a couple of points of interest. He's left foot braking, so his right leg is only doing the throttle. So as we come
into turn number 4, you'll see his left leg, if we were still there, just hitting the brake pedal. There's still quite a different split on what drivers do between right and left foot braking. The younger drivers predominantly use their left leg. That's a single-seater karting trait, but the right leg sometimes affords you a little more feel. So there isn't a right and a wrong. It is just personal preference. As we go back to Team United Kingdom Green, Sector 1, not an improvement in 2, a couple of tenths off the best I've seen Darren Lung do in Sector 2. So will this be an improvement? I think probably not, but still it's going to be a competitive lap. 32.8 is current best. He breaks the line, and this lap is a 1 minute 33.1. So within 3 tenths, showing good consistency and no smoke.
And he'll get certainly 1 lap out of this, maybe 2. Although for Darren, we've not got Lung to go, have we, before the checkered flag comes out. So he's up at 2 at the minute. So it is at the moment Germany, Turkey, Spain, United Kingdom, Malaysia, Lithuania, Chinese Taipei, and then UAE. That is the order. Darren Lung with the road to himself, but dialing himself into a new and very different style of GT car. There are lots of Ferraris here this weekend because we have the GT single make discipline as well, which is going to be a single race coming up later on in the day. That's for the 296 Challenge cars. This is the 296 GT3 with its very different looking rear to the car. But we're into the last minute of free practice then. And 1 or 2 nations still improving times, including Malaysia. Jasmine Jaffar hunting down improvements in sectors as he tries to get onto the same sort of pace as Darren Lung. And actually that's going to be, I think, our battle for 4th place, isn't it? Lung and Jaffar covered by not quite half a second.
Yeah, the gaps are small. All the 8 cars, there's tenths between all of them. So there's going to be a few battle packs forming. I think, like you called at the start, I think you've got the medal race between the current top 3, in which order I wouldn't want to predict just yet off 30 minutes of running. And then, yeah, I think you've got 4th, 5th and 6th running relatively close, and then another battle pack behind. But I think it's going to be interesting as well with Darren. His improvement won't have stopped here. He gets out the car, looks at the data and the video. He loves all the analysis side of it too. And I think he did just squeeze a lap in. You are correct. He had a second to spare. So an extra lap around this 4 kilometres here at Valencia.
And Darren Lung for United Kingdom, 4th fastest, so it is still Germany topping the times. Finn Wiebelhaus coming into this as a gold medalist. Germany 4th in the medal table. They've got 1 of each, a gold, a silver and a bronze. The medal table at the moment being led by Spain with 4 golds, 2 silvers. Brazil got its first gold yesterday, backed that up with a second. The first gold coming in GT esports as well. That is another discipline that runs. We've got single-seater racing from F4 on the track and GT likewise, and the esports equivalent with single driver races for GT and the new sort of FIA style F4 esports car being brought into the FIA Motorsport Games this year. Flag is out then, free practice is at an end, and Finn Wiebelhaus topping the times. Ayenchen Guven, interestingly, did go back out and improved in the last sector to take the flag, and he was about 3 tenths off his earlier best. So for Team Turkey, he's taken the checkered flag. The Schumacher CLRT Porsche will make its way to the pit lane. Dani Junkadea is already in the pits, and 1 or 2 others circulating. Lithuania improving at the end. Alimantas Navikauskas went and did a 1:34.0. He's 7 tenths back from Jasmine Jaffar. So Lung, Jaffar, Navikauskas, there's a battle. I think he's on the coattails of it at the moment, but by the end of qualifying, with more mileage, I think Navikauskas and that Audi may well be nearer to the pace of Jaffar, who in turn will be nearer to Lung.
Yeah, and Lung pitting, even though he could have finished the lap, obviously. I don't think he got held up by Chinese Taipei there around turn 13. Chinese Taipei, Mercedes did a mega job getting out of the way there, but obviously decided maybe I'll just take a lap out these tyres and just save it for later. But yeah, the session went quickly, and it also kind of went to what we expected in terms of pace. I would say my maybe standout surprise is Wiebelhaus being fastest. Obviously a silver graded driver against 2 platinum graded drivers behind him. So mega job by Germany, but obviously a day of advantage yesterday.
I was going to ask, is that behind it, or do we just think that free practice people are doing different things? I mean, he had a lot of running yesterday, 2 one-hour races, so effectively 2 half-hour stints, plus all the practice mileage and the like. So he's certainly coming into this with a little bit more of an advantage for track time, but I still don't think Ayenchen Guven Guven would say, well, I'm learning the track. I think he's just perhaps working through a programme with the Schumacher CLRT team. Let's have a look at the order then at the end of free practice for GT Sprint. Germany topping the times. This doesn't affect the grid, it just gives you an idea of who's quick early doors. So Germany, Finn Wiebelhaus ahead of Turkey's Ayhan Guven. Danny Junkadea third for Spain. Darren Lung, the United Kingdom representative, fourth. Malaysia's Jasmine Jafar fifth. And for Lithuania, Alimantas Navikauskas was sixth. Peter Yang seventh ahead of Saif Alameri, that's Chinese Taipei, ahead of the UAE. So for Germany, good start of the day, and continuing that impressive run yesterday when they got a gold medal in GT endurance, if you like, the GT category, the double driver. It wasn't an endurance race per se, but just to differentiate between this and the two driver, let's have that word on. So Germany from Turkey. It's going to be fascinating, not just when we get to the qualifying session, but to Superpole, and that is always a joy, isn't it? Because it is effectively all eyes on one driver. It is him and the clock. There's no restriction. It is just the bravery of that driver and how precise they can be.
Yeah, it's the purest you ever get it as a driver as well. No traffic, a new set of tyres, low fuel, especially early on in the morning as well. The track temperature for Superpole would still be relatively low as we see drivers getting out of the car. Half an hour session, but still hard work out there. We've said it yesterday, 14 corners in 4 kilometres means that you never really get a huge break as a driver apart from the obvious start-finish straight. The team's running this reverse garage setup, so this is paddock side, not pit lane side, and just allowing greater fan access, which has been really popular this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. It was trialled in Vallelunga for our first FIA Motorsport Games, and other championships have taken hold of this. For example, it happens quite regularly these days in touring car racing in the UK, but it's a really good idea. There is the United Kingdom Ferrari, which has gone in nose first, and still they're looking with the engine cover off. So scratch your head as to how big a problem that is, because clearly it went back out and improved lap times, but maybe they're just still a little bit concerned about a possible issue with that car. Yeah,
I mean, at least it won't go rusty now. Everything's covered in oil, so that's the positive of it. But yeah, the teams haven't really got enough time to do an in-depth dive in to see it. So if it's okay, leave it and put some more fuel in for quali would be my AF course strategy there.
Now, Porsche represented, and so too the United Arab Emirates. Saif Alameri is the driver for the UAE. He's with Antonio Rankin in the pits.
Saif, this is your first time, you said, in Valencia and in the GT3 Porsche. How have you been finding it?
It's really exciting, and I would love to stay more. The car is lovely, and they can. There is a big potential for me to improve, but you know, the schedule is very small, and we have half an hour of practice. Anyway, I find it very nice, and I love the car.
With such a short time to learn and get to grips with everything, do you think you'll be able to be competitive for the race?
For me, the main challenge is to represent my country in a good shape. This is the first step for my country to participate in the FIA Games. I hope to represent in a good way and encourage more people into this.
So many drivers have talked about their pride in representing their country. The UAE is so underrepresented in motorsport, so this must mean a lot to you.
For me, it's a big stepstone for. Thanks God we have the best leaders and we are the best on everything, and now the gap to close it in terms of sports.
Have a great day. Thank you very much.
So it's good to have the UAE, of course, represented within this discipline, and the nations, of course, embrace GT racing. If you think back, the UAE first had a GT race, FIA GT as it was in 2004. The Dubai Autodrome was built that year. There had been a race in Dubai in 1981, a sort of rather crudely built street circuit, and Dubai then very, very different from what you have now. But you look at the number of categories that have been brought into racing in the UAE and Bahrain and Qatar, for example, and how the sport has grown in what actually, if you think about it, is quite a long time now, 20 years. It feels like yesterday the circuit opened, but it's been growing all the time, the sport in the region. So there is the United Kingdom Ferrari. Darren Lung is the man that is representing the UK in GT Sprint. Let's hear from him.
Darren, it must be a huge challenge to get to grips with this Ferrari in such difficult conditions and a very short amount of time to learn.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's 20 minutes, basically, 30 minutes. is what I've got to come and kind of get dialed into the circuit and a new car. Obviously, I picked to drive the new car today because the reality is 30 minutes is just going to be nowhere near enough time to shake the car down and figure out setup and stuff. So the guys did a mega job getting Chris and James in a good window yesterday and the day before. So I'm just kind of piggybacking off where they had left off. And yeah, seems like the car's obviously doing a reasonable job. And yeah, it's my second time driving it now. So yeah, still a lot to learn, I think.
Yeah, definitely. But we've seen your success in an M4. We know how good of a driver you are. So why are you in a Ferrari this weekend?
Yeah, so it's purely just down to the fact that I just never had enough time to prep. I only get 30 minutes. The other guys had 2.5 hours of practice. So if you just do the sprint race, you only get half an hour. So I just had to make use of whatever learning I could find, really. So the only way to really maximise that is to be in the same car as my teammates. So that's the reason why. If it was down to me, then we'd all be driving BMWs.
What are some of the differences you've noticed in the short time you've had between the Ferrari and the BMW?
Yeah, so I'd say first of all, they're both two of the best made cars. You know, when you're sitting in it and you see the guys working on it, sort of really well thought through. Then how they achieve the lap time couldn't be any more different. So with the BMW, it's all about the straight line performance, kind of getting a stop, turn and go. Whereas the Ferrari is the polar opposite. So it's all about maximising the mid-corner speed. But luckily, you know, James and Chris are good drivers, and they set down some decent data and video. So I was learning that until, I didn't leave here until 11 o'clock at night with the engineer. So I did everything I could to try and get as up to speed as possible with zero track time. So, yeah, they were the big differences, really.
You've done a brilliant job so far. Good luck this weekend. Thank you.
Great character, Darren Lung, as well, and somebody that we have got used to seeing in GT and sports car paddocks since he came into the sport only in 2021. So, as I say, he's achieved a lot in a short space of time. And he will certainly be pitching for a medal when we get to the GT Sprint race this afternoon. Free practice for the GT Sprint discipline began with a flash of the lights from Team Turkey at Spain as they almost came to blows in the pit lane, but contact averted, and Malaysia was out on track as Jasmine Jafai in the Lamborghini was trying to improve a lap time and get himself used to a GT3 spec Lamborghini, having raced in Super Trofeo this year. Chinese Taipei's Peter Yang was on track yesterday and using that experience to good effect, and Saif Alameri, new to the track and new to GT3, had an early spin but was able to recover. He managed to get his lap times down over the course of the session. Others, though, just got faster and faster, and it was always looking good between Germany, Turkey and Spain. Lithuania, a little bit further back in the times, 6th in the end for Lithuania. Darren Lung had early smoke, bit of an oil leak, but that was easily sorted by the AF Corsa team. He was sent back out and using the setup from his teammates from the GT2 driver discipline of yesterday was able to get quicker and quicker. Danny Juncadella, though, for Spain, the home nation and the medal table leader going into Sunday morning, ended up third fastest. Team Turkey second, courtesy of Ayhan Şengüven, and he's many people's tip for gold. We'll find out later on if that is going to be the case. But the top time claimed by gold medal winner of yesterday, because Finn Biebelhaus for Germany won in GT, and he wants another gold in GT Sprint. And he's gone the right way about it with the fastest time in free practice for GT before we get to qualifying and Superpole later in the morning.
So what we're looking down on now is the karting, slalom and auto slalom area. This is called Electric Street, and it's a core part of the FIA Motorsport since launched in 2019 at Valencia in Rome. And it's really important to the category. Karting slalom is for drivers 14, 15 and 16 years old, and already around us the competition is getting quite sort of tasty. You can see the semi-finals are about 5 minutes away, and these are the karts that they're using, electric karts. That's the go pedal, that's the stop pedal, and they're really keen, and this is crucial. Like Dorian Pan, who's a F1 Academy Le Mans driver, competed in this category in 2019, so it's very much the beginning of a step of a ladder that can get you all the way to the very top. I'm in a kart. I'm not going to drive it because I don't want to use up the battery, and Kayana can talk us through a little bit of what the actual course looks like. Who's over there?
The actual course is a low to medium speed course, so I thought I'd take a look. So it starts quite straightforward, not literally because it will be a slalom. So it goes kind of like this, right? That makes sense, yeah? So this is slow to medium speed. And then it gets very confusing. So you see all the cones over there. I have no idea how to get around there. So I'll just skip that and skedaddle over here, and they'll come in here. So it's all about precision, right? You have to have speed, but it's more about precision because each cone that's tipped over will add seconds to your time. They'll come through here, I assume, come through here, and then they stop, and the time is being stopped. Neil, I don't know if you want to try that, but that's how it's supposed to go.
Well, I mean, it's easier when you've got electric power, but I was good. I was very impressed with the way that you demonstrated that. And as you can see, people are getting ready, taking it very seriously. The semi-finals, Hungary, Netherlands, Poland, Germany are in the semi-finals. And the way that it works is male driver, female driver. That's how the teams break down. They have a go against the clock and against each other, and then they get out, change cars, have a go against the clock, change driver, and the winners will go through to the final and gold, silver and bronze medals. So that is karting slalom, and then the course is similar but slightly wider because there's also auto slalom, which is an electric SUV, Hyundai. So the activity is really building here. It's a really nice atmosphere because this is the karting is happening. Kart racing and kart endurance happens at the Aspar circuit, so that's elsewhere. But this is really where the teenage kicks are happening, and they're already doing some sighting laps there. So as we build up to the semi-finals at 9:15, let's have a look at what happened in the finals of the esports F4 with our commentators Chaz Draycott and Paul Jeffrey.
Let's take a look at a few of the highlights. It started dramatic, it ended dramatic.
Yeah, it was just dramatic all the way through, but Brazil made a great start and actually broke away in the opening laps, and then before you know it, Switzerland once again and Singapore right in the mix. You have to really, really feel for them, to be honest, Paul, because they were so close, and then they both fell by the wayside come the end of the race.
Yeah, really fabulous stuff. Lots of competitive action all the way through the field. And again, it needs saying, we always say it, a big shout out to all of our drivers that took part in this race. All of you are champions. Only 3 drivers, of course, will be able to take the gold medal and the silver and the bronze. And it is Brazil that are at the head of the pack. In a few moments' time, Chaz is going to go and speak to our winners up on the podium once we've found out exactly who they are and on the podium as well. Such was the frantic nature of the final few moments of, well, actually I say the final few moments of the race, the final few moments of the esport aspect of the FIA Motorsport Games, such was this being the last race of the day here at the beautiful Museum of Arts and Sciences here in Valencia. Looking at the highlights, though, you can see on screen, it was pass after pass after pass. Nobody was safe at any given time. You really don't want to be leading like 1960s Formula 1 cars at Monza. You don't want to be the lead car in the pack because you're going to come under all of the pressure in the world. And again, we saw that one slipstream, so very important. There was a little bit of contact at the bus stop chicane, unfortunately, which took a few of our cars out of contention. Such is the nature of close pack racing. That was a spin for the Swiss entry, if memory serves me correct. Unassisted, all on their own. Drivers did well to get away with that one. In fact, the Swiss entry, I tell a lie, sorry, is up there. There we go. Pirouettes the car, a little bit too aggressive on the curb, and that put pay to their chances. Then it all built up to the final few moments of the race. 3 wide for the run down to Le Combe. We've said that one before, and I dare say we'll say it again in these cars. But look at this battle pack, headed by Brazil for the run up to the bus stop chicane. Everybody squabbling for track. Great bit of driving from Brazil, sliding the car to cover off the line, and then everybody's off track as well. Real pandemonium further back. And even from that view, on the second time of asking, I still can't quite be sure exactly who got that second and third position for the silver.
Now the action is well underway. I can hear the
That's a good impression of an electric cart.
Of an electric cart.
Congratulations to Brazil for picking up the F4 esports medal. Thanks to Chaz and Paul doing a great job commentary. That's all happening over in central Valencia at the Science Museum, the Ciudad de Artes y Ciencias. It's been really great. The 2 different, so bringing together Assetto Corsa and iRacing for the 2 different categories in esports has been a big step for the FIA Motorsport Games 2024.
We've come from virtual to electric. This is fantastic. I'm loving this because it is so impressive. Once you see the cones, you think, okay, I could do that. Yeah, there's some space. But when you really look at the karts, it is so precise. The cones are very confusing and they are quite speedy, although it is a low to medium speed circuit. But it is quite exciting to watch.
Nice bit of applause there. So I think at the moment we've got Hungary versus Netherlands. And they're very zippy. I mean, you're saying low to medium speed. I mean, I don't think I could get around this course.
Oh, no.
They're a huge amount of talent.
For sure. And they're quite young, like you said, like you mentioned earlier. But they have got great skill and they are future slalom drivers. What skills would be good?
I mean, these will go to circuit.
Circuit,
yes,
yeah.
This is kind of developing their handling skills to then go on and be, future circuit champions, whether it's in GTs or in single-seaters. They're definitely, on that ladder, on their way.
And I think they get 3 goes, right? One isn't timed. That's like I think that's what I read, yeah. One is like a rehearsal go, basically, and then they get 2 more goes, where the times will then be matched, or like, yeah, mediumed. What's he called? Added, subtracted, divided.
Averaged.
Averaged, that's the word.
Let's go over here and have a quick word with someone who maybe can explain a bit more. Hello. I'm just going to... could you please introduce yourself to the viewers at home?
My name is Kevin Abrung, ambassador for the Dutch Federation, and proudly presenting Olivier and Senna today. And they're going to go out now, so we have good chances for a medal, so let's keep our hopes up and enjoy the show.
And for you personally, because of course, Kevin Abrung, you are a very, very handy driver in your own right. I've followed your career. What can you tell us about these young teenagers and how good they are and how important this is as a step into racing?
Well, I think in the end it all starts with go-karts. I mean, this is the first way of competition and trying to beat other people, trying to be more clever than others. It all starts in a go-kart. It's quite accessible. It's obviously low budget, and today we see competition on the highest level with youngsters with exactly the same material, and this is really good. So they have to obviously improve their driving skills, but also the further you go throughout the heats, the more the mental side is important as well. It's not only important to be quick, but you have to be clever. So let's see how we get on.
And overall, the FIA Motorsport Games is a rare opportunity to race for the national flag. How has Team Netherlands been going this weekend? How are you feeling about the overall performance of your guys?
So far, it's been great. We had a silver medal yesterday with the Rally 4 guys. We don't have guys on track, unfortunately, and we still have really good hopes in the kart course. And then obviously our slalom boys and girls. So far I'm a happy guy, but we need some medals today.
Okay. Thank you, Kevin. Good luck.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So that's really good insight there, both on the karting slalom as well, but generally Kevin Abrung, a great peddler in his own right. But he's clearly got his eyes focused very firmly on the Dutch team.
Yes, and I've observed a little bit. The preparation rituals differ from let's go, like ramping up and being like, because you need both. You need like a lot of adrenaline to go through there, like high focus, but you also need to be very precise and focused. So it's interesting to see how the different teams prep their contenders, either with like a zen kind of approach or like a go, go, go. And it really is, karting slalom is the mixture of zen and go, 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 isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And there's obviously penalties for touching cones. I saw this this driver touched a couple of cones on the way. So obviously they try and get the fastest time, but then they get time added at the end. Yeah, per cone they touch. And then there are other things that get penalised. We can see the German team waiting patiently for their turn up next. Do you think they're too much in the zone for us to have a word with them, or should we leave them to get in the zone?
Habt ihr Lust, kurz mit uns zu reden? Ja? Ihr fahrt gleich, dann nur 2 Worte. Wie fühlt ihr euch? Seid ihr ganz entspannt oder ist es ein bisschen Adrenalin gepowert?
Ja, also ich bin schon ein bisschen aufgeregt, aber es geht eigentlich. Ich freue mich natürlich auch.
Bei dir genauso? Auch Adrenalin ein bisschen durch das Blut?
Na klar, also man weiß natürlich, wo man hier ist, aber in der Runde kommt es dann halt auch nur auf den Track und auf das Kart an. Und man muss sich halt auch nur darauf konzentrieren und alles andere ist dann in der Runde egal.
Viel Glück. So I just asked them if they're feeling calm or a little bit full of adrenaline, and they said of course they're excited, they know where they are and it is important, but what it really comes down to is the track and the kart, and they can trust their skill, which is good. To be confident, right?
Thank you, well, and thanks for translating. What I was thinking is that the actual timing screen is just around there, so I was just going to go and have a look and see how they're getting on.
You go have a look.
Okay,
I'll stay here with the carts.
Okay, let's have a look.
Because yeah, I like. Because
everyone's gathered
the real
around
version.
the timing
I'm
screen.
super impressed by what they're doing, and I've watched 3 goes, and I still don't know where to go. So I'm very happy that I can stay here, because the cones, I might have to ask in a minute when someone's off and has a minute more to chat to me. The cones must. I don't know, there's 2 different coloured cones, the stripy ones and then the ones laying down. Yeah, I have not wrapped my head around it yet. But that's okay, I'll find some expert who can explain it to me. And yeah, Neil will have a look. Oh, you've had a look at the times?
So for what I can work out is from the first 2 races, Hungary are leading, but it's close.
Okay.
So I think this might be the decider.
Okay, I think the German flags are coming out. We'll make some space for the races. So it's Germany against Poland next? It's quite nice they stick the flags on the cart. I love that. It's adorable, but it also helps a lot with recognising who is karting.
But the great thing is that they know that they're getting all exactly the same kit.
Yeah.
Everyone gets in the same cart. No one has any sort of preference.
So Poland is setting up here, just on one side.
And Germany on the other side.
And Germany on the other side. Neighbours.
I'm just going to go and check again.
Karting against each other. Okay. Well, I'm rooting for Germany, of course, as you might have already figured out. So I'll go over there and see what the Germans can do here, what damage they can do, but hopefully no damage. No damage to the karts or the drivers, but just a bit of damage to the times. So getting ready into the kart, getting all set up. The flags are in place. Testing the brake and the pedals. I don't want to talk too loudly because they're probably in the zone. It's funny when it is so quiet before it starts, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because also the cars are quite quiet because they're electric.
Yeah.
So it's not like that race noise that we're used to on the big circuit from non-electric cars.
Just coming straight from the GT Sprint, which is very, very loud.
Loud. Kind of the pinnacle of volume. Right, okay, we've got Team Poland set up, we've got Team Germany set up. And off they go. So it is pretty straightforward, like I said at the start. It is around, around, around. And then they kind of reverse back into the lanes that they came from. Neil, have you understood the track yet? And is there a meaning to the different coloured cones?
The 2 tracks are an exact mirror.
Yeah.
So you can visually assess which car is ahead, and I think at the moment the Polish car is ahead.
Because they go around and then they go back into the same lanes again, don't they? It's like, so they go around the same cones a few times.
Yeah, so when there's an actual series of corners, the lying down cones point the direction you need to go around that cone. But then the actual sort of standing up stripy cones are a sequence that you have to go through. And then as they come to the end, so yes, I think Poland were quicker.
That one, yeah.
We just need to check if they had any penalties. And they have to stop in that box, a full stop.
For me, it looked like Germany touched one cone there. Does that count as a penalty?
Yes.
Yeah.
That'll be 3 seconds, and they were slower.
Yeah.
So.
But they've got another go, so it's not all over yet. We're gonna have a look at the Tory cars because there's some medals up for grabs at Touring. Yeah. So I think that's worth a look. Over to Touring cars now.
The grid of nations for the touring car race formed here at Valencia. David Addison and Joe Osborne trackside. Well, it was a really lively race yesterday and 1 or 2 spots of rain in the air. Now, the cars have gone to the grid on slicks, but this could be very interesting indeed if the overcast skies decide to open up.
Yeah, just walking back into the commentary box then, they're big raindrops. They're not that often. It's not heavy rain, but they are big. So if it does start to come in a bit heavy, I think it's going to get wet very quickly. Sorry. And yeah, super interesting race yesterday. This car doing a jump start, safety car, still having a 5-second penalty and still won by more than 5 seconds. Was a great job by Montenegro. So you're quite right. There's a lot of stories in the race all the way down the field. It was a great race yesterday.
Yeah, we had Turkey out with transmission failure, Britain out with damage, Canada out with a puncture, Germany out with turbo failure. Let's join Antonia Rankin for a weather update, though.
Yeah, guys, it's hardly beautiful sunshine on the grid here. As all of the cars are lining up, it's starting just to come in with a bit of a shower. I think we're due to have this for a little bit longer, so it might be a bit of a damp race for these guys. They're going to need to keep their lines straight and stay on track.
Antonia, thanks. Well, I've gone to the grid on slicks, but if it does start to change, the race director is going to have to think about intervening. I'm not saying he will. You could argue on the one hand that if it rains and they're on slicks, then on a safety procedure you need to intervene. You could also argue that it's up to the teams and the drivers to elect whether they need to go a bit slower or go for a pit stop, but we'll see. Hopefully it won't come to too much, but a greasy track surface would be quite interesting. Now, yesterday, and I'm sure today, track limits was a thing. It was a track limit penalty and then a black flag that did for Italy, Marco Butti, but it was actually a jump start penalty, wasn't it, for Ignacio Montenegro, the Argentine driver who won and is on pole position. It'll be interesting to see what his start is like today. Brazil was quite a talking point yesterday. There is the car of Rafael Reis, 4th on the grid. He was 2nd on the grid yesterday, but he got roughed up on the opening lap by the UK, by Jensen Brickley. Had to pit. We thought he was out of the race with lots of suspension damage. Turned out it was only a puncture. He was just able to squeeze out and not lose a lap, but it was very, very close. And then when the safety car came out to recover Canada in the gravel with a puncture, he got on the back of the queue and then made progress to 4th. It was the save of the day, and you would not believe that is the same car that had all the damage yesterday.
Yeah, they've done a really good job, and yeah, it's a hero story from them, wasn't it? And they obviously got a couple of extra places. Italy getting a black flag for track limits, a pretty rare occurrence, but that showed you the severity, how often it was happening. Germany lost a turbo, didn't they? Spectacularly into turn 1, plumes of smoke. So yeah, it was an amazing recovery drive from dead last at the end of the lap. Might as well get out of the car and finish a job. To actually, I might as well stay in and see what happens to finish 4th.
Well, absolutely, and still now be in contention, because we know how good Rafael Reis is. He drives number 77 for Brazil, and Rafael Reis has been a stock car light champion in Brazil, but he's been 3rd or 2nd in TCR in Brazil, South America for a number of seasons. So he's always, to use that ghastly phrase, there or thereabouts, but he's a certain race winner, and will very much be part of the mix when we go racing then. So the cars are about to be released. There is the green flag, and this is a chance to get a bit of warmth into the Pirelli rubber on this formation lap as the cars now accelerate off down towards turn 1. It's a good long lap at Valencia, and it means that a lot can happen around it with so many different types of corners in this long, long, long pit straight. At the very back, Team Turkey's Zekai Özcan, who had a transmission breakage off the line yesterday. A bit of a weakness occasionally of the Audi in TCR. Honda, Argentina and Ignacio Montenegro pole position ahead of Eric Genet for Spain, and Argentina and Spain ahead of the Czech Republic and Brazil. Adam Kout and Rafael Reis on the 2nd row of the grid. Starting 5th is the Danish representative René Paulsen, and then for France Aurélien Comte lining up 6th. There he is in the Cupra, ahead of Indonesia's Umar Abdullah, and then Amit Anwar for Bangladesh 8th. Hondas both. 9th for Italy. Quick driver, but so prone this weekend to track limit abuses. Marco Butti, and then the German driver René Kircher is next. Again, 2 more Hondas. From Canada comes Megan Tomlinson. She ended up in the gravel with a puncture yesterday. Jensen Brickley, with quite a bit of front damage yesterday for the United Kingdom, is ahead of the Turkish driver Zekai Özcan, who didn't even get, sadly, a lap in, so he's hoping for better fortunes today. We've seen 1 or 2 cars with the wipers on, and certainly looking at the way that Ignacio Montenegro has gone absolutely storming away from the pack. he's desperate for some warmth in the tyres.
Yeah, he's gone too fast though. Bangladesh there just coming out of turn 6 we saw in shot. So the last car in shot at the moment. The next car, Bangladesh, after this Indonesian car, is a good 300-400 metres. And look at the raindrops. I told you they were big. Not very frequent, but big on top of the windscreen of the French car there of Comte. And that is why we're seeing so much energy being put into the cars, then into the tyres. Cold tyres, no tyre ovens before they were bolted onto the car this morning, so they are going to be going. But Argentina need to back it up. Otherwise, they're going to be sat on the grid for a good 30-40 seconds, not generating any heat.
Or the car from Indonesia needs to hurry up, because actually, by going at a slow pace, Umar Abdullah is not getting enough warmth into his tyres. So, yeah, Montenegro's tyre temperature will drop on the grid, but if you do a slow formation lap, it's sort of self-defeating, isn't it?
Yeah, the gap is diminishing as well now, so it's not as dramatic as it could have been. You're correct in it, but being static, there is no energy. So going slower is some more than zero, obviously, without stating the obvious. But it shouldn't be a drama, but this is going to be very interesting. We know how leery these cars. We had that great drift, didn't we, from Team Brazil in qualifying. So I'm expecting some fireworks from the rear end of these front-wheel drive cars.
The United Kingdom is under investigation for not respecting the start procedure. So the UK may have transgressed a regulation. That was 3 minutes ago, and I just wonder whether there was still work on the car at the time. Down the pit lane is coming Germany then. So this was the car that had the turbo issue yesterday. Hopefully the car will be able to start, but it's going to have to be from the pits, as on this 1x1 staggered grid formation, the last car, which is that of Turkey, slots into place. The yellow is going to be replaced by a green flag at the back. The lights, which are going to be 5 red, go on. Lights will go out. We will go racing. Let's see the start for Argentina today. It's a good one. Wipers on most cars. There's a slow start from Turkey again, a slow start as well from Bangladesh on the run down to turn 1, but it's going to be Argentina from Spain, the top 2. Ignacio Montenegro for Argentina sweeps across the road. For 3rd, Brazil up the inside. On the outside line, the Czech Republic. 5th is going to be France. Czech Republic goes out wide. So Argentina leads Spain, leads Brazil, and track surface conditions, I think, are going to be changing here.
Yeah, great commitment from Czech Republic. Contact there between the Czech Republic and I think Brazil. Czech Republic on the left-hand side as we get a great view of it. It was Spain, in fact. Czech Republic elbows out. Spain coming back with a fist, not an elbow. Great car control. Should be able to get out the gravel trap, but that was a bit of a punteroonie, wasn't it, from Spain?
Yeah, that's going to get looked at for sure. And there you can see on the graphic confirmation that the United Kingdom's Jensen Brickley not respecting the start procedure. So there could be a penalty coming, which is a shame, because there he is, number 246, his old Brisker Mini Stocks race number on the outside line. He's alongside Marco Butti. He's gained from people making slow starts. He's gained from Czech Republic being in the gravel. The start is under investigation. Here comes a really fired up Adam Kaut and Marco Butti on the inside of the Danish driver, René Povleton. So for Italy, through goes Marco Butti. That costs Denmark a place. Czech Republic and the United Kingdom right up behind as they come towards turn 11 for the first time. But for Argentina, Ignacio Montenegro leads. Way wide goes Denmark. Gap for the inside line for the United Kingdom. Jensen Brickley, the driver, couldn't capitalise.
Yeah, really good move by Italy. There was just about a Honda car width, wasn't there, on the inside at turn M8 between those tyre stacks. Put in a bit of damage for the Czech Republic. The side skirt hanging off. That shouldn't be a problem. I don't think that would attract a mechanical warning flag, but it would be good for him if it just fell off. It looks like it's only being held on by a couple of fasteners on the leading edge. It would be performance limiting, but race control will be looking at that.
Germany, sad to say, has not got into the race, so it's already gone a lap down. Poor Rani Kircher. Really, really bad news as the leader goes by, and at the end of the opening lap, Ignacio Montenegro was 2 seconds clear. There goes the side skirt off the Hyundai, which suddenly gets sideways as the airflow feels different underneath. So Adam Kaut's got rid of one problem and gained another, in a sense, and he's about to lose a place. Up the inside was going Denmark. Let's have a look. Is it going to be orange ahead of the Czech colours? Not quite. So Adam Kaut hangs on. So, yes, Germany not in the race. It was nearly 2 seconds, the lead gap. Argentina over Spain. Brazil 3rd, and then 4th right now. France 5th, Italy, and it was 6th, the Czech Republic. But let's keep an eye, because as they wriggle up towards us, there you've got Adam Kaut just chasing after the Italian entry of Marco Butti. then it's Denmark, and then 8th is the United Kingdom.
Yeah, the wipers on a few more cars than that first lap. Good news for Czech Republic, they lost the skirt, but I think it has pulled part of the wheel arch away from as well. So now that's flapping. I think that will be even less concerning to race control. So I think they'll be okay with that one, as we see Canada with the wipers on 24/7 now. Starting to get a bit of a flow of the race. Italy look fast again. Can they keep the car on the track and escape getting any penalties and even the black flag that they suffered yesterday? The other talking point is Spain. Are they going to be getting a penalty for that move on Czech Republic on the first lap into turn 4?
Yeah, nothing's come up yet, but I'm sure it's been noted by race control, and the Czech Republic team will be pretty grumpy about it because it costs a whole load of places. There for France is Aurélien Comte, and he is fending off Marco Butti, who has already had a track limit warning, and he goes to the inside of France, who got a drive-through yesterday, and a drive-through penalty is coming for the United Kingdom. So Jensen Brickley gets a drive-through for not respecting the start procedure. Side by side over the timing line goes Marco Butti for Italy on the inside line. This is for 4th place. Italy versus France. Last of the late breakers. Italy goes through.
Great move, but France back. Can they get to the inside? They got a slight bit of a run on. Italy closed the door. Butti very firm with that, but France Comte to the inside. No contact yet. Can they get a run out of here? France doesn't seem to have the traction. Look at the raindrops. You can see the cars darting around a bit. There's not 100% traction, but someone that does have traction. The Czech Republic down the inside where they got roughed up, but France again back to the inside. Great cutback from France. Can they now alleviate the Czech Republic to the outside? Don't need. Move done. Great job.
The teams in the pit lane, we understand, getting ready with wet tyres should it be necessary, just in case this weather becomes worse. At the moment, even though the road is getting a little bit damp, there's warmth in these slick tyres, so that will still allow them to cut through and still operate well. We understand the contact from the opening lap that did for the Czech Republic, courtesy of Spain, that is being investigated. But the leader, Ignacio Montenegro, is just storming away in the distance. And surprisingly, Brazil not really able to go after Spain. So the gaps have opened up big time between first and second and 3rd.
Yeah, conditions are so different to yesterday, though. The fastest lap of the race yesterday for Argentina, 1:40.0. At the moment, his best, 1:43.6, 3.6 seconds different. That is about a third of the way of needing wet tyres as a rule of thumb. So it's obviously getting worse as well. Let's start to keep an eye on that. Czech Republic haven't quite got the pace to get back up to where they should be as we look at the Italian car. Can he stay on the track that lap? Yes. So we are getting somewhere better for him, and that's what he needs to do. Butti just needs to settle into the rhythm as we see the United Kingdom do their drive-through penalty. That start procedure was on the rolling lap, so obviously wasn't a jump start. My guess would be the cars go up in the air and they check everything is okay on the grid, but they have to be on the floor with 3 minutes to go. That would be my guess.
Yeah, because the message was at 9:30, the green flag was at 9:33, so I think they had people working on the car, or it was still on the jacks, the wrong side of the 3-minute board. So Jensen Brickley then now comes through the pit lane, it drops him down the order, and the contact that we had between Spain and the Czech Republic is under investigation. There's a replay of the start. Good getaway by France.
Yeah, it shows you the different phases. Denmark's jump was the best, but then the second phase was super strong for France and Brazil. France had a good down the inside move on the Czech Republic, but look at the bravery from the Czech Republic, able to carry the speed all the way around the outside, and that looked like they were safe. And then they continue that sort of vein of form and get to the inside of Spain. So if Spain aggrieved, anything happened here, and I think the Spanish car leaves the gap. I wonder if Spain are a little bit angry with that first one. Then Genet comes back and he thinks, I'm going to settle the score. Checkmate, Czech Republic. And I think he was a little bit of retaliation, in my opinion.
Yeah, because he was never alongside, was he? So that was a definite bit of contact. Certainly you can't say he braked late there. Rather miffed Eric Genet, and he may well pay the penalty for all of that. This is the view from on board France. Aurélien Comte tucked up behind Brazil, Czech Republic to the outside. So at this point, we, as France, have got a bit stuck. There's just nowhere to go. But the Hyundai from the Czech Republic absolutely flying round the outside at turn 1, up the inside at turn 2. Now, does he make contact with Spain? A little bit of a rub, but that's a touring car lead, isn't it? They came out of the corner still side by side. And I think, in fairness, the Hyundai was going to go through anyway because it was just quicker. Bang, there, on the rear corner where the car's all loaded up. It was a good save by Czech Republic, but I do feel that for Spain, here it is again, Eric Genet has got a case to answer. You can't blame that just being on missing a braking point or the wet road.
Yeah, it's a good professional foul, wasn't it? But oh, look at this. Italy up the inside of Brazil for third place. Eases them out. Like you said, a touring car allowance of contact is higher purely on the front-wheel drive nature of these cars. But look how slippery it is on the entry. Italy carrying too much entry speed. Does well to save it. Pace looks good, though, and already building a gap over fourth place Brazil now.
Marco Butti yesterday got a black flag for track limit warnings. At the moment, thankfully, he's only got one. So hopefully, the message has got through today. Disappointing that Brazil is dropping back. And here is how we saw Italy tee up the move, darting at the last moment up the inside at turn 2. And just managed to get through on the inside, found the traction. He's got the shorter line, a little bit of elbows out, but that's nothing untoward in touring car terms. And so now Marco Butti not only has gone through, but look at the way that he's absolutely gobbling up the real estate to Spain. It's so interesting in these conditions how people are struggling. It's as though they've got the wrong setup, a fully dry setup, and it ain't working. Spain and indeed Brazil looking really different from yesterday, whereas that Honda, Marco Butti, is absolutely flying, and it's getting stronger as the race wears on.
Yeah, it looks like it should be in its own class, but look how wet it's getting through 13. You can start to see the tyre marks. They're cutting through that greasy bit and leaving marks, so we're going to start to see it as a great move. Again, he's just in a different class, like I said. He's able to stop the car and get exactly where he needs.
So that now gives us a Honda 1-2. Now, does that tell us that it's about setup, or does it tell us that the Honda as a car is better for these sort of intermediate greasy conditions? Because way out in front, and he was building the lead early anyway, Argentina's Ignacio Montenegro. Meanwhile, Megan Tomlinson is involved in an Audi battle. That's Canada versus Turkey. And as they come to the line, Turkey has gained a place then. So from the back of the grid, Zekai Uzun now up into 9th place, going nicely. Ahead of him, it is Indonesia's Umar Abdullah as they come now down towards turn 1. Abdullah just ahead of the 2 Audis there, but going nicely. The former Malaysian Championship Series racer, and to the inside now, dives Canada, gets past Turkey, gets past Indonesia, goes out wide, and back comes Indonesia. Turkey tries to fight back as well. Megan Tomlinson from Canada ahead of a really sideways Team Turkey's Zekai Uzun there, but good driving that by Megan Tomlinson. Lost out, but fought back brilliantly.
Yeah, went to the inside and sent it. Nearly got 2 for the price of 1. This battle between the red and white nation flags is ebbing and flowing. It does look like Turkey have got the pace to the inside of Canada. There's just about enough room. Is there going to be contact on the exit? My fear is it is getting wetter and wetter. I think we're going to start to see a few spinners, especially in Sector 3. Turns 12 and 13, I think, are going to become a real action hotspot over the next few laps. Can Turkey get the move done back? No. And this has given the chance to Indonesia. Now look at the slide there, almost a 4-wheel drift. Going to be side by side through turns 9 and 10. Going to have to slot in there. Tomlinson, good job, Canada. Living to fight another day as we are looking like the drift championship, aren't we? There's no... oh, slow Janae, what's that? Is that a problem at turn 12 and 13 that I just...
I think he's had a spin, hasn't he? He's had a big moment because he's getting back up to pace now. So for Spain, Eric Janae has lost places. He's fallen back behind the Czech Republic, which you could argue is where he should be anyway. Over the line come the leaders. Now, that gap is 4.4 seconds, and last time around, Italy, 7/10 of a second quicker than Argentina. This, with 19 minutes and a regulation lap to go, is building up really nicely. 3rd now Brazil, 4th France, 5th Czech Republic, and there is Janae sideways, locks up the fronts, locks up the rears, drags the nose round again, but it's cost him a lot of places.
Yeah, I predicted it, didn't I? I said it was coming. It was just getting that much wetter. I knew it was going to be a problem for the drivers. Luckily here in my warm, dry commentary box, I can see the difference across the lap, and Sector 3 is getting more rain, or getting the rain first, but it's definitely wetter there as we see Canada pit. I can't see...
Drive-through, track limits.
Already.
Yeah.
It's quite impressive to get 6 track limit warnings so early on. So it's now a 2-car battle over 8th place. Indonesia still with the advantage over Turkey, who have just got the most sideways driving car ever. It won't be fun right now for Uzun, but when he looks back at this, he would have had the race of his life.
The Turkish colours work really well. We've seen them this morning already on a GT car, and of course on the sideways Audi again. They look really good. Now it doesn't hang on to it. He can, but this is enabling the Indonesia entry to get away just a little bit. Umar Abdullah. We said it looks good as a drift car. Here it is in super slow-mo. Lots and lots of opposite lock in that. And just being able to drag it back. Zekai Uzun. All that load going through the tyres, oversteer, bit of understeer. Wipers working overtime as well. Look how jerky they look in that super slow-mo. So there's a lot going on there for Özlem as he tries to get up the inside now of the Honda. So this is Turkey on Indonesia. Sideways again is the Audi. I think Zakay Özlem is my new favourite touring car driver. This is great to watch. And he's just gained 8th place for Turkey from the back of the grid. Long may this continue, especially in the sideways vein. Lead gap is down again by another 3/10. So it is now 4.1 seconds between the Hondas of Argentina and Italy. When's the next big tail flick coming from Zakay Özlem? Turkey represented in all the rally disciplines as well this weekend. Maybe he missed his calling.
Yeah, all the drift one is all 3 disciplines would be good. I don't think I've ever seen an overtake look so aggressive, finished with that tail whip, Tony Hawk style. Very, very cool and harder to defend if the car's twice as wide because it's sideways. It's a very good form of attack, and yeah, they must have just gone so aggressive with the front end grip of that Audi for Turkey.
Now behind them, trying to play catch up after his drive through is Jensen Brickley. So for the UK, Jensen Brickley back into the top 10 now, making some more progress. Jensen Brickley is the United Kingdom rep. He races in TCR UK, but he also races in and leads the championship in TCR Spain. As more tail wagging comes from Turkey. Let's see how sideways he gets. Yes, that's proper. Lots of arm twirling once more. Back in a straight line-ish. Another corner coming up. There's the leader in the meantime, lest we forget. And Argentina's Ignacio Montenegro is still being caught. Another 10th lost within the first sector of this lap, and you can see how much closer Marco Butti for Italy is coming. Bear in mind, this guy got a black flag yesterday, pulled out of the race by the officials, and here he is in the silver medal position, and not only is he going for gold, he's getting closer to that gold medal.
Yeah, 2 seconds taken over the last 3 laps. Look at the gap all the way back to Brazil and France. Those Cupras struggling for grip. Czech, after such a strong start from 2nd place, really struggling to make any progress. As we go on board, look at the rain falling harder now. It really is going to start to get wetter and wetter. Anyone going to gamble to get wets? Can you get the wets on in the pits before you lose a lap? I think most teams are going to have to stay out until someone goes off and potentially causes a safety car. I don't think it's wet enough at the moment for race control to intervene, and as we see Team Turkey be able to hustle it round. The good thing with Team Turkey start is they're going to be keeping a lot of rear tyre temperature. I wonder if actually it's going to start to pay out in their positive. Look at the lap times here. France have really been reeling them in on an average, but it is ebb and flowing, and the way the track's changing, we could even see other cars starting to get more competitive.
We are about 7 seconds or more off an earlier best lap as Rafael raced for Brazil, being chased by France. The gap was 0.6 of a second, and another car getting all sideways then. So Rafael Race hangs onto a big, big slide, but the Cupra Leon then being reeled in by the similar car, hustled along by Aurélien Comte for France. He was 6th in the qualifying race, Brazil 4th, and right now they're fighting over 3rd place.
Trying to say to the viewer at home, how does this car feel? Have you ever complained on the road? It feels like that. Have you ever driven on ice? It feels like that. Have you ever walked into the bathroom barefoot and slipped on some water? It feels like that. That is the grip level. Every single corner around here, the car is just sliding underneath you. Look, through turn 3, that should be an easy turn 2, sorry, no, 3. Should be an easy flat kink, but the cars can't even stay on the line they want. And then into 4, the rear kicks out as the road drops away. You just lose the camber. Again, great control, but this is getting harder and harder for all of the drivers out there.
Great to watch, isn't it? And right now, Ignacio Montenegro's lead gap is coming down and down and down. Another half a second lost last time, so it's building up nicely for us. Marco Butti behind him has got a track limit warning, but only the one. So at the moment, he's the right side of officialdom, if you like. There are the leaders then, and let's see what the gap is going to be this time as they break the beam. Through goes Argentina, through goes Italy, and the gap is 2.9 seconds. On that lap, 7/10 pullback. So Marco Butti here is on an absolute mission. But bearing in mind that he started on the 5th row of the grid, so Butti has sliced his way up from 9th, and he's now in that silver medal position.
Yeah, and he's really coming. He's got so much experience. His CV is obviously all-encompassing, so I think that's just the advantage he's got here. Spain struggling in the background coming out of turn number 1. How does the French car look? Able to keep it a bit tighter around turn number 2 than Team Brazil. Brazil a little calmer than the previous lap. How's that at 4? This is where we're seeing the drifting. They're going off the normal dry line now, looking for grip. The wider you go off the typical racing line, there's a little bit more grip there because it's not worn down. There's not the rubber, there's not the oil put down, so we're going to start to see cars searching for grip. Looks like they're missing apexes, but they're looking for the grip to get them more traction and give them more lap time. But at the moment, it's looking a little fairer between France and Brazil. There doesn't seem to be a massive overlap in pace, but Italy definitely have got the upper hand, and I think there's going to be a battle in the next couple of laps.
Absolutely right. And bearing in mind how far up the road Argentina was earlier on in the race, it's been quite a drive by Italy. Every time you look, that Italian Honda is getting nearer and nearer. In the first sector of the lap, 4/10 pulled back. In the second sector of the lap, 4/10 pulled back. This is a really impressive job done by Marco Butti, and they have got just the dream setup on that car. It may not have worked right at the beginning, but it's come alive, hasn't it, in the last, what, 4 or 5 laps or so.
And because you can't use the exit curbs because they're slippery, he's not getting as many track
exactly.
limits. I think that's been the problem for him all weekend. Qualifying lost 3 laps, and he started in 9th yesterday. Then for Sunday Fun Day, he has suddenly found his pace and found his cooling. But new slicks ready, they won't be the tyres of choice, that's for sure.
No, indeed. 1.9 seconds now is the margin, so you've got just under 12 minutes and a lap still to go. And there is Marco Butti as he comes then out of turn number 2. What's Ignacio Montenegro's feelings going to be? Because every time he looks in his mirror, that Italy Honda is getting larger, and he knows the threat is coming. So that nice, satisfying lead that he had when life felt quite cosy earlier on is disappearing. But there's a bit of smoke out of the back of Italy now.
That didn't look good, did it? It looked like unburnt fuel. The colour of it, very dark. So hopefully just because they're running a bit slower, maybe engine temps, but I think I might be wrong with my hoping judgment there. It's okay on throttle by the looks of it as he lifts off. Let's have a look next time we break into turn number 8. Is there any smoke coming out the back?
Not phasing him because he's pulled another 0.8 of a second in the first sector off Montenegro for Argentina. Here you've had the change. France ahead of Brazil now, so the 2 Coopers have switched, but France goes bronze, goes 3rd at the expense of Brazil, and they come down towards turn 8. Now, of course, if Italy is in strife, it could be a silver medal that they're going to argue with. Brazil closing right up under braking. You see those tyre stacks, the 2 bundles put in at turn 8 to stop people using the curb and using the dirt on the inside. Ahead of them, the lead gap continues to drop, but only a 10th gained, interestingly, in the middle sector. France wide, Brazil back through on the inside. France looks for the undercut once again. Remember, this is the bronze medal battle, and it's back to Brazil for bronze.
Yeah, and I think France now in the lead has to be the pathfinder for that pack to see who's got the grip, and I think that's what happened. France had to decide where to brake for 11. It was too late. Brazil then could brake that slight bit earlier and take the perfect line and get the place back. Whoever is in front in these conditions is that pathfinder forging away for the pack behind. Brazil has had a really good sector 3 and is pulling away with just under 10 minutes remaining now.
When the leaders cross the line, you can see confirmation on the graphic. The gap was exactly 1 second to the 1,000th. It was 1 second. So Italy still, irrespective of that little puff or 2 of smoke we saw, able to go faster, lap after lap after lap. Italy quicker, Italy quicker, Italy quicker. The car moving around still as it slides its way up towards now turn 5. But for Argentina, Ignacio Montenegro has got 9.5 minutes on the clock and another lap at the end of it. And Marco Butti for Team Italy having a massive turnaround of fortunes here. Italy 3rd in the medal table, and he's right there now, edging closer to Argentina. Sector 1, quicker by 3:10, so he's going to be on the back by the end of the lap.
It's still just every time we brake, there's a puff of smoke out the back of the exhaust pipe. Less there, a little bit, then it just comes again. My fear is a race engine has a real nice habit of just before it goes boom, offering you the most amount of power of its life. And I hope that isn't the case, and I hope that isn't the reason Italy are so fast. But yeah, we're not used to seeing so much smoke, but we are now bumper to bumper. Can you just get the move done in one fell swoop?
Let's have a look. Goes to the inside at 12, can't do it there, has another go. Argentina, very defensive, but just not having the same pace anymore. Ignacio Montenegro, he's going to have to give up the unequal struggle sooner or later, isn't he? Because the Honda behind for Italy is that much fleeter now as they come down towards turn 14. Italy to the outside line, wants the tighter line coming off the corner, then the inside line all the way down the pit straight. Nose to tail they run then up towards the timing line now, and as they come down towards the first of the left-handers at turn 1, the margin between them as they came across the line, less again, 0.261 of a second. Italy to the inside, full send from Marco Butti. They're going to make contact, surely. It's just about avoided by a fag paper. Side by side up to 2. Take that, says Argentina. And Ignacio Montenegro rather needlessly drives across into the side of Italy. He does not take kindly to being overtaken, but I don't think there was any real need to get his elbows out quite like that. So Italy, Marco Butti stands his ground, goes through, but I would think race control might want a word with that man, Ignacio Montenegro, to say, what the?
Yeah, when you try and take a child's toy, you kind of reacted like that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
This is my toy. This is my gold
I'm
medal.
the leader.
That's very rude of you. And there was about 8 hits, and it was 8 more hits that was needed. I felt like the move from Italy was fair and just into turn 1, but out of it, there's a little rub.
Yeah.
Okay, that set the steam boiling, I think, for Argentina. But this last one now was pretty aggressive. No major damage, a couple of witness marks on the rear door there for Italy, but yeah, I think Italy luckily have got the pace just to drive away for their sake, because I thought that could boil over quite quickly.
And there is a driving standards flag for Argentina as a legacy of that. So straight away, Ignacio Montenegro is told to whatever the Argentinian for wind your neck in is, really. But Italy then, the leader, and from 9th on the grid. This is against all of our expectations, isn't it? We thought we knew the plot after the way that Brazil and Argentina and Spain had gone yesterday. So the new order, let's just run through the nations. It is now Italy in the lead. There is Marco Butti. Argentina in 2nd place. 3rd is Brazil. 4th, you can see sideways France. 5th, Czech Republic, and in 6th place, Spain. And the Czech Republic goes to the inside for 4th place, and Adam Kaut goes through. That's a good move, and he locks up, but that's been a really good recovery, given that he got shoveled off into the gravel on the first lap. He has driven a very, very good race without the red mist descending.
Yeah, gets a good exit as well, and now has a chance to challenge for the final medal position. Brazil are just up the road, 1.7 seconds ahead of the Czech Republic at the end, but now he's got a bit of clear space. Can he pull away from France, or that mistake from France doesn't show the pace they've got? Looks like Czech Republic gone in a little bit too hot into turn number 1. Can France answer back straight away and take 4th place? Looks like it can be done on the brakes. Are there going to be any contact? Czech Republic sweeps in front, does a good job of closing the door, and they are staying ahead. This is giving a chance for Brazil to escape up the road.
So Rafael Reis for Brazil getting away. Battle is still on. France to the inside. 4th place. More contact. Czech Republic turned around and another save, but he's dropped back behind Spain. So poor old Adam Kaut for the Czech Republic. That car has had more hits than Elvis. It's had another big whack. He's been turned around and Spain goes back ahead. That surely is going to get looked at as well. Aurélien Comte, we have seen this weekend, is a really good racer. If he loses a place, he's really quick to try to fight back. Yes, it's good to watch feisty racing, but both he and Genet have got a case to answer here, and Adam Kaut must be thinking, not again.
Turn 4, Cupra in my rear quarter. What have I done to deserve this? I think to defend Comte there in the dry, look at the front axle trying to spin himself round, just nail the throttle, and the car naturally straightens itself up.
90 degrees.
Yeah, perfect, isn't it? Look at the smoke bellowing out. And there's the other one that hit him on lap 1, Team Spain. But yeah, if it's a Cupra at turn 4, it's not Czech Republic's friend there. But yeah, Comte, I think, just on the wet apex curb, understeered into the back. But definitely not the Czech Republic's fault. But that has reminded me that Spain didn't get a penalty or anything thus far for the contact on lap 1. So
it's under investigation, and so is that last hit, but it's still being looked at as far as we know. The Hyundai there goes through of Adam Kaut for Czech Republic, so he's now got to get himself back past Spain, and the incident between France and the Czech Republic is going to be looked at after the race. As for the incident between Spain from the first lap with the Czech Republic, it was being investigated and we've heard no more about it. Meanwhile, 4 minutes remain. Have another go at the nations order, shall I? Italy, Argentina, Brazil, 1, 2 and 3. 4th now is France. 5th is Spain. 6th is Czech Republic. And I wonder whether Adam Kaut is going to be as cavalier going into turn 4 as other people have been against him on this lap. He's almost close enough to think about a move again on Spain.
Yeah, he'll be feeling a bit aggrieved. If these cars aren't getting drive-through penalties, then do I need to settle the score myself and I can rough them up the same way I've been roughed up? That would be my racing driver logic there. He does look like he's been nice and aggressive, placing the car really late and hard on the brakes. But with less than 4 minutes remaining now, I think it's going to be hard for him to clear both the cars that have roughed him up in Spain and France in front of him.
So as the race leaders then now come up to the completion of lap 15, we still have Italy in the lead, and not only did Marco Butti have to do all of that catching, but he's pulled away by 2 seconds. Meanwhile, how is our touring car drift rally star Özcan doing for Turkey? Well, he's lost a place. Look to Jensen Brickley. That's 8th. United Kingdom goes past, so the sideways Audi losing out to the Cupra. That had to make that drive through early on, remember. Real shame that, because Jensen Brickley, young gun, making a big name for himself in touring car racing. He came out of stock car racing in the UK, Brisker Mini Stocks, in his teens, went and won the Fiesta Junior Championship, then won the Fiesta Senior Championship, if you like, and has been racing in TCR in the UK and in Spain, Spanish Championship leader. So he's a very, very quick young driver, is Jensen Brickley. Maybe we've not really seen the best out of him this weekend. He got involved in an accident on the first lap yesterday. The drive-through today has done for him as well, but he's one to watch for the future, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Team Turkey almost just going for style points now, hoping when they're factored in that might lift them a little higher than 9th. But yeah, the setup of that car must be so aggressive. The rake of it, I assume, is so high. The rear axle struggling to keep enough weight over it. Spain darting to the inside, trying to find a bit more grip under braking for turn number 2. Czech Republic not really able to answer, but a fair bit of damage on the right-hand side of that car. Brazil squirming out of turn number 3. Still got a healthy gap at the moment. Back to France, 1.2 seconds and another 1.1 second to this car, then another second back to Czech Republic. So all quite equidistant from 3rd all the way down to 6th place. Doesn't look like either of them have a massive pace advantage at this moment in time. Lap times have dropped away all the way now for these guys into the 149s, into the 150s. That is 9 seconds a lap slower than they were doing yesterday in a full dry race. But this guy seems to have relished the conditions.
It's been absolutely spellbinding, hasn't it, to see the pace that he had up from 9th on the grid. I know there was a few incidents on the first lap that played into his hands, but how different it looks now compared to the start, when there Argentina's Ignacio Montenegro was just driving off into the distance, and he's been caught and passed and has been utterly powerless to do anything about Marco Butti. So the initial suspicion was that it was the Honda. I think it's definitely whatever the Italian team has been able to put on that car as a setup, and it has just absolutely clicked for these conditions. They have got the best weather app of anybody in the paddock, I reckon. Now, there is this lap and one more. We should hit 0 on this lap, and then there's the regulation lap. How are we doing for the bronze medal? It's 1.2 seconds currently between Rafael Reis for Brazil and Aurélien Comte for France. But given the contact that we had earlier on between France and Czech Republic, that might change post-race as well. Adam Kaut for Czech Republic in 6th place, and you've got a feel for him, having been duffed up twice by those two Cupras that have gone away so far without censure.
Yeah, as we see the Brazil car running wide of turn 1, there won't be much traction on any painted surface at the moment. What will that do when we get to the end of sector 1? We'll see if that gap, which was 1.2 seconds, 7 tenths at the end of this lap, so half a second found by this car, the French car driven by Comte. It's a bit wider. Look at the slide for Brazil. That's really coming. He had to have a little break on the exit. Very rare that you need that. I wonder why Brazil felt like they needed that, maybe to straighten the car up, give them a bit of traction. That gap's going to be a couple of tenths now. What is it as they break the beat? 3 tenths of a second.
And I would say it's less wet. There's less rain falling now compared to what we had early on. The wipers are still there, and they are having to clear something. It doesn't look quite as bad as it did earlier on. So maybe the conditions, because they're changing a little bit, making drivers feel they can push a bit harder, possibly, and that's tripping them up on occasion. So France coming back at Brazil. This is for that provisional bronze medal, but there will be the medal ceremony. Whether or not the medals change, we'll have to wait and see, because we know that that car is being investigated. It's all very tippy-toey down to turn 11. Spain next, Czech Republic not actually staying with them on this lap, and there'll be one more, the regulation lap, to go at the end of this one. So Italy, which is 3rd in the medal table, could be on for a 3rd gold here, courtesy of Marco Butti. As for bronze, France chases Brazil.
Yeah, you're right with it raining less. I just think the tyre temperature's dropped away so far now that even though the track has got more grip, the tyres are just out of their window, and they may start to get here on the last lap. The lap times have improved a little bit, but still 7.5 seconds off what they were doing yesterday. This is the last chance for France for a bronze medal. How much is that bronze medal worth? I'd assume a few £100, but how much is it worth in the medal table as well for France? At the moment, they're not at the sharp end of it, so this would really help their nation.
The gap between Brazil and France, 3 tenths of a second. You're riding with France then. Aurélien Comte, the man behind the wheel, catching up a little bit to Rafael Reis from Brazil. That car just hasn't really come alive today, has it, in the way that he needed it to, Brazil. Rafael Reis, a bit of a twitch there, going through 3 and 4. France closing, another dab on the brakes, and Aurélien Comte much, much closer now, coming up towards turn 5. It's game on for bronze, and Rice struggling. Comp's got much, much better pace, but he just can't find a gap. Whether he's going to make his own gap, we'll find out, because there's half a gap on the inside there. There's contact between the two. Brazil goes wide. Here comes Spain up the inside as well. France goes bronze. France goes third, but Spain's got the momentum. Eric Genet then, who's also been under investigation, right up behind Comp for France. He's going to have a look on the inside into turn 8. No, he's not. The door is closed, but a great battle for bronze then, and Brazil coming back at the pair.
I don't think all 4 of these cars are going to finish this last half of the lap. Where's the best overtaking opportunity? Here into 11 is good, but 14, the last corner, is the best. Brazil isn't done either, as we see.
Italy for gold is what we see, and to the line comes Marco Butti after a great drive. Marco Butti wins for Italy. It is the Honda that comes out on top, with the similar car of Argentina, Ignacio Montenegro next, and then one big deep breath is going to decide who is third, fourth, fifth, sixth. The order roughly is France, Spain, Brazil, Czech Republic. France trying to get away. Czech Republic going way, way wide against Brazil. Those two back markers battling their way to the line, including up the road Bangladesh, and also as they come through Canada. But for third, it is going to be France that takes the bronze medal as Aurélien Comp comes through. Spain fourth, Brazil fifth, Czech Republic sixth, and Rafael Reis is potentially not very impressed with all of that as he gets himself back ahead of Aurélien Comp. But it's been a tough weekend for the Brazilian driver. Having said all of that, the story is not necessarily over, because Compt and Genet are under investigation anyway, and then there's another bit of contact that Compt pulled on the last lap. So I wouldn't fill the results in your programme just yet, let's put it that way. Here it is.
Brazil just didn't close the door enough here. So yes, there's contact, but why go to the inside and then afford the space? France was alongside enough for me. Yes, there was contact. I think because it was wheel to wheel, it really forced them out wide. I think that one was fair in a racing instant, but I don't think it was earlier.
And it's under investigation. It might be, of course, that it is deemed to be in agreement with you. Yeah, no, there was a gap, he went for it, that's fine. But they're going to have a look at it. But this has been quite a drive. Marco Butti, just to make the point again, yesterday incurred so many track limit warnings, he got a drive-through. He carried on ignoring track limits and was black flagged from the race, brought into the pit lane. End of. Today, he wins the gold medal. What a turnaround.
0 to hero. We don't normally see it that way in motorsport, so fairy tale ending for Italy, who have obviously been very strong at previous motorsport games as well, and this is going to help them take the fight to Spain. In the medal charts, very tight between Spain and Italy, so this could make a big difference when it comes to the end of it. Look at the smoke still bellowing out, so the team will put that in the truck and worry about it another day.
Yeah, it lasted the half an hour on a lap, so it's all fine. Gold medal to Marco Butti for Italy. For second place, Argentina, Ignacio Montenegro, and I've got to keep saying it, provisionally third, France, Aurélien Compt, provisionally fourth, Eric Genet for Spain, fifth, Brazil, and sixth, Adam Kaut for the Czech Republic behind Brazil's Rafael Reis. Seventh, Denmark, René Povelsen, up to eighth after his drive-through, Jensen Brickley. Real shame they had that drama at the 3-minute board. Ninth, Turkey for another driver up from the back of the grid, Zakai Özcan, and then Umar Abdullah for Indonesia. 10th, bearing in mind he didn't qualify because he ended up in the gravel on his first lap of the session yesterday, so he was at the back for the qualifying race. 11th for Bangladesh, Abid Anwar. We lost Canada in the end. Megan Tomlinson pitted, and poor old Germany never got into the race. René Kircher with the turbo failure of yesterday repaired, or so they thought, but it developed another problem on the green flag lap. So the SRO event staff marshalling the cars from the pit lane into the paddock and down to the fan village, where the fans from the different ASNs are, as well as the public. Marco Butti's car arrives, and the Italian, I'm sure, is going to be a very, very happy man indeed. Out he gets. That's your gold medal winner, and Marco Butti stands atop the car. You can see what a gold medal means, can't you? In the FIA Motorsport Games, Marco Butti jumped down, and that was quite a drive, and one of the big shocks thus far of the weekend.
Really good. There's going to be a lot of interest in the paddock, isn't there? Between the contact here is that Montenegro there coming over to say well done. So yeah, all's fair in love and war, which is nice. But I think Brazil and France may have some different feelings. Like the French body language, so slow on the in-lap. They've got the Spanish and the Czech Republic car in between them. It's a bit like when you're in a nightclub, a bit scared of that big guy that looks like he's going to hit you, try and get a few people in between. I think that was France's tactic there on the in-lap.
Marco Butti from GOAT Racing. Well, was that one of the greatest of all time in terms of a drive, from 9th up to a gold medal? It was quite something, wasn't it?
Yeah, after probably being quite sheepish yesterday, it's a big turnaround, that's for sure.
No lamb to the slaughter. So the GOAT Racing driver comes through on top, gets his Team Italia cap, and the team celebrating, deservedly so, because the way that Montenegro had looked through the qualifying race, and indeed the early part of this race, you would not have betted against him taking gold.
No, it was the obvious choice. I think the bookies wouldn't have even given you any odds on him winning today. That little bit of rain at the start of the race that then got a bit heavier too, I think has really jumbled up the order and given us a great race today.
So Marco Butti puts on his race winner's Pirelli cap. He will make his way to the podium in due course. But we want to have a word, don't we, with the Italian. Antonio Rankin is down there with, I'm sure, an overjoyed Italian. Antonio.
Marco, you were absolutely incredible. Can you talk us through that race?
Yeah, I don't believe it. Since yesterday is one of my strongest weekend in my career in motorsport. Today the rain comes help me. A fucking good racing car from GOAT Racing. Yeah, very, very, very happy. I cannot believe that, but yeah, well, it comes.
We saw how much it meant to you when you got out of the car. It's such an accolade to win representing your country. What does it mean to you?
Yesterday we were in pole position every time we exited on track in qualifying. After track limits, we don't have the pole position. We don't have the final result in fourth position in this win. And now we are the winner. Wow, fantastic.
You're exceptional. Go celebrate. Thank you.
Apologies for the lively language, but you can see how much it means to Marco Butti. Now, we have had a penalty given to Aurélien Comte for causing a collision, a 20-second penalty. So Italy, Argentina, Spain is the order, although Spain was being investigated earlier on as well. But I think they got away with the contact on the first lap. Let's confirm what we have then for now. Marco Butti for Italy, the winner. From Argentina is Ignacio Montenegro, and Eric Genet for Spain, third. Rafael Reis, fourth for Brazil. Adam Kaut up to fifth, ahead of Denmark's René Poulsen, and down to seventh drops Aurélien Comte for France, ahead of the United Kingdom, Jensen Brickley, Turkey, Zenar Özem, and for Indonesia, Umar Abdullah. 11th, Bangladesh, with Canada and Germany not making it to the end of the race. So there, Ignacio Montenegro discusses life, and Eric Genet being called as a bit of a late booking almost to the podium as a surprise third place. But if that third place stays, he's got away very, very lightly after the contact on lap one, hasn't he?
I couldn't agree more. I think if France was guilty, then Spain may be there, and there can be investigations after the race, obviously. But yeah, there's our top three currently. The Italian obviously got a great grasp of English there, speaking to Argentina about it. It'd be interesting to know what the setup differences were and how do they do it. But that's lovely to see. It's obviously a friend, family member. You can see the passion and everything, all of the emotion that gets built up over a race weekend.
People ask me about this event and say, how good is it? You know, what does it matter, the FIA Motorsport Games? There's your answer. That's what it matters. It's not a championship. It's a grid of cars from different championships, different nations, some people regulars, some people racing for the first or a rare occasion. And yet that's what it means. It's a race win, yeah, it's a gold medal, you're representing your country. There's a lot of effort put into this, of course, but if you wonder what it means, I think you've just seen the answer.
Yeah, the effort, and then that's multiplied by the pressure, has to be released at some point. So when it goes well, that's your outgoing, as we can see Spain, Genet jumping around, but when it goes bad, the pressure goes in a different sort of guise. But yeah, I think the shock that he's probably feeling, not finishing third on the road to now being stood with a soon bronze medal around his neck.
Ignacio Montenegro taking second for Argentina, and the expression says it all, doesn't it? I should have won that, but the car just didn't have the get up and go that this driver's car did. Marco Butti for Italy wins gold. He's a very, very happy man indeed. He congratulates Eric Genet, he congratulates again Ignacio Montenegro, who's thinking that was the one that got away after being so dominant for much of the weekend. But it's going to be the Italian national anthem once more at the FIA Motorsport Games. That is now 3 golds for Italy. Marco Butti, it is, on the top step of the podium.
Escucharemos.
For Marco Butti for Team Italy, the national anthem plays here at Valencia for the FIA Motorsport Games touring car discipline, and a really impressive drive and a really good win as well. 9th on the grid, he had to fight his way up the order, and having done so, he then pulled away as well. It was no lucky win, that was hard work all the way. The medals are brought forward. Marcello Lotti, who is the instigator, the creator of the TCR rule set, hands over the medal to Eric Genet, who is absolutely overjoyed with that. Eric switched this year to touring cars after single-seaters. If you've got a very long memory, you might remember his father racing in British Formula 3, Formula 3000, and then going into track racing a long time ago. Eric's uncle is Marc Genet, who, of course, has the link with Ferrari, Formula 1 team these days, and a very happy family indeed. The silver medal goes the way of Ignacio Montenegro, and then the gold to Italy, to Marco Butti, and you've got to say that was really well-deserved.
Yeah, really, really good. Such a turnaround, like we've said already, and obviously with my unbiased opinion, it's the best national anthem as well, isn't it? It belts out, and every Italian always proud to sing along with that national anthem.
There are medals, there are flags of the nations from the drivers, and again another medal for Spain. So they've got 4 golds, 2 silver and a bronze now. Italy up to 2nd in the medal table, and the champagne as well. And for Argentina, that is going to help them because they were 9th, are 9th in the medal table now with that silver. So making a little bit of progress as the podium becomes as wet as the road was earlier on with the champagne. I think that rain has now gone, which is great to see for the fans, at least here, as the celebrations continue. Marco Butti is soaked, he doesn't care. Everybody from Spain wants to congratulate Eric Genet on that result, and great to see, and a great idea as well, having the podium here in the paddock for the fans rather than it just looking out over the pit lane.
Yeah, and placing the cars in front of it as well. It all adds to the drama. The fan zone as well has been really well received, hasn't it? Lots of merchandise as the gold medal has just become detached from the ribbon. All adds to the story. A few marks on it won't affect his happiness too much.
There is this evening the closing ceremony where all the medal winners are acknowledged, so the medals will be, if you like, represented, and it'll be a delighted Marco Butti, no doubt, but I'm sure there'll be huge, huge cheers for Spain, and it's another ASM that's really embraced the concept of the FIA Motorsport Games. Marco Butti there with the grey hair, Fabio Ravioli, who is the TCR media delegate and touring car fan. Right. Let's see if we can find 1 or 2 more drivers. Ignacio Montenegro is no doubt a little bit disappointed with that 2nd place. Eric Genet will be delighted, although I still think he's got a case to answer for that lap 1 contact, and when Antonia gets him, she may well feel brave enough to ask about that, but race control was looking at it. However, for now, we have a provisional result. And for the touring car teams, it's been a really busy weekend. It may not have been a massive entry, but both races gave us good racing.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know Argentina and Montenegro, the drivers' opinion on the rain. Did they know it was coming? Because my forecast said not. Antonia obviously said on the grid her forecast was. And sometimes as a driver, that can blindside you. You had such a strong day yesterday in the full, dry, blazing sun Valencia had to offer. And then suddenly you're sat on the grid and there's a few specks of rain. I wasn't planning for that as a driver. How can I now make sure that I don't mess up what I had yesterday in such a strong fashion? So, yeah, difficult morning for some of those drivers, and I think Argentina probably the most surprised.
Well, let's find out. Ignacio Montenegro, he got a silver medal, but arguably, Antonia, he should have had a gold, shouldn't he? Because for Ignacio Montenegro, he was so quick early on. What happened?
Ignacio, your driving has been absolutely exemplar all weekend.
Yeah, but we didn't win. We didn't win, so I'm not that happy. First of all, I want to say thank you to the team because we did 1-2. That is an amazing result for us. I want to say also congratulations to Marco. He was with a mega pace the whole laps. He started from P9 and P1. So congratulations to him.
he was driving in the same condition the last week in DCR World Tour in China with a slick condition but rain, so in wet condition. So yeah, I mean, I did my best. P2 is not bad. We won everything, almost everything, pole position, then qualifying race, and then P2 in main one. But yeah, we didn't take the gold one. I will be stronger. I will get stronger for the next years, the next event in FIA Motorsport Games.
You gave us such an exciting battle there with the Italian car. How difficult was it to defend that off?
Really difficult, because you cannot do the defense lines, because when it's wet you have only one line to do, and if you do like the defend ones, you cannot be fast as you want. So it was really tricky. I tried to do everything in T1, but he was like 6, even 7 tenths faster than me every lap. So it was really difficult. I tried until the end, but it was not enough. But anyway, I'm happy with the result. 1-2 for Honda. I'm happy also for the brand. But yeah, I will be back stronger to make the gold one and take the gold one to home.
In any event, you have done Argentina proud. What does it mean for you to be able to represent them on the podium?
Wow, it's mega. Also because since 2 weeks ago, I didn't know they're going to be here. On Monday, they confirmed me that there's the possibility to be here in the FIA Motorsport Games at the last moment. And I am really proud to be with this car, with our flag that is so beautiful. As an Argentina, we are, that kind of guy who always went the best for us, for our country. We are very passionate guys. So yeah, I'm really, really proud to have that flag in my car. Let's see if that medal will help us to win our battle in our regional cup. But yeah, let's see what's going on with the other guys in Argentina.
You did brilliantly. Thank you very much.
Excellent job by Ignacio Montenegro, taking second and just really not being able to get the best out of those conditions. A perfect car in the dry, but arguably it wasn't wet, it wasn't dry, it was that awful in-between.
I think every lap of the race was different as well, and I have to say all the drivers did very well. We had a few spins, a few gravel trap moments, but not to have anyone beached in the gravel trap in conditions like that shows you the quality across the whole of that TCR field.
Well, Marco Butti, the Italian driver, from 9th on the grid, coming through to take gold. A brilliant job done, and Marco Butti then triumphs over his fellow Honda driver, Ignacio Montenegro. It is Italy for gold from Argentina. Touring car is always one of the most eagerly awaited disciplines at the FIA Motorsport Games, and the 2024 medal-winning main race did not disappoint. Good start from Argentina from pole position, Ignacio Montenegro leading Spain. Good start by France as well, but then the French car found itself boxed in at the first corner. The Czech Republic had made a demon getaway, and around the outside went Adam Kaut to gain ground, taking the place from Brazil, but then he was bashed sideways by Spain. Eric Genet went through, and it was a good recovery by the Czech Republic, and he'd have to do it all over again later in the race. The story, though, was initially all about Italy, as Marco Butti, from 9th on the grid, charged his way up the order. Took a place off Brazil with his elbows out, but the Honda was absolutely flying as Butti then relieved Spain of 2nd place. Italy chasing Argentina for the gold medal. The gap came down between the top two. Spain had a spin, and around went Eric Genet, but even allowing for that, he still came through for a good result. And one of the most spectacular drivers of all was Team Turkey's Zakay Özcan, whose Audi was rarely in a straight line. Brazil was struggling late in the race. France on the attack. Aurélien Comte, the driver, making his way through on the inside. But then he ran wide down at turn 11, and that gave the place back to Brazil. And their battle would continue all the way to the end. For the race lead, Italy and Argentina, a little bit of contact, followed by more contact, as Ignacio Montenegro did not take kindly to losing his lead, but his Honda never had the same pace as that of Italy. Then, last lap, fight for third, the bronze medal would go the way of France. Briefly, Aurélien Comte up the inside, but he was penalised for that, and so Eric Genet, who'd had contact on the first lap and a spin, came through and took the position. Adam Kaut had been knocked sideways a second time in the race by France, and so he would come charging up the inside as well in his recovery. This had been that moment earlier on. France at the inside, and bang, through they went. Adam Kaut recovered, but he had a really tough race as Marco Butti came through to score the race win. From 9th on the grid to a dominant win and a gold medal for Italy. Marco Butti for Italy triumphing in the touring car category. A very popular win at the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games.
So we're right by the podium, so the announcer is very loud. Kayana's enjoying the music, as I've been. You can't get much closer to the action and the celebrations than we are. As they popped the corks on the champagne, this one hit me in an interesting place. So that was moments ago, but we're pretty. So I've got a souvenir and some slight bruising. Eric Genet is about to be interviewed by the announcer up on stage, but we're going to have the GT Sprint qualifying very soon. But let's bring in a guest. Jeanette Tan is coming to talk to us. If you could just explain to us, obviously it's really nice to see younger drivers coming through, which is a big part of the FIA Motorsport Games. Tell us about your role and how important developing drivers is.
So I'm the race director for the Formula 4 Cup this weekend. And it's a great series because it's a step up from karting, and there are so many regional Formula 4 races around the region and around the world. And we have 21 boys this weekend driving, and it's been great watching them. It's a great stepping stone for them moving up to Formula 3 and other races also.
How has it been for you? It's been very exciting for us. How has this weekend been for you so far?
It's really exciting. It's really nice for me to be here. It's a great circuit, and the marshals are really great also. I'm part of the FIA High Performance Program, so it's a bespoke program where they actually allow us to come here and share our experience and gain even more invaluable experience for us in race control. So it's a great experience for us so far.
And what's been really good as well is not only is it a very busy weekend, the racing has been really good. Like, there has not been a single race or qualifying session that has not been actually quite exciting to watch. And I think that's going to carry on for the rest of the day.
Yes, my session is coming up soon, and the weather is looking that it's going to be an interesting race for us for sure.
And how will the Formula 4 drivers, how do you think they'll cope with having to jump in the car on a track, the conditions are changing? You know, some of them will be less experienced than others.
Yes, but we have one qualifying in a wet session, so I'm confident they can do well for sure and put up a very good race for us.
Thank you very much. Lovely to meet you. It's fascinating.
It's fascinating. It's also very loud here. I hope everyone heard us okay. The Spanish like volume, don't they? They like it loud. They like a party.
Continue with the motorsport action.
You can hear.
In Valencia circuit, Ricardo Tormo.
It's a constant party. It's a constant party, isn't it, Neil?
So we are... Obviously, this has just been a gold medal ceremony, so Italy have moved up the medal table, I believe. So Italy just won touring cars. Butti was the winner. So I think that puts them into second behind Spain on gold medals. Brazil got a bronze, so they're in third now. They've dropped down from second to third, but Spain are leading.
I think it's not the most recent table, so obviously that was...
So Germany are in fourth, Belgium in fifth, United Kingdom are in sixth, but they do not have a gold medal yet. But yeah, that gold medal moves Italy up to second.
I'm happy to see Germany up there. How are you feeling about the United Kingdom in sixth?
But there's so many medals still to be confirmed during the course of today, and which nation will go. Let's join our sterling team of David Addison and Joe Osborne up in the commentary booth for GT Sprint.
Qualifying underway for GT Sprint, and drivers this morning, when they did free practice, had a dry track, if a cold one. Now, David Addison and Joe Osborne looking trackside at a circuit that has been a bit damp rather than fully wet in the recent touring car race. But for the drivers, they're all being very tippy-toey and learning about where the grip may or may not be, as you see a sideways Germany in the background.
Yeah, there's really not a lot of grip out there. The previous race, touring car TCR race, they were 8 seconds a lap slower than their dry times, and that looks very similar at the moment for these GT3 cars. Junqueira for Spain here as we go to the United Arab Emirates car coming in. Change of tyres there. What are they putting on? Is it another set of slicks, or is it a set of wets? It is a set of wets. So the UAE are saying that is too slippery and I need to get some wets on. The Super Pole information about going in reverse order is, I think, going to be even more important than ever, because the track is only going to be drying at the moment. So the faster the track gets at the end of that session, the easier it will be to be on pole position. So I think this session is going to be pretty frenetic, trying to get a lap time. But at the moment, I'd say the lap time is going to come towards the end as we go on board with Team Turkey. We ran on board of this car in free practice. I can still see some raindrops falling on the windscreen, but not as heavy as they have been for the last hour. So I think the track should be drying. Even though there's drops of rain, they are evaporating quicker than they're falling. But Turkey and Arjen Guven struggling to find any grip whatsoever. They look pedestrian, don't they? Jafar in the background for Malaysia. Big snap of oversteer there. That's a purple sector 1, 1.8 seconds quicker. But that is a good 5.5 seconds slower than what they got to in the full dry conditions this morning.
So Arjen Guven in the Team Turkey Porsche, accelerating towards us, doing an absolute best in Sector 1. Just going back to the UAE, going onto those wet tyres. Saif Al-Ameri, new to the track, new to a GT3 car, so perhaps more than anything for an inexperienced driver, it's just giving him the comfort. It may be more about that than the fact that the track is really wet.
Yeah, and obviously a lot of his racing has been done in his home region, and they don't get as much rain as we do here. So, yeah, confidence there. Look at the big power slide. Traction control working hard, trying to limit the amount of wheel spin. Are we going to use any of the curve that we saw him use? Yeah, or tried to at turn 12, and then a snap of oversteer made him migrate away from that apex, even through the easy flat 13. It's definitely not easy flat at the moment. Fully cold tyres, remember, on these cars at the start of all of these sessions. Tiptoeing into 14, a lot of understeer on the way in, then normally oversteer on the way out. A bit more balance on the throttle, I think, for the Porsche there, but definitely tricky. It's going to be the fastest lap of the session at the moment, a 2-minute 0.4, and that is a good 29 seconds slower than the best this morning.
As to the pit lane comes Finn Wiebelhaus, who had been looking good on his lap, but Bales, even they did an absolute best middle sector. So Finn Wiebelhaus and also Danny Juncadella for Spain. Now, both of those cars, different nations, obviously, but ran out of the same team, Haupt Racing team operating both cars, and they both decided to come in. Now, is that because they don't feel it's worth persevering? Is it because they need a tweak to the car? Are they going to let other people be out there and help to dry the road for them? Downside is it's not the biggest of grids, so actually there aren't that many people drying the road, and if you're not out there, you're not adding to the number of cars.
Yeah, I think they're going to put wets on. I think with the lap time being so far off, and with only 12 minutes remaining, there are the wets to the left of the shot. I think they're going to have to bolt them on. Not particularly much urgency is the only oddity in this. The track is declared wet, so they're allowed to put them on. I can't think of a reason why they're not getting them on as quickly as possible to give both Germany and Spain in these Mercedes as much time as possible to set a lap. I'm drawing a blank on why they're sat there doing nothing.
Now for the United Kingdom is Darren Lung in number 91 Ferrari. We normally see him in a BMW, but as he was making the point earlier on in the day, when you've got relatively little running, half an hour of free practice and then straight into qualifying, it would have taken a long time, he felt, to get the BMW dialed in as he would like it. So the easiest thing to do, therefore, is piggyback somebody else's setup. So the setup is what Chris Froggatt and James Cottingham have used Friday and Saturday in the GT discipline. He now uses that setup in a car that he doesn't know, and then just to add to the complication, he's given a damp track.
Yeah, I think you've got to get on wets. I think the UAE here, the first car we saw put the wets on, has really shown what is possible. As we start to get some sectors, we'll be able to see there. But there we go, purple sector 1. That shows you slicks are not the option. And Germany, Spain needs to get those tyres on and get back out there. So does Darren in the United Kingdom car, was on slicks. He needs to come in and get those wets on if he wants to be at the sharp end of the grid. Yes, it's his first time out in the car around here, but very fast in free practice 1 for Darren Lung in the United Kingdom car.
Arjen Guven is also doing purple sectors in the Team Turkey Porsche. Now, when we were on board with that, it looked very Larry, so interesting to see what tyres he's gone on. Absolute best sector 1, now absolute best sector 2 from UAE. And Arjen Guven, the fastest man on track, he's done a 1:56.1, but we'll see how that lap time compares against this. Now, in terms of tyre, what Guven is on, this will give us an indication, because we know this car has gone onto wets, and Saif Al-Ameri for the UAE comes out of turn 14, heads up towards the timing line. It is a 56.1 to beat. He's going to beat it, but by how much? Good old gap, a 1:53.3, so that is 2.8 seconds.
Yeah, so every sector a wet tyre has done is purple, so it's a clear illustration of that. Running a little bit wide at turn 1, careful of the exit curb there, can be very, very slippery as we see Spain venturing back onto the track as we go very very deep on the brakes. The car has ABS, so it wouldn't have been locking the front axle, but maybe there, just the feeling through the brake pedal given to the driver was, this isn't happy, I'm not going to turn in. But conditions obviously treacherous. Be interesting if Antonio in pit lane can see or can ask what tyres Germany and Spain are on, because now we have less than 10 minutes remaining to set this qualifying order.
And also Turkey as well, because Guven is still pushing on. Is he on slicks and trying to get them up to temperature? I can't believe if he were on wets, he would be slower than the UAE.
Agreed, he's definitely on slicks from the onboard we saw, and the tyre temperature is now getting there. What do I think is going to be the quickest in 9 minutes' time? I think it's 50-50, because if Guven can still get some tyre temperature and it will keep getting quicker and quicker, then it is slick tyres. There isn't any spray whatsoever, so it shouldn't be wets, but it is cold, it is greasy, and I think that's why if I was in the pit lane now as a driver, what would I want? I think I would choose wets on what I've just seen, but then Turkey is still able to do a lap time, so it really isn't an obvious choice.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, Anton Guven is a bit of a star. There for Spain, Danny Juncadella. Now let's see what he can do.
They are definitely slicks as well. I can see from the tyre wall. So, yeah. And you can see the hands working behind the wheel. So he's made his decision. I wonder if Germany did the same as well. But yeah, just coming in, they've had less laps than Turkey by 3 laps less. What are Chinese Taipei putting on the car there? Slicks have come off, and it looks like that is... that looks like the wet tyre to me from what I can see. So yeah, the slick coming off there, and they're taking the full set off, and there are the wets that they're about to bolt on.
Right, okay, so Chinese Taipei at the moment slowest. We need a lap out of Germany as well. That's Danny Juncadella, Spain, going through onto a flying lap now. It's worth following this. You can see how tippy-toey it is, even down to turn 1.
Yeah, the driver's really not any confidence under braking at any point of this lap at the moment. The purple sector's being traded between the Porsches, between UAE and Turkey. Juncadella in deep there, almost all the way off, but then Turkey taking purple sector too. So is it a story of part of the lap is quicker on wets and part is on slicks, and whatever percentage has the higher skew is the tyre that you should be on at that point? But Juncadella, zero grip to him at any point at the moment. How's his first sector looking? Not particularly quick at the moment, and yeah, the time is draining away at an alarming rate for some of these drivers.
It is indeed, isn't it? As up towards turn 8 comes Spain. So Ayşen Guven back to the top for Turkey. 1.3 seconds to the good last time, 1:52.020. But in fairness, he has been out there from the start, working that car, working those tyres, and he is now in the pound seat, whereas Saif Al-Ameri's last lap was a 55.2, and he's going slower in the middle sector of this lap as well. Juncadella a little bit quicker than he had been. He needs to be as well. Others are in the pit still trying to deliberate. This, remember, gives you the order for Superpole. It's the Superpole time that determines the grid. But right now, drivers just wanting confidence, never mind a good time.
Yeah, just another factor I've just thought about is that Superpole's straight after this. So if you are going to do Superpole and slicks, do you put slicks on now in this qualifying session to get them warm, and maybe qualify lower down than ultimately if you're on a wet tyre? But Superpole is where it matters as we go on board with Juncadella. That blue screen on the centre part of the console, I actually went and spoke to the team about what that was, because I've not seen one before. And they're telling me it's the tyre energy. And so when I asked them to elaborate on that, they simply couldn't or wouldn't. So you can see the number is low. When it was good, it went green, and when it was bad, it went red. So we're starting to look at that a little bit more. But these are all the teams working hard at all times to make sure they're at the front end of any technology available. So maybe something we'll start to see more and more in GT racing is tyre energy. You heard it here first.
Indeed so. Finn Wiebelhaus, gold medal winner yesterday for Germany in the Hauptrun car. Jasmine Jafar has been doing purple sectors for Malaysia. Saif Al-Ameri has done purple sectors before he pitted for the UAE, and Ayşen Guven has done the best lap of the session right now. Juncadella second, Finn Wiebelhaus here for Germany third, but the margin 4 seconds between the top two, but only a 10th second to third. In other words, Spain to Germany. It's those three nations that are going to be arguing over the medals. They're going to be arguing over pole position as well in Superpole. Here is Germany then up towards the line. To go second, Wiebelhaus has to find 0.186 of a second. Is he going to break the beam with that in hand? The answer is yes. He has now done a 1:49.1, and that means that he's only 3 tenths down from Turkey. Slicks are working.
Yeah, still 17 seconds off what they did this morning, though, so they are working better, but not the best. Look at Jafar. What's that tyre there to be 3.8 purple in Sector 1? I haven't seen him come in the pits recently, so I wonder if he has just got his slicks into the window. Let's have a look how the car's looking. No, that is a wet tyre. I can't see any yellow on the tyre wall. That's my indication. The Pirelli P0, very dominant on the slick, but not on the wet Cintero Pirelli version of the tyre. So he's obviously able to get it there. I think what I would do now, my strategy that keeps coming to me as I change my mind, is bang this lap in on wets, come in for slicks, get some heat on, and then be the last out for Super Pole, but with some warm tyres after doing your fastest lap time on wets. Yeah, that's my final option with 4 minutes to go.
But you've now made so many pit stops, you've run out of time in your session.
Yeah, but now I'm on the right tyre at the right point.
Only if you've got time to set a lap at the end, you see, because you pitted more than once in that.
Don't be negative. I'm a driver, not an engineer.
And quickest on a wet is Jasmine Jaffar for Malaysia, a 1:42.959. That's 5.7 seconds quicker than anybody else. So right now, that would put him as the last one to go in Super Pole, and they've rolled the dice nicely here. But it does mean that if they do go slicks for Super Pole, they're going to be cold slicks. You've got 1 warming up lap, 2 flying laps, and then you go, that's it. That's your session done. So going back to your earlier point about the slicks, yeah, those that are using them now will have the warmth in them, whereas Jasmine Jaffar there had done that time on wets by quite some margin. What is Wiebelhaus doing? Well, he's going quicker, so the road drying, the tyres coming up to temperature, but he's still got a lot of time to find.
Sector 1 is the wet sector, isn't it? 3.3 loss there, 7 tenths in Sector 2, and then only a couple of tenths in Sector 3. So the track drying from the reverse end as we saw the rain come in the opposite way in the touring car session. But yeah, I'm glad you realise that I'm right with my strategy now on what you should be doing. And slightly odd, the Super Pole, that there isn't a tyre oven. So even if it was dry, there is a delta to be found just trying to find where the tyre pressure should be as we go to Junqueira coming towards the end of his lap. There's that Sector 1 that's really hurting Jafar's purple on the wet tyre. But yeah, I think we're going to see a slightly different order in Super Pole to the qualifying order we're being shown right now.
Over the line goes Dani Junqueira, and he's up to second fastest, and the margin is 3.7 seconds now between Malaysia wets and Spain slicks. Now, the session has got under 3 minutes to go. Is it going to dry enough in 3 minutes for Malaysia to go and put a slick tyre on?
It's not to go faster, but there's time where I would be boxing this lap. I would have actually boxed the lap you've just done, because you're on pole by 4.2 seconds, Malaysia. Come in, get those slicks. Every lap you're looking to build probably 15 or 20% of your total target. So you are looking to take 3 to 4 laps to get them in their operating window. And if we box this lap, we might just get out and get an out once passed. So the tyres will be 40 or 50% there. Look at the slick tyre of Germany. Purple in Sector 2, but still miles off in Sector 1. Can I have my last strategy decision potentially for Super Pole? With it being 2 flying laps, is there even enough time for the slick to be faster at the end of Super Pole? Maybe not. Maybe wets are still going to be quicker at the end of Super Pole. The times are tumbling. We're now 14 seconds off a dry time. Remember, that started at 30, dropped to 18 a couple of laps ago, now at 14. There is definitely a split strategy at play here, and I'm just glad I'm sat here, not in the car at the moment. See Junqueira going relatively slowly through that final sector. Is he just trying to find a bit more space? He's got about 400 metres of space. The next car in front of him is just going through the final corner at the moment. So looks like he's just building it up. He hasn't timed it great though, because look at the clock. There is time for only just about 1. In these conditions, you and your engineer play a game of ping pong of radio communication, and you're saying, I want to cross the line with a couple of seconds to go, so it means I'm the last guy on track, so I will have the best possible conditions as we go to Guven. That gap in Sector 1 diminishing now to 1.7. Purple in Sector 2, like we've seen the slicks loving it. I think this could bring the gap down to overall pole to maybe under a couple of seconds by the end of it. Let's see what Team Turkey have got. They crossed the beam. This clock going up and up, all the way up to first. Slicks are now the fastest, so I'm glad I would be on slicks, was my decision. But everyone is now on their last few laps.
I've lost complete track of what your decision was here. The right one. The right one, naturally. When you've got 33 seconds of the session, give or take, still to go, and slicks
were working early on, then it seemed to go back to wets, but the slicks that Aenshin has used, putting him to the top, and by 0.391 of a second. Now, there is Jasmine Jafar for Malaysia. He's still on the wet. He's second. But when he goes out on a slick, if that's what he uses for Super Pole, it's going to be a very cold one. Chinese Taipei here. That's fifth for Peter Yang.
Yeah, we saw the car out yesterday, didn't we? And had a couple of interesting starts, contact on both. They finished both races, so it wasn't too detrimental. See Juncadella there on the timing screen going purple in Sector 2. Same car as this Chinese Taipei, Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. Looking like he's got good traction out of the final corner, breaking the beams, going to take the checkered flag this lap as well. We have lapsed our time for qualifying.
Indeed so, and that gives you the order. It's the time set in Super Pole. I'll explain that in a moment or two. That will determine the grid. Darren Lung's not had a mega session, only sixth here. But again, having to learn about the car and in these conditions, not perfect for him. Aenshin Guven's coming up towards the checkered flag, so it's provisional pole for Turkey. Takes the checkered flag, goes over the line, and it was a 142 as a best. 142, 131, battered by 139.600. Darren Lung in the pits in the Ferrari. Germany, Finn Wiebelhaus coming up towards the line, and he was quicker in Sector 1, quicker in Sector 2.
Yeah, it's going to be tight here. This is definitely going to lift him up from his current 4th place position. One of the last cars on track, still pushing, so track conditions are at their absolute optimal here. All marginal gains, but when the gaps are this close, anything that you can do to help try and keep the shortest distance to the line, stay on that white line to the right. Any centimetres is time that you've got to do, and that puts him all the way up to second, 0.8 of a second off pole.
Does indeed, so that gives you Turkey, Germany, Spain. We're still not sure the order come the end of the race, are we? But those are the three nations we anticipate will be fighting. So we'll go through the order in a moment, and then the teams are going to get ready for Super Pole. Now, what will happen is that each car will be given a start time. You have 10 seconds of a window to be out of the pits of that time. So if you are not on the track within 10 seconds, then you will be penalised accordingly. You do an out lap, you do 2 timed laps and an in lap. It is the quicker timed lap that determines your time, determines your grid position. So you get 2 laps to do effectively 1 mega lap time. So you do an out lap, a kind of start-up lap, I guess, to get a bit more warmth in. Then you really go for it, and then an in-lap. And it is the times out of Super Pole that will determine the grid. What has just happened is the order in which they will be released in reverse has been determined. So this is the order of how they qualified. From top to bottom, Turkey, Germany, Spain, Malaysia, Chinese Taipei, United Kingdom, UAE and Lithuania. But they're going to go in reverse. So Lithuania will be out first. From the UAE, United Kingdom, then Chinese Taipei. Malaysia will be the next team away. 6th to go will be Spain, then Germany, and then it is going to be the Team Turkey Porsche as the last one to go. And it's going to be another enthralling look as we see the cars one at a time out on track. Aenshin Guven for Turkey, Finn Wiebelhaus for Germany, Danny Juncadella for Spain, Jasmine Jafar for Malaysia, Peter Yang for Chinese Taipei, Darren Lung for the United Kingdom, Saif Alameri for the UAE, and Alimantis Navikauskas for Lithuania are going to be the drivers.
Yeah, so the UAE did a fair amount of change, didn't it? Started on slicks, went to wets, went back to slicks, so a lot of sighting laps there for what's about to come up, but yeah, just 2 opportunities to post a lap time. Very stressful, very high pressure for the drivers. 1 track limit on any of those laps means that lap is null and void, so potentially 2 slight misdemeanors in running a little bit wide, and you're not going to set a lap time. Do the drivers go over banker lap to start with, nice and safe, and then do they go for a banzai, or do they go with a banzai, see how it goes, and then if they need it, revert to a banker? It really doesn't matter which way you do it as long as you're fastest And yeah, a lot to think about for these drivers. Condition-wise, teams will be monitoring tyre pressures, just making sure they're in the right window. They'll be having to start them slightly higher than they would for a normal session because it's so short. Why is that? Well, the tyres take a while to warm up, and the pressure follows that suit as well. So easy to get wrong, hard to get right.
So the team's getting set for Super Pole and still deliberating what to do in terms of the right tyre choice. On a really greasy circuit, qualifying for GT Sprint got underway with the teams, with the drivers really unsure as to whether it was going to dry out enough for slicks to work or whether they needed wets. And those that went out on slicks early doors soon found themselves really struggling for traction. The UAE team, one of the first to put wet tyres on the car, and it really helped Saif Al-Ameri as he was quickest for a time. Having done the best lap, though, on his following one, he discovered just how lethal the road could be, slithering out wide at turn 2, but Al-Ameri getting himself back on track. They did pit again and go onto slicks, though, as the road started to dry, and the more laps you did on the slick, the more they started to warm, the more they started to bite. In the end, Chinese Taipei came through to be 5th fastest. 4th, after doing the time on wets, was Malaysia. The early confidence just not there on the slick tyre for Jasmine Jafar. Dani Junqueira was 3rd quickest for Spain, having persevered on the slick, and eventually they just about turned on enough for him to go into the top 3. Behind Germany, Finn Wiebelhaus taking the 2nd fastest time, and the top time went to Turkey. Ayhan Şengüven persevered to get the heat, to get the warmth, to get the confidence through those slick tyres, and after a pretty leery start, Turkey quickest in qualifying before Super Pole. So then, it's reverse order. It's Lithuania to go first. And your tyre choice, bearing in mind you can't pit now, bearing in mind you've got to commit and go for it, is...
Pirelli, I would say. It's got to be a slick with what we saw in the final throws of the session. Showed how quickly the track dried. So, yeah, the teams, I think, would put those slicks on the car now to try and get some of the heat from those hot brakes radiating through. But we still have some time, don't we, to the start of qualifying. So... is there any more rain in the area? I don't know. That's going to be the other consideration.
Now, Ayhan Şengüven was the hero of Q1. Ayhan Şengüven fastest, and he's with Antonio Rankin.
What an exciting qualifying session we've got here so far. Coming into the Super Pole, what are you going to be looking at?
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit wet on the beginning, but we stick with the slicks, and the last lap was the quickest, but... the Super Bowl format will be interesting with the cold tires in 2 laps. So yeah, let's see if we can bring the temperature on the tires and have a good starting position.
Now, you were one of the only cars that stayed out on the slicks and everybody else went onto the wet tyre. What was the meaning of that?
Yeah, I didn't know that. Good to know. Yeah, I mean, we stick to plan. I know it will come in 1 point, so I think it come the last lap. So I didn't know, but props to the team.
Clearly the right decision. Best of luck in Super Pole.
Isn't that, though, an illustration of the benefit of being a regular in the car that you're driving? I know there are some nations that want to come and take part in the FIA Motorsport Games. Their driver may be new or inexperienced in GT3 terms. This, though, is very much the pro driver category for the most part. And there you've got Ayhan Şengüven, Porsche specialist. He knows exactly what to expect from the car and when.
Yeah, it comes across almost arrogant, but he didn't mean it in that way. I didn't know. It doesn't matter. He didn't even ask the question. He was that confident. Yeah. He was on the right tyre at the right point that he just hacked around, betting faster and faster until he got to that last lap, and that was enough for pole position. So job done. Why stress yourself with what everyone else is doing if you are adamant you're on the right path?
So the team's now getting ready to go. The time is 10:53 and at 11:02. So we've got about 10 minutes, give or take. We're going to have the first car out on track. So 11:02, plus or minus 10 seconds, will be when Lithuania can go out. Navikauskas behind the wheel of the car. And then it'll be the UAE, UK, Chinese Taipei, Malaysia, Spain, Germany, Turkey. So building up to the quickest drivers. So 6th to go for Team Spain is Dani Junqueira. He would really like a pole. He'd like a gold medal as well for Spain. He's with Antonio right now.
Dani, coming into Super Pole, how much would it mean to take home a gold medal at the end of the day?
It would definitely be very special. You know, it's the only race where you truly represent your country. You can win a medal instead of a trophy. That doesn't happen very often. So, yeah, rather it be gold than anything else.
Now we can see how many fans are out here to support you. They're just above us on the terraces. Is there an element of pressure to perform for them?
There is always pressure in motorsport. I think I'm quite used to it after so many years. But for sure it makes it all even more special when you race at home. I haven't been here, funnily enough, for 13 years. So it's pretty incredible. But it all looks the same, the track is the same. And yeah, pretty excited to put on a good show for everyone.
All the best. Thank you very much.
That's quite something, isn't it, to not be at one of the circuits in your home country for 13 years. But Danny Juncadella, even when he was racing in GT World Challenge Europe, tended to do endurance, not sprint, and it was the sprint rounds that most often came here. So Antonia making her way down the pit lane. Go and find somebody else to have a conversation with. Finn Wiebelhaus at the other end of the pit lane, just next to Danny Juncadella for Spain, of course, was a gold medal winner yesterday, and that confidence will be there. But a really interesting entry. Good to see one or two of the drivers that perhaps we don't see enough of in Europe, like Jasmin Jaffar. You know, he raced in World Endurance Championship, raced in the UK in his junior single-seater days, but there's so much racing in Asia these days. He's certainly been busy, but you know, there's so much of it, it doesn't all get on the radar.
Yeah, that's the whole nice concept of the FIA Motorsport Games, isn't it? To welcome everyone from across the globe. Here you have the United Arab Emirates as well. Like Malaysia, a lot of racing going on in every corner of the globe now. But to be able to consolidate it over one weekend and bring everyone together is a super great concept and idea.
Now let's go back to the pit lane for Chinese Taipei is Peter Yang, Mercedes driver with Antonia.
Lau, as we sit waiting for Super Pole to happen and all of the anticipation building, it's quite a difficult session to master. How will you approach it?
Yeah, for this track right now, I think the weather is kind of cold and it's hard to get the hot temperature with the dry tires. So I think it's hard to improve for lap time. So I'll try my best for the quality. Thank you.
How do you have to adjust your driving style when the track is like this, when we've got certain areas that are a bit slippery?
Yeah, maybe braking early and just feeling more about the car and need to like turn in the TC and ABS for the setup too also. Yep.
And if it is like this for the race and you do end up having good pace, do you think it will be able to translate?
Right now, because for quarter two, I only got 2 laps, so we're also using the rain tires right now. So I'm thinking about the final race. Still depends on the weather and the track also.
We'll have fun. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Peter Yang, or Yao Yang, ready to go. Many, of course, of the drivers from Asia take a Western first name, and Peter Yang, there you've heard from. The Lithuania Audi. I think I'm right in saying that that is from the Juta racing team that we've seen in a number of endurance categories, and also Carrera Cup GB for a time. And Alimantas Navitakaukas is going to be the driver of that car. He's going to go first. All the eyes are going to be on him. In fact, a lot of pressure is going to be on him because he's the pioneer. He's on slicks, and everybody else is going to be fascinated to see his lap and where the grip is and where the bat wags.
Yeah, he is the yardstick, isn't he? And 10 seconds is a big gap, but if the outlap have different deltas, if drivers are pushing or not, I wonder if we're even going to see cars catching each other as we look at the Ferrari for the United Kingdom, run by their AF course team, the Ferrari team across the globe. Obviously, run the hypercar program for Ferrari in the FIA World Endurance Championship. They run this 296 GT3 in the same championship, LMP2 cars, Ferrari Challenge cars, whole series for Ferrari Challenge in the UK, for example. So, yeah, Darren Lung for the United Kingdom has picked a very strong team there for his Ferrari exposure in the GT racing.
So as we look down the pit lane, let us go back to the pit lane. We've been talking about how good it is to see Jasmin Jaffar back racing. Well, let's hear from him.
Jasmin, first of all, we've got a fantastic atmosphere around this weekend. Have you been having fun?
Oh, it's been an incredible event. I think from the opening ceremony right up to race day, it's been swarming of people and it's been great.
How is it to represent Malaysia? It's so nice to see you guys at the forefront of GT racing.
Yeah, it's my first time actually, especially for the GT team. No, I really enjoyed it. I feel proud carrying the flag, and the competition is very high, so I'm looking forward to see what we can plan out.
Have you ever raced here before?
I have a long time ago in Formula BMW and Formula 3. It's been a while since I got back, but it's nice to rekindle back the memories.
So some fond memories of the track then. How will that lend itself to the race and to Superpole coming up?
I think the weather has been a huge challenge. It's changed drastically the last couple of days. So we have to adapt as quickly as we can with choosing the right tyres and temperatures.
Now, the modern GT3 car that you're sat in now has quite a lot of aerodynamic capabilities. Does that relate a lot to the single-seaters that you've raced in before?
Yeah, it's a lot more relevant now. There's a lot of aids as well, traction control, engine braking and so on. Yeah, we've got to find the right setting to suit us to get that performance.
Thank you very much. Best of luck.
As I say, really good to have Jasmin Jaffar back in, if you like, a European environment, but he's been busy in the GT World Challenge Asia, in the Asian Le Mans Series. He did, of course, have a few seasons in the World Endurance Championship and, go back to its original title of the time, the Blancpain Endurance Series. We saw him in a few years ago. So Jasmin Jaffar for the Arrows Racing Team for Malaysia is going to be ready to go very shortly. He'll be the 5th driver out on track, as here at the Valencia circuit, we're nearly ready for Superpole. Cars in the pit lane, clock ticking on down. We're about a minute and a half away from Superpole. Superpole for GT Sprint at the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games. Each driver will go individually. They will have an out lap, 2 timed flying laps and then an in lap, and it is your better lap time that will count for the grid. What has gone before is irrelevant in the sense only of it giving you the order for Superpole. It's the time, the better of the 2 times set now, that will sort out the grid.
Yeah, and conditions changing as well. And we saw good overtaking yesterday's GT race, but it is a track where grid position is very imperative. So everyone will be max attack, making sure they're getting some tyre temperature and then pushing as hard as they can. But let's just remember the track limit issues around here at Valencia. Everyone's going to be wary of going too fast, too wide out of some of these corners.
Drivers staying in the cars. Interesting, isn't it, that although they've had sort of 10, 12-minute break, nobody really has ventured out, gone for a walk, stretched their legs. They've all stayed in the car, staying in the zone.
Yeah, stay away from distractions. You can close the door, put the visor down. It's quite a good universal signal to any of the team that you don't want to talk or don't want to be bothered. Is just pop your visor down, pretend you're asleep, and you can just go into your own little trance of what you're about to go into in this Superpole session.
Now, those of you that join us for GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup, or the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli, will no doubt be familiar with the concept of Superpole. So it is one at a time. It is your better lap, and the first one to go then is for Lithuania. Elemantas Navikauskas makes his way out on circuit. So the first lap is to get warmth into the tyres. In these conditions, in fairness, probably the first push lap even, you're going to write off. It's the second one, barring a mistake, that's going to count.
Yeah, and even think by the end of the second, the tyre won't be perfect. It will be at its best, as we see a big snap there, and the tyre's stone cold. Quite a long gap in between the 2 sessions here. Still looking pretty gloomy on track. No spray coming out just yet of these tyres. So I think we are fully in the slick window now, but tyre temp is everything. Accelerate, brake, I'd want to see a bit more energy from the Lithuanian driver here in terms of that, because you just generate so much energy hard on the throttle, 550 horsepower, then slow this 1.2 ton car down, and you can generate so much heat that way. It's actually, I'd rather be going a bit slower as we see the United Arab Emirates leave in their Porsche GT3.
Now, for Lithuania, it was a 158 before, just by way of a guide. It was a 153 for the UAE in the Porsche, so there was quite a gap between them. And Navikauskas now is the driver who is going to set that benchmark time for us as the Audi wriggles its way up towards the end of the lap, generating tyre temperature all the time. There's not much weaving going on, but he is trying to, as best he can, put warmth into the tyres. He's been a top 3 finisher in touring cars in the Baltic Trophy. He's also won, and did you ever know there was such a thing, of twice he's won, in fact, the 1,006 kilometres of Palanga.
It is one of my favourite races to watch. I turned it on almost by accident once, and I saw these GT3 cars racing around a motorway environment using junctions as corners, service station as the pits, and it was brilliant. I got hooked to it. I watched about 4 hours straight, I think, as we see the United Kingdom leave. They are going to be leaving turn number 1, I think, as Lithuania come into shot now, so potentially Darren's got to keep an eye on his mirror there, not to impede Lithuania on their first push.
Right. Bear in mind, a 58 is a slow lap, but that's the guide of what they did earlier on. So our first time is going to come from Lithuania, and fair play to Darren Lung. He doesn't just get out of the way, he virtually parks the car. So the rest of this lap is his to own, his to work, his to get the warmth in the tyres. But for Lithuania, Elemantas Nevikauskas now is on the money. Are the tyres warm enough? Well, we're going to see the sectors. Really, he's going to go purple everywhere because he's the first man, but it's purples after that for the subsequent drivers that are going to be more relevant. It's still a little bit tippy-toey, isn't it?
You can hear the wheel spin coming up as well, so traction control struggling to harness that car backwards. Yeah, we're a good 7.5, 8 seconds off our ultimate in sector 1. You can see the car pushing, going through the gears. Is he flat? Let's listen into the engine. Sounded pinned through T7, so confidence there at high speed. The downforce that Antonio was talking about to Jasmine Jafar, so good in these GT3 cars. So as you get above 100 kilometers an hour, it exponentially grows that downforce grip, and it really gives you a lot of confidence.
Nevikauskas is under investigation for his pit exit time. If he didn't leave within the 10 seconds allowed, then that may well be a penalty brewing up. So Elemantas Nevikauskas, the regulations are quite clear. You're given a start time, and that's the UAE in the gravel. So he understeered off there, didn't he, in the qualifying session, Saif Alameri, and the UAE in the gravel. That, I fear, would be a red flag. There's a yellow flag being shown. They're going to give him time possibly to try to dig the car out. The one decent thing about wet gravel, no, red flag. I was going to say it compacts and sometimes you can reverse out. Well, what does that do? Because Nevikauskas has had a lap. I'll go to my regulations in a minute, but here, Joe, coming up, a replay of how the UAE got it into the gravel. It's at turn 2 again, but you can see the 11's on the line, the witness marks. He's had a big lockup, presumably.
Yeah, that shouldn't happen. We said about it in qualifying earlier, didn't we, that he didn't turn in because it looked like he felt like it was locked up, but the ABS has either been turned off or has failed. Watch him hit the brakes, front's just locking fully, and as a driver, it is impossible in a modern GT car to feel it. The cars are designed from the ground up to have ABS, so the brake master cylinders are so powerful that it just doesn't give you any feel as a driver through the brake pedal. So the first time you know you're locked up is you either see the smoke or you realise the car's not turning, and there isn't enough time to then release the brake pedal to get those front wheels rotating and able to turn in. So yeah, I'd love to know why the ABS wasn't working, but it definitely wasn't.
Should a red flag take place during Superpole, the following principles will apply. I won't bore you with all of them. All cars must return to the pit lane. Cars which have finished their first flying lap,
which no one did,
which was Nevikauskas, because he got across the line. He's been given a lap time. He will be able to do 1 flying lap, but not 2.
I say no, he didn't, because I thought Race Control did a very good job throwing the red before he got to the line, but maybe...
he's crossed the line twice, so he must have done an outlap and 1 flyer.
Yeah.
He's been shown as doing 2 laps.
I just thought the red flag normally neutralises the timing to stop drivers trying to get to the finish as the red comes out, but... yeah, I think he's the one that's been hard done by the most. I can't remember in my short memory of a red flag during a Spa 24-hour Superpole. So this is quite new to all drivers and teams.
It is, isn't it? So he's under investigation anyway for the pit exit time. But Elemantas Nevikauskas having a 1:47.323. Now he's been given that time, but let's just see whether or not the lap should have been timed. There's the red flag. Yeah, so he comes up over the line and he actually lifts, doesn't he, before he gets to the timing beam. So he would argue, therefore, no, that lap shouldn't be counted and I should go again.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. Did everything perfectly there. Red lights were on early. Couldn't have made pit entry. I think I could see him think about it, but it probably would have caused an accident as we see the Porsche leaving the scene of his accident, so to speak. Not too much gravel coming out of it, but shaking it. Now, regulation-wise, can they carry on in the session because they have caused the red flag, and most series now have a regulation that if you are the cause of the red flag, you may not continue. So that might be their session done, and they're not going to get a chance to register a lap time in that number 7 United Arab Emirates Porsche. So yeah, that could be a tough start to the day. All cars are going to be back in pit lane in the next 40 seconds, and we're essentially going for a full restart. The timing screen now has been fully cleared, so we don't have any lap time. So I think Lithuania have been given back both opportunities to set a lap time with their 2 flying laps is how I would say it is looking currently.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the lap time was counted because the system just hadn't quickly enough completed the process of not counting that lap because he was so close to the beam. So he had been given the lap time, but you're right, it's all been reset and he will go again. So a 1:47.323 was with a big lift anyway. I'm just looking at the regulations to see whether the UAE car is going to be allowed back out, and it is not telling me that.
I guess it either will or won't be, won't it? And they'll find out that way. A nice detail I've just spotted on this car is actually on this side where we can see on the door is written in Arabic, and on the left-hand side written in English. So they're very accommodating to all the viewers at home there.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much common on most, isn't it? On one side, you've got the nation in the language of the country. So you'll have Germany on one side, Deutschland on the other, for example, and it's a kind of thing.
I've realised on day 3.
Yeah, well done. You're not here just for your looks, you know. So I'm impressed that you knew what it said in Arabic. Down the pit road comes Saif Al-Ameri then for the UAE. It might say go home Osborne, you never know. But Saif Al-Ameri causing this red flag, and now the team will say either you sit there and we'll go again, or forget it.
Yeah, there'll be communications between the teams, Director Race Control via the SRO app, just asking the question if they're not sure. If it's not in the regulation, you'd have to ask. It's definitely not worth just going out hoping for the best, because that might really peeve Race Control. We may even attract a penalty ahead of the race as we look down at that Porsche team getting to work, just speaking to the driver, maybe just checking where that ABS setting is. There will be lots of different settings allowed on that. Generally 12 settings of ABS on the Porsche, so and one of them being off, and maybe it just got flicked off in the interlude in between the sessions.
Now the UAE has been given a new start time. The first car will be out at 11:14. It's just gone 11:11. So the UAE has been put back in the list and not therefore withdrawn, if you like, not taken out. The regulations say if there is a red flag, all cars must return to the pit lane. It doesn't specify that if you are the cause, you don't go back out. It doesn't say you can go back out, but it doesn't say that you can't.
Not that there's your ABS error alarm. So it's one of the more common errors actually to get in a modern GT3 car, because the ABS is all done on wheel speed. Each corner of the car has a wheel speed sensor. If one of them falls over or fails, it fails and just turns off. And that's what we're seeing here. It just locks the fronts, car doesn't turn, and by the time we've realised it's too late to release the brake pedal. So maybe the alarm was on the dash, driver didn't quite spot it, but yeah, the reset process and those front tyres as well are going to be horrible to drive. I think that's why it was demonstrating with his hands there, and that won't be particularly pleasant to drive over the next couple of laps. But as a driver, it's always my job to cheat and not be sportsmanlike. But so if I cause a red flag in a super pole on my first fly, if I haven't had a very good sector, can I just cause a red flag and then reset and get 2 more laps every time?
The regulations do not say you can't go out again.
So at the end of every first fly, if I'm not happy with my lap, I cause a red flag.
Well, the UAE Porsche is going to go out at 11:15, plus or minus 10 seconds. So it's there. It's been given a start time. And hopefully there will be no such dramas second time around for Saif Al-Ameri. You've got the idea of this, though, now. You've got to push. And it is possible just to overstep the limits ever so slightly. Last one to go will be Ayhan Şengüven for Turkey. First one back out will be Lithuania, who does kind of gain an advantage. I know some of the temperature's gone out of the tyres, but at least he's had a look and a feel of the circuit.
Yep, he's got the hottest out of all of them. United Kingdom, the same as well, and Chinese Taipei as well were also out there. So slight advantage to those guys. Marginal gains, probably 5-10% warmer tyres than the cars that didn't get out at all before that red flag. Yeah, I think it's definitely a positive worth having in your back pocket.
So there is the Porsche, which lots of people sort of look at with a pointed expression. Drone up the pit lane, you can see there the Chinese Taipei, the Spain and Germany Mercedes AMGs, and the Turkey Porsche out of the Schumacher CLRT stable. It's a different Schumacher from the Formula 1 Schumacher family, but the CLRT bit, Cum-Ledegar Racing Team. And as a squad, they've had an incredibly busy season running Lamborghini Super Trofeo cars, running GT4 Alpines, running Carrera Cup, running Porsches in GT World Challenge Europe. Now this, the team has just taken on a huge amount and had some great results over the course of the year. It is 11, 14 and 15 seconds, and that's late out of the pit lane, isn't it? Because now it's 11, 14, 22. You've got 10 seconds to get out of the pit lane. They're late again.
Yeah, it's administration errors. It is stressful for the team at Spa. I know the engineers, it's their least favourite part of the weekend is having to deal with exit times in Superpole. But yeah, I'm trying to think of a legitimate reason why they might have got that wrong. But I guess you can go, at least they're consistent. That's twice now at the start of Superpole that they've missed their time slot. It isn't negatively affecting anyone apart from we've lost a bit of time of the session, but we should have plenty of time for everyone to get their lap in. Porsche is back out, so they've been allowed on their way. Hoping the ABS is now working. The drivers will always like to just check that little left foot brake just to give the brake a pump to make sure it feels all right, and then a hard stamp to make sure that the car is stopping in a timely manner.
Cars which cross the pit exit line before or after the time they should have left the pits will be given a penalty by the stewards, which will be equivalent to the time by which the car missed the window. So if you're 10 seconds late, you get 10 seconds added, 4 seconds late, 4 seconds, and so on. It will be equivalent to the time by which the car missed the window and will be added to the car's fastest lap. So if you're late out by 20 seconds, you're going to have 20 seconds added to your time. It's not 20 seconds from the time, it's the end of the window, which is 10 seconds, if you see what I mean. So you've got 10 seconds grace to get out. Anything over and above that is going to be added onto your lap time. Ultimately, it may not happen for our graphic in this because it will have to be ratified by the stewards. They'll have to check all the data, what is the clock right, so on and so on. But I think straight away Lithuania here is on the back foot.
Yeah, I can't wait to talk about that regulation at a dinner party. It was interesting and harsh in equal measures when...
an interesting one for you.
Relatively, I guess. That when we saw a jump start in the TCR race that only got a 5-second penalty, being 5 seconds late for your slot and attracting the same seems harsh to me, but what do I know?
I'm thinking. Navikauskas for Lithuania then, on track. Now he can push. This is the flying lap, the first flying lap. He almost got a flying lap in, didn't he, before? He was credited with it, but it shouldn't have been done. So Navikauskas now heads up towards the exit of 4 and 5. This little short straight. Car working hard. We're getting more warmth into the rubber as he accelerates around this lap. Of course, he's going to go purple, purple, purple on this lap because he's the first guy through the timing beam. On track, you've got, as you've seen, the Porsche of the UAE now starting a flying lap as well. So interesting to see whether it's going to be Audi or Porsche, whether it's going to be Lithuania or UAE doing purples.
Yeah, Lithuania's purple 2 seconds quicker than their first attempt, so it shows you more confidence, more grip coming from the track. Now it's getting to a drier and drier state, so it'll be interesting to see where that goes.
Lithuania, pit exit time under investigation.
Well done, David. Very exciting news for you and you only. Coming through into the final sector, through turn 13, flat all the way through. Where does he pick his braking point? A little early for me, just because the car wasn't fully straight. And I think we've got a bit more time there if we get a chance on this second lap to keep pushing. We're going to be breaking the beam. What's this going to be? Probably a 142, 143, 141.7. I think we're going to be about 8 seconds off by the time everyone's done their first lap.
But he should go quicker. Now for UAE, Alameri not as quick in sector 1. He's gone green, not purple. Really, every sector you do has got to be purple, hasn't it? It's got to be better than the guy before, or guys, it's got to be better than the lap before as well. And it's green and green for the UAE. This is Darren Leung then. He's heading to the end of the first sector for the United Kingdom. The second lap is going to be the one to look for now for Lithuania. So he has a 1 on the left of his graphic because that is his position. He's the only person from whom we've had a lap time, but that is going to change in a moment as the UAE comes up. Purple again for Lithuania. 141.7 to beat for Alameri. The UAE Porsche does a 142.207.
Yeah, I think Chinese Taipei going to beat that by the looks of it, but maybe going to catch them. I bet that UAE Porsche feels like it's holding onto a jackhammer. Those front tyres must be vibrating horribly.
Look at the United Kingdom. Darren Leung, absolute best sector 1, and Navikauskas has therefore not been able to do a purple in the first sector, and the Porsche's off again at the same corner. In and out of the gravel goes Saif Alameri. He is having a nightmare up at turn 2. Purple for Navikauskas in Sector 2. Darren Lung is in Sector 2 as well. And don't forget, Lung is doing purples on his first lap on cooler tyres than the Audi has got for Lithuania.
Yeah, he's doing a mega job. This is going to be a really good showing, especially by the time he gets to that second lap. Interesting to see why the Porsche struggling so much at turn 2. That's 3 times we've seen him really struggle to get the front of that car in. So I can only assume he's struggling with a braking reference as Lithuania finished their last lap, 138.9. Good to get sub-minute 140, but I think Darren here is probably going to be mid-136s, 137s, maybe. Where do we cross the line? 136.6. Great lap from Darren, and he's got one more to go.
He has, so he's quicker than anybody else on his first lap. So, yep, as the road dries, the road's getting quicker. He will go faster again. Saif Alameri has, because of that moment, gone slower in Sector 1. So his second lap is virtually an abandoned one. For Peter Yang for Chinese Taipei, first push lap, so he's going to go well in the first sector, but he's slower than others in the middle. So you kind of, with respect, ignore what's going to come from the Chinese Taipei Mercedes in terms of pole position. Another lock-up from Alameri. Don't forget, he's never raced GT3 before. This is all new. Is he going to get to the end of the lap? He is, but he's really not enjoyed this Super Pole competition. The lap time for the UAE is a slow one. It's a 1:46.359. So he will count his first lap. The Lithuania lap, that 1:38, he's going to have potentially a penalty added to it anyway. Right, what does Darren Lung do? 1:36.685 last time, and he's heading down to turn 11 here.
Yeah, I think he's on track for a 1:33 if we can keep the final part of the lap tidy on board with him. Now looking great, attacking the throttle hard, coming into turn 12 as we cut to Chinese Taipei, getting into the apex. Nice, coming out on back to Darren, T13, coming into the final corner. 2 purple sectors, 1 corner to go. Car looks great, balance looks nice. Can you get the car into the apex? Team United Kingdom happy, out he goes.
Up to the line, so the time he did on his first lap was a 1:36.6. It should be quicker, it looks quicker, and as he breaks the beam, it is quicker, a 1:34.488. Really good job done by United Kingdom's Darren Lung. 1:34.488. Jasmine Jafar, though, for Malaysia. He's pushing, look, green and purple.
Yeah, really good early pop as well. He's still got a lap to go after this one too. Bit of traffic in front. Is that going to affect him? Nice, way too wide out the last corner. That lap will be deleted to track limits, I'm sure, for Malaysia.
And the team manager of Lithuania being summoned to race control for the pit exit investigation. So I think he's banged to rights rather than being investigated. Peter Yang for Chinese Taipei, heading up towards the end of a second lap.
He's on wet tyres, I'm pretty sure, from what I can see from the outside there. So they've obviously thought they're not going to get the heat in.
That's Malaysia, Jasmine Jafar in the gravel. That's going to be another red, isn't it? That's at turn 1. So Jasmine Jafar has dropped it. And look, Danny Juncadella had done 2 purples, but I fear the red flag is coming. Can Danny Juncadella get across the line? No! Red flag comes out, and straight to the pit lane comes Juncadella. He will be furious.
We saw Malaysia run wide out the last corner. They trumped that into turn 1. That is a big lose. My guess and prediction of why, I think we've probably got greedy on the way in. We've slung out to the right-hand side to use the pit exit to open up turn 1, which has held the water for a longer time. You can see the painted area there, wetter, and I reckon the rear has come round very quickly on that Lamborghini. And you can see it's probably skipped through the gravel, then dived in. That car's going to be full of gravel, and because he's started his second flyer, I believe that is going to be his session done. He's not going to be allowed back out because he is on his second lap in the gravel. I'll let you read the regulations, David, to enlighten us and enthrall us.
No, because you'll only be rude to me again, so I'm not going to bother now. You can keep guessing yourself. I'll keep it as my little bit of information. Darren Lung heading back to the pit lane. He had done both of his laps and has gone fastest thus far, but yeah, Jasmine Jafar is so far off the road, he's almost having to pay to get back in, isn't he, there? Let's try and piece it all together, assuming it was being greedy with the throttle, not some sort of failure. But look in the background, he's lost it as he comes into shot. That's a big, big moment. So maybe got onto the wetness just on the paint coming into turn 1.
Yeah, I think you're totally right, because the way it came back in real fast. Yeah, a couple 100 kilometres an hour, I think, as he came into shot. But yeah, I wonder if there's a bit of splitter damage there. Can you see on the right corner, it looks like a chunk's been taken out of it. It's definitely not symmetrical, is it? So I think some damage to that car. So even if they are allowed back out, was it just covered by gravel? Actually, I think it's in so deep. The gravel has actually covered the front of that carbon fibre splitter. But yeah, there's going to be quite a few kilos of gravel inside that Lamborghini.
Right, Jafar was on his first flying lap. He had just started a flying lap. So he'd done his out lap, but he had not done a time. So the red flag halts the session again. This is rapidly becoming the world's longest qualifying session as the Lamborghini is dragged rather unceremoniously out of the gravel. That's the bit where the team looking at the television pictures shout in horror, isn't it? Thinking, don't hurt my car, don't do any more damage to it.
Yeah, especially backwards as well, because none of the components, bodywork, aerodynamic-wise, are meant for it. So Darren is done, isn't he? He did his 2 flyers,
yes.
And that is why he is pole, and he's done a good job. Juncadella didn't get that lap in, but at least gets both bites at it still. There's going to be a lot of head scratching on from teams here of what they've got left, what they can do, what the teams want to do with tyre pressures, for example. So, yeah, considering we've never had one in Spa, a red flag, the teams, drivers, struggling these conditions, this pressure. I think it's a mixture of a few factors as the car finally makes it back to terra firma.
I'm laughing because poor old Jasmine Jafar has had his lap time and next lap time cancelled turn 14 for track limit offences. I don't think they can do him for turn 1, but the poor bloke, so he ran wide coming onto the pit straight, and it's the current and next lap at turn 14, because obviously you run wide there, you get all the momentum for the next lap, so you do a good one that you're finishing, and it helps you for the next one, but it's all a bit academic anyway, seeing that he then plunged into the gravel.
Yeah, he was second, wasn't he, with the lap that he lost with the track limits. But, yeah, that's efficient as we see the car pull away, dropping gravel everywhere. I assume he's going to drive backwards into pit exit. I assume that's what the marshals... No, they've told him to turn all the way around, so we've got to do a full lap here, probably 3.7 kilometres still to do, spraying gravel all the way around this circuit. Drivers will be looking at this, just seeing as they attack for the first couple of goes they get it, is it going to be affected by some force majeure gravel? You can hear it dropping out, can't you, and see it now as well. It's
rockery, anybody?
Yeah, slippery, and even for later on, if a car runs off, could that go through someone's radiator? There's a lot of aggregate being dropped.
Well, so far, United Kingdom has provisional pole position, and Darren Lung, the driver, is with Antonia.
Darren, one of the few people who managed to get a full lap in there. Congratulations on provisional pole.
Yeah, rule 1, keep it on track, I guess. that's all you can really do in these conditions. Just wear the tyres hard as you can, and then just try and get a lap in and see where you're at. The track is now fully dry, I'd say. There's only a few spots that are a bit damp. So yeah, I'd love to give it another go now, but you know, I've got my laps in, and yeah, fingers crossed for a bit of rain.
Would you say that those wet patches are the main challenge on a circuit like this in these conditions? Because we've seen some people struggle with getting the tyres up to temperature.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously it's quite cool today as well. So just getting heat in the tyres is quite tricky because everybody only gets the one prep lap. So yeah, for sure, it's tricky for everyone.
And if you do manage to start on pole position, it's a very short race, obviously, a sprint race. How will you manage to stay there?
Don't know. We'll figure that out later on.
Good luck, thank you.
Not something we planned for.
Darren Lung being pretty self-deprecating. Bearing in mind he's a bronze driver, really. He's taking on manufacturer factory pros here. That's quite something. But he's a very shiny bronze, is Darren Lung. He has done a huge amount of racing this year, and he's been a very fast learner, never mind being a very fast driver.
Yeah, in a real short time. And another one of those Ginetta students and graduates that's gone all the way through. Obviously, British manufacturer Ginetta, a huge racing scene in the United Kingdom, and give her a great platform for amateurs like Darren with zero racing experience to get into motorsport and then go all the way to the heady heights of the highest available GT World Challenge, FIA World Endurance Championship. It's been a meteoric rise for Darren Lung.
There is Finn Wiebelhaus, who is one of the young guns, burgeoning talent in GT racing. He's had a sensible year, really. He's quietly gone on with a domestic championship and is yet to sort of go, if you like, onto a fully international platform up until this weekend, where he's adapted very nicely indeed.
Yeah, seeing Chinese Taipei talking there, the engineer and the driver, just probably talking about the choice on tyres. They're happy enough with their job, but yeah, I think they're the only car that went on wet. So just listen to that. It's pound coins, euros, dollars falling out. There'll be a fair bit of damage underneath that car, I would have thought, to the floor, the diffuser. Putting a bit of fuel in it, so they think they're going again, would be my cue. Also quite interesting to put fuel in during qualifying. Yeah. For every series I've raced in, when I read the regulations like you do with excitement, there is no refueling permitted mid-session. From a legality perspective, it stops people going to fumes, etc., etc. So if you could just check that for me, David, that would be very helpful.
Happy to help.
Thank you, thank you. But yeah, Lamborghini taking the front tyres off, checking for any damage. You sometimes get the stones in between the brake caliper and the wheel. The gap is very tight, but a stone can sometimes just go in between those two components and then foul the inside of the wheel and score the alloy so much you can actually wear all the way through the metal, and eventually it gives you a relatively lively puncture because the metal is no longer there to stop the air going. So you can hear the mechanics say, I'm going to take it off. Let's have a look. It'd be good if we can see the inside of that tyre. You can see those tyre score marks. You see the silver marks, the circular disc motion there has been cutting through. They don't look too bad, but as a driver, I'd rather not see it and the team just tell me it's okay, to be honest, on that one.
Would you like to know what the regulations say?
Please, I'm waiting. That's why I paused.
Refueling is not permitted.
So I was right.
No fuel can be added during qualifying.
Oh, we make a great team, don't we? Don't we?
So you're not meant to refuel, but they have. The one lap that he'd done initially was done for track limits. Then he calls the red flag, but he's going to go back out again. And then the stewards for the GT Sprint, headed by very experienced race official Richard Norbury, will go through the regulations and the FIA code and everything else and work out what can be done and what should be done. But first of all, we need to get the session back underway. Pit exit will go green at 11:32, and the start time for the United Kingdom, for who's going to go out first? Well, Malaysia will be 11:34, won't it, if they're going to allow him back out. So the pit lane will be open in about a minute.
Yeah, and the Marshall...
Chinese Taipei did 2 laps, but we need Malaysia question mark, Spain to do 2, Germany to do 2, and Turkey to do 2. Sorry to talk over you, Joe.
No, you're right. Chinese Taipei just got it in, didn't they? Spain didn't get any in, and Malaysia were on their second when they caused the red. So are they allowed to go for that second like United Arab Emirates were because it was on their first?
I would say they are allowed to go again, in the same way that the UAE was allowed back out.
But for only one shot at it.
Yes.
So you get 1 out lap, 1 push, rather than 1 out, 2 push, because they did their first, but lost it to track limits.
Yeah, if you cause the red on your out lap, you get both.
The nice bit was that Jafar with Malaysia was about to lose both his laps with 1 track limit at T14. That second lap he went off wasn't going to count. So by causing the red flag, he's now given himself a chance to get a lap time that would have counted, because he was about to have 0 laps counted out of his 2 from 1 track limit at T14.
I don't suppose you can count a lap either side of a red flag, can you?
No,
because there isn't really any benefit, because you've been in the gravel and you've also been in the pits in the meantime. Anyway, the clock is ticking on down. There are only 19 more minutes of Super Pole left.
Good.
And only 4 cars to go. Malaysia, Spain, Germany, Turkey. And the pit exit is now green. So Malaysia have got just over a minute plus the 10 seconds of the window to be out on track.
They've obviously been busy sorting the car. Hopefully that they've had that communicated to them. It looks like the car controller there in front of the last car towards pit exit is ready. So they should be ready to go. So hopefully the car will fire up shortly and will carry on its way. And hopefully we don't get the 3rd red flag of this short qualifying session.
Just define short for me, will you? Right, so it is going to be Malaysia at the front of the queue, ready to go, and their pit exit time for Malaysia is 11:34. It is 11:33 and 40 seconds. So they now need to get the engine fired up. The car controller, looking at his watch, will hopefully release the car within the appropriate 10 seconds to get it down the pit lane. The fans enjoying themselves, even if they've got an empty track to look at the moment, but they're going to see cars with GT stars at the wheel back out on track to determine the pointy end of the grid. Right, Malaysia on the way, and the car goes over the pit exit line, bang on 11:34, so that was very nicely timed.
Must make you very happy that. So he's just going past the scene of his crime. You can see the tyre marks all the way from turn-in to apex, now across the shot into the gravel where he just got pulled out. So we've now got some time to build some tyre temperatures, but again, I think they'll be quite flat-spotted. They were rotating a small amount as we were going backwards, but yeah, this is going to be hard for Jasmine Jafar here from Malaysia to set a lap time that I think he would actually be happy with in hindsight.
So Jasmine Jafar to do a lap time, but of course the veracity of the lap is up for grabs, isn't it? Because with that refueling question mark, nothing has yet come up saying that's under investigation. We're kind of jumping ahead of ourselves here, but we saw the fuel go in. The regulations say you can't, but anyway, it's not for us to apply penalties. The gravel's still spinning out the back of the car. So that could be another one that doesn't really feature on the grid. This will, though. This is Spain. This is Daniel Junqueira. And even though he's not been here, what did he say, for 13 seasons? Welcome back. And can he crown all of that with pole?
Yeah, he's got a good chance. Great package underneath him. As we look at the Lamborghini, almost Dick Dastardly style, wasn't it? Dropping gravel behind it for all its competitors to slip upon. It should be fully clear by the end of this lap. But yeah, tentative outlap from Jafar. Not really much weaving going on. Possibly just starting to feel the car. Is it okay after that excursion? He did have that in-lap to check, but yeah, until you really push, you won't know as a driver.
Yeah, Jasmine Jafar for an outlap. He's being ever so circumspect here, isn't he? Only now, as he comes out of turn 12, I would say, does he pull the pin. But the rest of the lap had been so cautious, possibly making sure there wasn't any gravel in any awkward place. But this still doesn't look like he's absolutely committed, does it, to turn 14? It looks as though he's going to have one lap and just make the best of it, really, but it doesn't, to the eye, look like a mega committed exit from turn 14. Again, he may not have the confidence in the car. You know, we've talked about him going off, but he may not have felt it was his error. He may have felt there was something in the car that did that, so maybe there's just that hesitation, that lack of confidence in the machine.
Yep, agreeing there. You can see the cars lurch under braking as well as he tried to use that painted area to open up the corner. Just think it doesn't have as much grip, so there's an imbalance right to left on the car. The right wheel's not having as much grip, and then the left wheel is gripping really well, so giving a bit of a strange sensation to the driver, but also the ABS working overtime not to create an issue like he had earlier on.
Right, so Jasmine Jafar doing a personal best, understandably, because he's nothing to gauge against, with his first lap time being taken off him for track limits. Danny Junqueira then goes through and starts a flying lap. Now you're back on board with Malaysia. This is Jasmine Jafar, and he's still having to fight the car a little bit.
I can still hear gravel pinging out as well. It seems to take forever to come out through the chicane. Can he brake very early, 10 metres earlier than we've been seeing on these onboards across this GT field? Out of the corner into T12. Is he going to sweep across? Junqueira goes purple in sector 1. There is Junqueira. This is going to be a fast lap if we can keep this pace up.
In a way, that second red flag has helped the last three to go, hasn't it? Because the road has been drying while they've been sitting in the pits. As here comes Malaysia, Jasmine Jafar down towards turn 14. He's up the curb. Remember, anything in the 134s, 35s is good at the minute. And it's a 33, 34, 35 as he goes across the line. That's second fastest, 135, 357.
Junqueira now through sector 2, 2 seconds up on Darren Lung's fastest lap at the moment. So where's this going to put them? Is this going to go sub 32? I think it possibly would. I think pole still could be a low 31. Junqueira still one more lap to go, of course, to improve on this lap time that we're about to set.
And of course he had a look at the track earlier on his way up towards the red flag, so his first lap time is going to be a 31, 131.918 then. That's fastest so far by 2.5 2.5 seconds. Danny Juncadella is the fastest. Now you've got Finn Wiebelhaus, and he's doing exactly what he has to do, and that is go purple.
Purple, perfect, lovely start to his second day here at the FIA Motorsport Games, sweeping out wide, confident over the curbs. You can see how much later he's braking than Jafar there. He was past the apex curb of turn 10 before he brakes really nice and tight as well. Using the road on exit, was that legal? I'll let race control that. Open up 12, use the curb on the inside, don't dip a wheel in the gravel on exits. Follow the shortest distance round 13, then release the lock. Try and get a straight line for 14 breakdown. Slight lock up there. Interesting, just a puff of smoke from the Mercedes. Legal at 14 as he blasts to the line.
Right, so Danny Juncadella's time is the one Wiebelhaus is aiming for. It's a 1:31.918. He's going to do a 1:31.652. Fastest for Germany, 1 minute 31.652. Ayhan Guven, Team Turkey on track. Juncadella on his second flying lap, and purple.
About to come through sector 2 now. Not an improvement, still up overall though, so this could be enough just a bit. We were wide there. Do you hear him have to breathe out of the throttle because he would have been wide into 14 now. Straighten the wheel, hard on the brakes, release the brake once you're happy, pick the throttle up if you're not going to run wide, straighten the car up, balance look good. What's he got?
31.9 his own best, 31.6 to beat, and Danny Juncadella will cross the line. 31.4, that's pole position. Danny Juncadella 1:31.435. Ayhan Guven is on his first flying lap. Finn Wiebelhaus is on his second. So Guven had gone quick, but Wiebelhaus better still. Guven's first flying lap is going to put him where? He needs to be in the low 31s. It's a 1:31.5. He's gone second fastest.
So we're waiting on 2 more lap times. One for Wiebelhaus coming up, hopefully for him in around 24 seconds. Guven, one more chance as well. Coming through sector 2, this is good at the moment. Nearly a 10th and a half up to take pole position. Car skipping over the curb. Titanium skid blocks on the Mercedes, always dramatic. Kicking sparks out of the back of the car into the last corner. Keep it legal, Germany. What's it looking like? Track limits okay. Pushing to the line. 1:30.14 to beat.
Can he do it then? Up to the timing line comes Finn Wiebelhaus, a 31.2 pole position. 1:31.240, fastest for the moment, because Ayhan Guven is still on track. Guven is now third, bearing in mind he's relying on his first lap time. What does the Delta tell you?
It's green at the moment. I can't actually read because of the contrast. I need a black number, please, Porsche, against that green box. I can see it's green, so it's good. We can see it's green from his sector. This is the last lap to be posted.
But green is not good enough. That needs to be purple. So he's got to dig deep in the middle sector and go purple here. Ayhan Guven does go purple. This should, therefore, be a lot more promising now for pole position. He's wide at 12. He's up the curb. Ayhan Guven, then, absolute Porsche specialist, has got really one more corner to go. This long left. It tightens. He'll then pull the pin. Now, coming onto the pit straight, the time he's got to try to beat is a 1:31.240. Up to the timing line he comes. It's 30.943 for pole position. Ayhan Guven, 1 minute 30.943. We've saved the best till last. The best time of the session on the very last car across the line. 1 minute 30.943, 0.297 of a second quicker than anybody else. Brilliant lap, and it didn't start quite as well as it could.
No, not a purple, but it did finish with 2 purple sectors there for Team Turkey. Com Ledegaard there, the team owner, team manager in the garage, looked not best pleased. I think he obviously expected it from his star driver, Ayhan Guven, the Turk, doing a mega job for Team Turkey. Pole position for the sprint race later this afternoon.
So the majority of drivers, as you would anticipate, doing their better time on the second lap, with the exception of the UAE. And Ayhan Guven making his way back round to the pit lane. Well, we were looking forward to that, and when it finally got going for those real stars, those manufacturer pros, if you like, and the faster of the silver drivers, that was well worth the wait, wasn't it? Brilliant laps by Juncadella, Wiebelhaus and Guven. So, pole position for Turkey, but there are no medals there.
No, it only gives you the best starting position. Still work to be done in the race, and the gaps are tight, aren't they? Especially between the top 3. So I think we've got a really good 3-car battle for the medals this afternoon. Big shout out to Team United Kingdom. First graded bronze driver there in 4th overall. Darren Long in front of Jafar, obviously with his issues. So there's going to be some good racing all the way down this field.
So Ayhancan then for Turkey bringing the car under the drone back towards the pit lane, and he'll perhaps be on the radio now to the team. They'll be telling him where he needs to bring the car, whether it's to a scrutineering area, whether it's back to the garage. They'll be talking about the lap. Ayhancan will be reflecting upon that, no doubt, and thinking, great, that's the easy part done. Now I've got a 40-minute race to come. So well done to Turkey. Provisional pole position. Let's look at the results then at the end of Superpole to determine the order of the grid. Turkey from Germany, Spain third from the United Kingdom and Malaysia, Lithuania sixth from Chinese Taipei, and then the UAE. Ayhancan outpacing Finn Wiebelhaus and then Danny Junkadea. Darren Lung fourth from Jasmine Jafar, then Arimantas Navikauskas from Peter Yang and Saif Alameri. But that is a provisional classification because we know there's a question mark over Lithuania for the pit exit and Malaysia as well for the refueling that we saw in the pits as well. But it is pole position for Team Turkey. Ayhancan the fastest then, 0.297 of a second up. And again, that top three covered by under half a second. The GT Sprint is going to be a really good battle. And that will be coming up at 3 o'clock local time, that 40-minute race. So 3 p.m. local time for GT Sprint with Turkey, Germany and Spain fighting over the medals.
Teams pushing the cars back into their positions, and they effectively go into the parc fermé condition straight away, so teams can't work on them, can't touch them. Just to make sure everything is to legality, the FIA will check that in the post-session scrutineering and make sure that the cars adhere to all the homologation papers, just as they should.
Indeed so, and Ayhancan there, the Red Bull sponsored athlete, will be very happy with that. He'll still be on the radio with the engineers. They'll just be reflecting on any information required. Germany's car rumbles down the pit lane because now that the session is over, they go down the pit lane, not back on track, but around the back so they can go into the garages, the way the garages are turned around. Right, number 71, Lithuania, has a penalty for being late out of the pit lane. It is of 16.6 seconds then.
Interesting.
Superpole for GT Sprint was a twice interrupted affair, but Lithuania was first out a little bit late in fairness, and straight away race control was on the case. A time was offered up, but as the United Arab Emirates Porsche found itself in the gravel, our first red flag flew. The circuit's still slippery, and that would catch out one or two over the course of the Superpole, where two flying laps determined a lap time. So it meant the UAE would be 8th in the times, 7th Chinese Taipei, 6th Lithuania, but a penalty brewing. The United Kingdom would be 4th, Darren Lung having been fastest for a time, but ultimately being ahead of Jasmine Jafar, who caused the second red flag by going off into the gravel down at turn 1. The car was dragged out. He did do a lap time, and 5th quickest then in the end for Malaysia. Jasmine Jafar not looking overly confident on his push lap to get the tyres up to temperature. But then the fight for pole really began, and Danny Junkadea was the first one to take up attention. Team Spain would net 3rd. Team Germany would net 2nd. Finn Wiebelhaus bringing his car through briefly the quickest, but in the end, pole position would go the way of Ayhancan for Team Turkey. Fastest in the Porsche by 0.297 of a second. And for GT Sprint, a 40-minute race, it will begin with Turkey on pole position.
Neil, today feels like one big party. Today is just all about dancing and medals and celebrations.
It's amazing.
I'm here for it. Are you here for it?
Yeah, I'm finding it hard to work out whether I listen to that guy or to you, because he's
we are on the screens. Hi, us. It's great vibes today, isn't it?
So we're like halfway through the last day of the FIA Motorsport Games 2024. Let's have a look at the scores on the doors. So Spain are currently leading with 4 gold medals. Remember, it's the nation with the most gold medals that wins this event, just like the Olympics.
It looks like it might be a home victory. Spain did predict that. I heard from the team themselves. They were confident that they were going to take this home. Currently Italy on 2nd and Germany on 3rd. Strongly followed by Brazil, so it's a close race to those top 3 spots.
But we have got a couple of race race events that are going to give gold medals coming up. We've got the Formula 4 race coming up in about 15 minutes, which will give us potentially a different gold medalist. And we're now going to watch the karting slalom final, which will give us a gold medalist as well. So that could shake up the top of the table.
I think it's time to look at the karting slalom where medals were up for grabs. So let's have a look here. Competing are the two strongest nations, which are very well known for karting slalom. So karting slalom, not karting slalom, karting slalom, Germany and Hungary in the final here. So this is the drone view where you can see really nicely this, this perspective, this karting slalom, which is quite tricky, honestly. When you're there watching it, it's quite interesting to see how precise they're going through. I think both teams started off really strongly here.
Yeah, so this was really tight. By this point, quite often, it's almost a dead rubber, but they were very, very close between Germany and Hungary. And the thing to look out for here is that the course is a mirror of, one side is a mirror of the other. They're riding in Sodicart RSX2 e-karts. They're electric karts. Karts are identical, and each team fields a male driver and a female driver, and they both have the same amount of track time. And so the courses, as you can see, are mirroring each other. So what we have here is the final, which is between Germany, Maya Braun and Louis Stanger, and Hungary, which is Anna Benedek and Molnar Balázs Sturcs.
Yeah, and I spoke to some of them throughout this weekend, and they were saying it's really great that they are all sat in the same kart. In the end, it's really down to skill and the circuit. I guess the circuit also fits some drivers better than others, but these teams are very well known for their karting slalom skills, and it's only been recently that other nations have come to catch up. But it's no surprise to anyone that Hungary and Germany are in the final here.
Yeah, Germany were the winners last time out in 2022. Hungary on the right-hand side, they're a little bit behind, but the key thing here is you get a 3-second penalty for touching any of the cones. So you could be way ahead, clip a cone and drop way back.
And I think that was the case as well when Hungary set the fastest lap. They were 50 seconds, took 50-second fastest lap, but then the second lap up was a penalty, unfortunately. We're seeing it here. So one cone fell over, which is an added 3 seconds to the lap time, which obviously makes a huge difference in a quick circuit like that, whether you have 50 seconds on the clock or then a penalty added 53 seconds.
But the key thing here to remember is that these are, they're choosing the karting slalom over kart racing. So it's a different skill set on their progress up into single-seaters, circuit racing. And of course later we will have the final of the auto slalom, which is for adults, and that is in a Hyundai SUV. So this discipline is very important at the FIA Motorsport Games, but also for these kids, for their development as racing drivers, because the skill required to go as fast as you can without hitting the cones is essential for the precision that their future in circuit racing will require.
And it is really cool how it's being set up here. So when you're standing by the track and you see it on the left-hand side and then the circuit mirrored on the right-hand side, it gets really intense because you can literally see where the karts are at the moment, and then you can have the direct comparison to the nation opposite and you can see who's leading. But it's not always telling who's in front because you have to get out of there in a clear way without touching the cones, without smashing into the cones, to avoid penalties and get your lap time as low as possible.
So this is the very, very final race, and what we've had so far is this now is between Louis Stanger on the left for Germany, who is the boy, and on the right it is the Hungarian Anna Benedek. So their partners have already gone. So at this point they're about to get back into the start line.
And there is the high five and the jump out of the car. That's what we like to see. Honestly, the emotions are very high, well deserved. It was a close race. It was not at all obvious which nation was going to take this one home, but Germany landed the gold medal in the end.
Yeah, gold medal for Germany, which we will update the medal table with shortly. But that was really good because coming into that, the Hungarians looked stronger right up until that last race. So in a way, the Germans pipped them at the post.
Yeah, fantastic reception from the teams here, and I think we should definitely try and get in there and speak to them.
Okay, why don't you go in German?
Herzlichen Glückwunsch, ihr habt die Medaille für Deutschland. Wie fühlt ihr euch? Wie war der letzte Durchlauf?
Ich komme überhaupt gerade nicht klar. Ich bin so erleichtert. Die letzte Runde hat sich angefühlt wie ein Fiebertraum. Es war einfach nur, die Gedanken waren einfach nur, bring's jetzt nach Hause. Und es hat geklappt. Und ich bin so erleichtert, ein Riesenstein ist gerade von meinem Herzen gefallen.
Manchmal ist es ja so, dass man mit dem Adrenalin alles vergisst. Ist jetzt gerade alles weg oder bist du noch hochkonzentriert?
Oh, ich glaube, bei mir ist alles gerade weg, weil ich bin einfach so erleichtert, dass wir es jetzt endlich fertig haben und dass wir es auch wirklich geschafft haben.
Jetzt dürft ihr feiern und es genießen, oder?
Auf jeden Fall, und das machen wir auch.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch und ganz viel Spaß. So they both said they're completely overwhelmed. They were absolutely excited, and he was saying the last round felt like a fever dream. So he just has to take a breather, chill. And she was also saying she's just forgot what happened. They're super excited, and they were like, we just have to bring it home. Und sie haben es geschafft. They brought it home to Germany. I'm very proud of them. So that is obviously great for me to see my home nation win. They were so excited, and there they are getting their gold medals, well deserved, closely followed by Hungary and the Netherlands on the podium as well.
So another medal. They keep on coming on today's gold rush here at the FIA Motorsport Games, but Germany get another gold medal.
It's an interesting day because, like you say, the medals keep coming in, and that medal table has to be updated constantly.
Very, very exciting. And look how cool it must be, 14, 15, 16-year-olds to win a medal for their nation and to take the plaudits of the crowd.
Reckon that's apple juice in there? It's hopefully not champagne. That was wonderful to watch. I think we should go back into some live action. We're going to go from something that is a junior category to something else that is a junior category off the circuit, and we're going to land on off-road action.
Yeah, so the place where the cross kart is happening is in the Aspar circuit, which is a new complex about 15 kilometers away from here. And the cross kart track has been really quite gnarly. It it was very muddy, very, very slippery, the perfect conditions to learn your craft. If you choose not to use asphalt as your stepping stone to the higher categories, the cross car is the best way to learn how to control a car. If you want a career, like Sebastian Loeb or Carlos Sainz Sr. in rallying, let's have a look at that.
Sometimes it has paid off, some of the times not so much, unfortunately. But this time around, I think, unfortunately for Mikel Erska, is a little bit too far from the Spanish leader to try anything of late in the last lap. So that means victory number 2 in as many semi-finals for Hugo Fortes, who crosses the line and celebrates already, trying to stay on the racing line. But Hugo Fortes from Spain winning once again on home soil. That's 2 semi-finals in the bag for Hugo Fortes. That means that we'll see more of the Spanish driver up into the final 8. Well done to Hugo Fortes. We have our first finalist in the mini category. The second one, well, we're going to have to wait for the second confrontation between Ava Cabral and Merel Ostra. But once again, well done to Hugo Fortes, who has been certainly one of the top names of the mini category, confirming once again that he will be the one to beat, and will be the one to beat until the very end of this competition. Ava Cabral and Meryl Okstra, Canada against the Netherlands. This is the opposition for the last of the 4 semi-finals of the mini category as part of the cross-car competition in the FIA Motorsport Games. Ladies and gents, we have our first finalist in the category for the final 8 with the young driver from Spain, Hugo Fuertes. 2 victories out of 2 in the semi-final, and who will get up to that final 8 to try to give him a hard time into that last race of them all. Will it be Cabral with 1 win under a name? Will it be Ostra with 1 more chance to switch things around, maybe? If she's able to take the win with the fastest lap, faster than the best lap of Ava Cabral in the semi-final before, well, there could be a chance for Ostra to get herself up into that final. Still, if it's not happening the way she wants, she will get 1 more race to go through the final B with 1 medal up for grab, the bronze medal for 3rd place. That's, of course, the least we wish for her. Let's see about the battles, as we have 1 or 2 drivers onto the pre-grid waiting for the second one. I do hope that everything is going according to plan into the background, behind the scenes. And for those of you who were not aware, but while in the junior and the senior everybody has its own car, the mini category being very much a new project, a new class added for the first time in the FIA Motorsport Games. This has been created from scratch in the space of months to have those new buggies aligned for the competition, bringing a new open door to the world of off-road racing to the youngsters. Well, and because of that, we only have 4 cars for 14 drivers. And you might wonder, well, how does that work? Well, basically, they're switching from from one driver to the other, playing with those 4 cars, which means also that they're being put under a lot of pressure in terms of technical and mechanical pressure, because that's a lot of races, only 4 cars, sometimes a lot of repairs needed just to maintain them in a racing state until the end. Now, might be one of the reasons why we're still missing a driver. I do hope that the buggy is still up for racing, but we have 1 of the 2 onto the grid, and let's see when the front row will be complete with both Ava Cabral and Meryl Okstra for the last semi-final on schedule today, as we're going to take a short break and we'll be back just after this.
Thanks to the team over at the cross-car track. While we wait for that to get underway, let's bring you some drifting action. Amazing, obviously completely not caring like the slalom guys did about whether they hit a cone or not, but they will get penalized. Some superb action here in the Nissan 240 SX and the BMW E92. Representing Brazil is Rafael Marinho and Nasser Al-Harbi Urias for El Salvador, and the drifting has been one of the standout events here at the FIA Motorsport Games 2024, and it's all about the style and the sideways and the proximity and making sure you hit the zones properly. So some of those cross-car mini drivers might choose to progress to drifting because a lot of the same skills of being able to do a Scandinavian flick, throw the car sideways, drop the clutch and spin it around are the same skills that you need for drifting. And here you have Argentina versus the UK. Rodrigo Gallo in the BMW E36 M3. And Louis Edwards in the other BMW, slightly different chassis, the E36 Coupe. Warming up the tyres in the background, doing donuts, filling the arena with smoke is exactly what drifting is all about. So Peter Dumbrek here, racing legend, and of course got a very important job, driver standards stewards.
Advisor, yes, that's right, yeah. Yeah, so basically I sit with the stewards. I'm not officially a steward, but I sit with them and guide them in directions when there's an incident on track and two drivers come together or a driver makes a mistake, or then I give a driver's point of view, what happened there and what I think should happen. And at the end of the day, the decision is made by the stewards, but I'm there just to kind of give them a helping hand. And I think it's a service that's put across most of motorsport now. It's more and more with Formula 1, Formula 2, Formula 3. Now GT I'm doing this weekend, and single make Ferrari Challenge. So yeah, it's an interesting side. You'd almost say that I've gone from poacher to gamekeeper.
We were just watching some drifting there. I mean, to get your sort of clinical circuit racing head around how they have to throw the car around and judging whether they did something right or if they clipped a cone, would be quite hard for you to sort of step into the shoes of having to do driver standards for something like drifting.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't know that much about it. I've been fortunate enough to drive a couple of drift cars in my time. Because I drove for Falcon tyres for a long time, and they're a big supporter of drifting. So, but the actual rules and things, I'm not so sure. I think the only thing I really know is that if both cars are together, real close, that's what you want.
Absolutely. Now, in terms of the GT racing we've seen this weekend at the FIA Motorsport Games, every single race has been good, and that sort of pole shootout for the GT was really, really good. So, what's the sort of secret to being able to pull all these different drivers, nationalities, teams from different national championships together to make sure they all actually know the rules?
Well, obviously there's a rule book for each category, and it's quite thick, and the stewards pretty much know it back to front. The competitors need to, or the team managers at least, need to know it. So sometimes you can see them come unstuck on certain regulations, and again, that's not much to do with me. I'm kind of out of that one, thankfully, because it can be a minefield. But I just concentrate on the driving itself, and of course I want to see close driving, and the touring car race, for instance, which I'm not looking after, but real close racing, and it's good to see, and to I think as a driver to support your own nation, your own country. It's quite a strong pull, it's everyone's very nationalistic really into their own country, so it's so good to see so many nationalities here.
Yeah, it's huge, and it just keeps getting bigger. It's something that obviously the FIA are pushing to grow this year. Every 2 years gets bigger and bigger and bigger. But yeah, just some of the nationalities that have come, maybe with one driver, maybe two drivers, just for the odd category. It's such a good thing to see because it's bringing everyone together.
You're absolutely right, and to see classes of motorsport that even I didn't even know existed, and here they are under sort of on one track, and of course the rallying goes out and rallies around, and the esports is happening in Valencia city itself. So yeah, it is a pretty impressive event. Lots of people here, and if this can gradually grow over, as you say, every 2 years, then it will be, I think there's a bright future.
Thanks, Peter. Peter Dumbrek there, talking us through all things GT. So why don't we have a look at the highlights of the GT main race that happened yesterday with our commentator, David Addison.
great highlights there from yesterday's GT race. A bit of carnage, which I've heard is quite typical for GT. So that was great to see, well-deserved winners. And we've got more medals coming up. As we said, today is the last day of these motorsport games. So we're going to have a look at F4, where there's medals up for grabs. And we're not going to waste any more time with my face, because the medals and Formula 4 is way more important and way more interesting. So let's see who takes gold at Formula 4.
Formula 4 medals are up for grabs here at Valencia in the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games. FIA Formula 4 is a hugely important category. It's a globally recognised single-seater category in which everybody on this grid has the same car, engine, tyre combination. Tachio chassis, 1400cc turbo Abarth engines, Pirelli rubber, and a really interesting race in prospect. Italy, the winner in 2019. Italy, the winner in 2022. Italy, not represented in 2024, so a new nation is going to take gold. But just to illustrate how important a category, what a good springboard this is, the winner 2 years ago, Juan Andrea Kimi Antonelli, now with a Formula 1 future at his feet. The FIA Motorsport Games bringing competitors from all over the globe and down on the grid. The nations, the VIPs, the ASNs, the sporting authorities of the countries, all mingling as we get ready for what promises to be a really good 30-minute race. The grid is based on the results of the qualifying race. No medals at stake for that. That was won, the qualifying race, by Team Spain. There's a gap, I think, on the grid there looking down. One or two cars have not yet made it to the track, but they're on their way. Peru was second, Sri Lanka third, United Kingdom, Slovakia, and then Israel rounded out the top six. But it proved to be a really interesting race, with Andres Cardenas from Peru sitting on the tail of Team Spain's Juan Cota for much of the race, but never really forcing the issue. But I think now, with a gold medal at stake, force he will. David Addison, Joe Osborne, trackside. We've been looking forward to this all weekend. Teenage drivers, young guns, all with a point to prove, identical machinery, and a good track for these cars.
Yeah, and throwing a bit of national pride, seeing the Spanish home entry there of Cota Alonso, starting from the best position. There's also some cars to look out for as we see Stefan Rattel, head of the SRO organisation, speaking to Pirelli, obviously so linked now to all SRO championships, really taken motorsport by dominance, Pirelli. It's been a very strong rise in the last few years. Also, just thinking about the Greek team, they obviously were fastest in free practice one as well, so there's a chance there. So I'm coming into the grid box nice and aggressively, actually just clipping the ankles of his flag bearer. So maybe that's a sign of intention for the next part of this 30-minute race.
We're running slightly late here, and a couple of cars already have had a pit infringement noted. Luxembourg is one, and Sri Lanka another. I wonder whether that's for crossing the white line at the pit exit. Well, we'll try and get to the bottom of that. The stewards will be busy, no doubt. There's your pole position driver then for Spain, which is the leading nation in the medal table. 4 gold medals taken by Spain. 3 for Italy, 2 for Germany, and 2 for Brazil. But there could be another gold here as a silent prayer in thought, perhaps, from Juan Cota there, just reflecting on what is ahead of him, the importance of this race. It's strange, isn't it? People ask you, what is the Motorsport Games all about? How much does it matter? It's not a championship. Is it any good? Yes, it is, and you can see the importance. It's not a championship, no championship points available. It is purely a one-off, but a gold medal for your nation is quite something, and the drivers that do take part, the teams that take part, take this incredibly seriously.
Yeah, and selfishly for the drivers, it's an international stage they're performing on as well, so if they can produce a mega result, then they've got a better chance of securing that sponsorship, getting with a better team for their next season of racing. Evan David here for Sri Lanka has had a strong season and we're looking strong across the whole weekend. I think he will be surprised he's probably not on that front row. Had a really strong start, didn't he, at the start of the qualifying race. We thought he might have had a bit of damage after he clipped the back of the Spanish car. Both continued without problem, but this United Kingdom car of Reza Seaworthen was all over the back of Sri Lanka. Reza there with his one-off helmet for the FIA Motorsport Games. Have done a mega job, managed by Edge Management as well there. Phil Glue helped so many drivers like him all the way through the ranks. Eddie Reynolds too, helping these young drivers go from F4 now in the nice logical path all the way to F1, just like that young man, Kimi Antonelli, that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, Riza Seaworth, one of the taller drivers in F4, kind of folds himself into the car. But Spain on pole position. Juan Cota is the driver of the Spanish entry, the man from Madrid. Carter turned Formula 4 racer. 15th in Spanish F4 last year, 4th in this year's championship. So made good progress. There you're looking at the Slovakian entry of Matus Riba, who used to be a hockey player for Slovan Bratislava before he followed his father's footsteps into motorsport, karting, and then this year he's been in Formula 4 in Spain, in the UK and Italy, and the Central European zone as well. So he's been incredibly busy a man to watch, I think, when we go racing. Let's go to the grid, because Antonio Rankin is with Stefan Rattel.
Stefan, on the final day of the Games, what an incredible event this has been.
Yeah, it's been very, very successful, and this is our best race in terms of the number of cars in circuit racing today. And if you look at all the nationalities here, to see Sri Lanka and Peru on the third, fourth position, it really shows that these FIA Motorsport Games are about bringing the whole world together. It's what we wanted to present, and that's what we presented.
It's so wonderful to see so many countries involved and succeeding in these games. How much, from your perspective, goes into organising that and bringing everyone together?
I mean, it's been a 2 years organization, and the last 6 months really with the team being here permanently and on different sites. You know, we have here Ricardo Tormo, the circuit, and we have also Aspar, where we had as you know, the karting and the cross car, and in the center we had the esport, so different sites. And for the TV production, for you guys, it's been a lot of work, I know, to coordinate all of that, but at the end it's a very good show.
Oh, well, we've had so much fun, and you must be so proud of yourself and your team with SRO.
I'm proud of my team, most importantly, and very happy of the work we do with FIA, because it's really FIA together with SRO to put this event together.
Great, thank you so much. Enjoy the race.
Thank you.
So, yeah, Stefan Rattel, who came up with the idea of a Nations Cup for GT teams, and that was held at Bahrain in 2018, and then thought, well, why don't we do something similar for other categories, and we could make a kind of Olympics out of it. And when Stefan has a good idea, there's no stopping him, and the FIA Motorsport Games in 2019 was born. F4 was one of the key categories. We had touring cars, we had F4, we had GT, we had karting slalom, and the Digital Cup, as it was then called, which was esports, and boy, how has it grown since then. Ariel Alkin there for Team Israel. He's been a bit of a curate's egg this weekend, really quick in free practice, but then he got a grid drop for the qualifying race, made a whole heap of places, like 5 of them on lap 1, and couldn't do any more.
Yes, real yo-yo performances at the end of the sessions, as we see Japan actually out of the car. It's not a regular in single-seater racing. They normally like to stay in, stay focused, maybe just in a bit of adjustment of comfort as well there.
Like all the headbands that the Japanese team are wearing. I think quite combative with those, aren't they? Ready to go.
Good team gear addition, actually. Makes it easier to spot which team is yours if you've got that. As pit stop race would be extra helpful. But obviously these F4s, no pit stops, just a straight 30 minutes flat out. And yeah, again, we've seen pace from Japan at times. I think they've got a chance of a top 6 today if they can get their headband down, and off they go.
It's Tosai Moriyama for Japan. Used to be a Honda supported driver. That support came to an end at the end of 2023, but he's still been one of the front runners and a podium finisher within Japanese F4 this weekend, this season, I should say. For Australia, it is Griffin Peebles who lines up on the grid. He won the Formula Winter Series for F4 cars during the winter months in Iberia, and has been racing in Spain, 9th in Formula 4 this year. He's also had the occasional outing in Italian and Spanish and UK. Going back a season, came out of karting. There is, just to prove how global Formula 4 is, there's a support race of the Mexican Grand Prix for F4 cars, the North America, Canada, Mexico Championship having races. So there's a dozen or so drivers there that couldn't commit to come and race for a nation over here. There for the Czech Republic is Max Kahan, 4 times a race winner in the Central European Zone F4 competition this year. So another guy with good pace and one of the more creative helmet designs as well, looking at the top of his lid.
Yeah, really cool, and hopefully he'll get to see a different form of Czech flag at the end of the race, and hopefully he'll be the first to see it.
Well, he's got some work to do, hasn't he, from where he is on the grid, which is 9th. Now, Griffin Peebles, we've just touched on, the Australian driver. He is going to be starting 8th on the grid for this race. Let's hear from the Antipodean before we race.
Griffin, Formula 4 have been so involved with the motorsport game since its inception. What does it mean to be a part of it?
I mean, I've driven this car in this sort of championships for 2 years now, so it's great to represent my country in the FIA games. Qualifying was a little bit difficult. We had a purple sector in my best lap, but a couple of mistakes. And in the qualifying race, I unfortunately stalled on the grid, but we came back from 21st all the way back to 8th, so we should have a pretty good chance to maybe fight for some medals.
Now, this is bound to be a very competitive race. We've got all the same car, the Tatus F4 car here. How have you found driving it over the course of this weekend particularly?
The conditions have been a bit tricky. We've had a bit of a wet qualifying. Overall, the car's been all right. We haven't had any other issues, and it seems to be quite equal, so I'm happy about that.
All the best. Thank you very much.
Griffin Peebles used to the car, but now doing a different environment. Even though he's done the bulk of his racing over in Spain, what you can't do for this event is run with the same team for whom you drive in Spanish F4. If you're one of those people that thought, aha, I'll go and do Spanish F4 as a bit of prep for the motorsport games, well, okay, you might well know the car, you might know the circuit a bit, but you can't drive for the same team, and that does at least level things a little bit. 2 years ago, it was one central team running the operation, KCMG. This year it's a bit different. They're all Spanish F4 teams, but you can't drive, like I say, for your regular squad. Yeah,
it's good to keep it open and unbiased as much as you can. Interesting one there for Austria as we look at Greece. Oscar Wirtz, obviously son of Formula F1 driver, had a British flag on the side. You're good with your trivia, Dave. Don't know if you know what the link is at all there. I assume it's a mother. I'll come back to you.
Brains, yes, get back to me on that.
But yeah, the Greek car we're seeing there, the drivers always going to a different state of trance, don't they? The Greek driver looking quite exuberant as we go to Brazil there, looking a bit more relaxed.
And there, further down the order, is for Serbia, Andrija Kostic, who's all smiles, ready to go. Again, a quick Carter, and he's done a lot of F4 this year in Italy as well as the Central European zone. He's been driving for the very experienced Van Amersfoort team. So the grid now starting to clear. We've had the 3-minute board, there'll be a 1-minute board, and then the formation lap. Now 30 minutes, it's quite a long race, and I shall yawn with my mouth closed, I promise. But tell me about tyres then and the regulation for that and how you've got to look after them all the way through the weekend, Joe.
Yeah, so these guys have been on the tyres since qualifying. So they've done qualifying, done a qualifying race, and now they've got to finish a 30-minute race. That's the lifetime of the tyre is right at the end. So they'll be safe, but they won't be fast, that's for sure. And we saw, didn't we, at the end of an FP2 session, that the tyres were going down to canvas after a few big lockups. And obviously that's easier done as the grip starts to fall away. So I expect that to be the nature of the race. I'm going to see a hard and fast start, frenetic while the cars are close, and then I think it's going to go into a slight tyre management phase, and then a second phase as people start to lock up. So if you can wake yourself back up, David, I think the tyre element of it is going to add a huge level of excitement.
Indeed so, and we'll see how that management plays out. Would a team change the corners that the tyres have been on, or just completely duplicate what they did yesterday? You know, if one's a bit more worn than the other, would you switch a corner over?
Yeah, it's a really good point, because here at Valencia there's a lot more left-handers than right-handers, so the front right would be the most punished tyre, followed by the rear right, then the rear left, then the front left. So yeah, the teams will be picking those tyres, they'll be looking at them, checking which has got the least amount of graining, which has got the biggest amount of rubber left, looking through the wear marks on the tyre. So yeah, that is a very good option for these teams.
The 1-minute board has been shown. The grid is now cleared. The last engineers stay there to fire up the engine. Then they will make their way from the track. And they hope that for the next half an hour, they're not going to be needed, because if they are, it means the car's got a problem. So there you can see the grid, as I say, everybody, same car, engine, tyre combination, different teams operating them, and some drivers have been really quick learners. Spain could be on for a 5th gold here on home soil. There is the orange car of Juan Cota at the very front, and the final marshal will have the 15-second board, and they will scurry to the pit lane, and the drivers on instruction will then be released And we are within that last minute, so in the end of the 15 seconds, the red light will go out and the green light will indicate that the green flag lap can be underway. For Team España, then, Juan Cota is on pole position, but the pace yesterday of the Peruvian, Andrés Cardenas, who was the gold medal winner in Karting Sprint Junior 2 years ago, was really impressive. I think it's going to be a good fight between those two, and there was one car a little bit sluggish away there. Yeah, Sri Lanka, you can just see on the right of shot, fighting its way back to get up to third. United Kingdom staying out of their way. As long as you're going back to last place, you can reclaim your spot, but what's the last thing you'd want to do as a driver on your practice start is stall. Next time Sri Lanka get a chance to get a fast getaway is race start, so that will be playing on the back of their mind. Let's look at the grid then for the F4 main race. For the medals, Juan Cota on pole position for Spain. Peru lining up second, that's Andrés Cardenas. Sri Lanka will start third ahead of the United Kingdom, Jevan David and Reza Seaworthen, ahead of Slovakia's Matus Riva, and for Israel, sixth, it's Ariel Alkin. Seventh is Japan, Tosai Moriyama, ahead of Australian Griffin Peebles. Ninth for Czechia, the Czech Republic, is Max Kahan, and for Greece, Filip Karas. 11th, Oscar Wurz for Austria, and Serbia's Andrea Kostic will start 12th. 13th, Brazilian Matheus Comparato, and the Maltese driver Niki Gauci for his nation, his first race weekend in F4, starting 14th ahead of Angola's Lorenzo Campos, and for Norway, Olav Vahr. Luxembourg's Chester Kiefer is on the 9th row. For Portugal, it is Francisco Machido. Then the Hong Kong-China driver, Keishun Liu, is alongside Argentina's Gino Trappa, and Qatar's Beda Al-Sulaiti rounds out the grid. Yeah, great to see such a full grid, all the drivers working as hard as they can. The more confident drivers able to get the rear of the car sliding as well to really help the surface temperature. Very light, these cars, of course, the smallest single-seater we have on the proper ladder up to F1, so not as much weight and energy then in the tyre to get the tyre temperature, so it will still take a couple of laps. Very easy to grain this tyre as well, actually. I've done a bit of testing in them this year, and the teams are very adamant you need 3 to 4 laps of building tyre pressure, tyre temperature. If you push too hard too early, you can grain the surface off the tyre, and then it affords you less grip, and it only gets worse, and it is a slippery slope, quite literally, all the way then to the end of the race for that driver. So Spain, Italy, Germany, the top three in the medal table. There is, strangely, no German nor Italian representation on this grid, but it's a Spanish driver on pole position. So another gold, certainly another medal, ought to be up for grabs here. The fans in the grandstand, the many flags in the grandstand already. And for 30 minutes then, this long race, tyre management, as we've touched on, is going to be important. And the final few cars now slotting into place. The one-by-one staggered grid stretching all the way back towards turn 14. Drivers are in place then, and so we now look towards the lighting gantry. Medals on the line for the Formula 4 main race here at the FIA Motorsport Games. 5 red lights are on. The lights go out now. It is blast off, and who makes the best start? It's a good getaway, certainly from Spain. Not a great start in contrast by Peru, but Spain already with a big, big gap. Sri Lanka trying to find a way past Peru. The United Kingdom is in the mix as well as they dive to turn 1. Peru goes second, Sri Lanka third, but it's Spain not only in the lead, but almost away and gone by about 3 lengths as they all jockey for position up towards turn 2. Dive into the corner. So far so good for the leading positions. The midfield battle turns through safe as well, but a demon start by Spain. Juan Cota leads the pack. Couldn't be better as we see our move to the inside. Israel Aikinside down to the inside, gets the move done, look clean as well. A couple of lockups in 2 it was, wasn't it? Reza Seaworthen from the United Kingdom, I think was one there. Peru with a poor start, and that has really helped. See Australia around the outside pebbles, see the car bottom out over that large exit curb out of T6. So far, so good for everybody. Yeah, that was with the Slovakian driver Matus Riva on the inside of Griffin Peebles for Australia as the cars now dive down towards turn number 8 on the outside line. Number 1, the Argentine driver, that is Gino Trappa, trying to gain ground as up front. Juan Cota leads the pack coming up through turn number 11. There, Australia back past Slovakia, but look, that lead gap has come down, hasn't it? It might have been a good start by Juan Cota, but now Peru, Andrés Cardenas is going after him. He's taking Sri Lanka and the United Kingdom with him, so Cota's initial advantage is being nibbled away as they get up towards turn 13 for the first time. There's that leading quartet breaking clear of Ariel Alkin, who's had a good first lap and made some progress, but a contact there. And who is it that gets spat out wide? It is Austria's Oscar Wirtz, and he's going to be in the pits. Broken suspension.
Yeah.
Things have just gone from bad to Wirtz.
Oh, awful there for him and you. Great move by Australia, I have to say, on the brakes into T11, and he looks like he's got pace as well as another move inside. Is there going to be contact there? No, just avoided. I think that was the Serbian car there. Australia all the way back on another lock-up. These guys pushing very, very hard early on. Luxembourg looking to make advantage. Serbia needs to be careful looking after these tyres, but we are getting some battle packs. Everyone with elbows out, definitely more aggressive in this main race where the medals are awarded at the end of it.
And Oscar Wirtz then into the pit lane, and that tells the story, doesn't it? The damaged rear suspension. It's game over, effectively, sadly. And we've also got Hong Kong, China's Keishan Liu under investigation straight off for a track limit warning. So, race battle is on lap number 2. It is Spain from Peru, from Sri Lanka, from the United Kingdom. And I would offer you that the UK is just dropping off the back slightly from that leading 3, but there are other battles lower down to keep an eye to, including there you can see the Czech car of Max Carhan trying to get itself into the equation. Oops, more contact as he gets there into the back of Greece's Philipp Arman, and out of the race definitely now is Carhan, and the Czech Republic car is in the gravel, and I think Greece is going to be out as well with rear damage.
Yeah, it just looked like the Czech Republic a little bit too desperate, tried to mirror that move that Australia did so well the lap before, but the Greek car just put it to the inside, and that left nowhere for the Czech car to go. I expect a safety car to be coming. I don't think we're going to get it this lap, but it probably will be gone, because I think that car, we start to see cars running very wide in the background, and I could barely see Peru. They are that tight to the rear wing of Spain and for the lead.
And the yellow flag is at turn 11, where the car of Czech Republic's in the gravel. Change for the race lead, because up the inside, oh so nearly goes Peru to get the place. That's going to put Cardenas on the outside line for the next corner. The road comes back to Spain. Sri Lanka in the mix as well. It's absolutely nose to tail, the top 3 as they come now out of turn 4. That was a first big proper push by Peru to go for the lead. It didn't work, and now the problem that Cardenas has for Peru, Andres Cardenas, is that as he tries to find a way through for the lead, he's in danger of giving Sri Lanka a chance to jump him for second place. But if they squabble like that, it's going to bring Reza Seaworthen back into the mix. Whether he's struggling for pace or whether he's looking after his tyres at the moment, only he will tell you. But as he comes down to turn 8, they're not far off that yellow flag zone.
Yeah, I had a lock-up from someone in the top 3 as well, as we see the damage to the Greek car rear wing is pretty heavily deformed. What are Sri Lanka going to do? Are they going to try and attack Peru, or is he going to place the car and just say to Peru, safety car called? They will start to slow down. You can see safety car board up. Everyone's so far checking up well. No radios in these cars, so the drivers having to rely on the old school method of looking for the flags and the signal boards. I was just wondering, are Sri Lanka going to attack, or are they going to sit behind Peru and allow Peru to try and open the door, use Spain to open it and then follow through? Interesting to see, but this is going to bunch everyone up. I wonder if the United Kingdom have got the pace to stay with that top 3 once we go back to green.
Well, safety car conditions, as you say, are now instigated, so that means everybody has to slow. They can't overtake, and it gives the marshals plenty of time to work. I don't think we're going to need the safety car out for that long, because already, as the drivers come down towards turn 1, the recovery vehicle is there, so the car needs moving, yes. The recovery vehicle needs to go back to its perch, but the car from the Czech Republic in the gravel truck, virtually at the feet of the little recovery truck that is needed to crane it out of the way. And the car, I can see in the distance, is already being lifted. So this is a really quick job. I reckon 1 lap and we'll be back racing.
Yeah, it could even be safety car in this lap. I've actually never seen that before, where it's out and in on 1 lap. But the marshals doing a fantastic job here at Valencia all weekend. In this instant, no different. The cars there all just starting, still try and weave to get even more tyre temperature.
Keep the pressures up, I guess, as well. The safety car released from pit exit, so the safety car conditions were activated going to turn 12. But it's 1 full lap behind the safety car once they've come over the line. So I reckon we might well be able to get things back underway at the end of this single lap. Let's try and see, though. First of all, what happened at the start?
Yeah, Peru just a little late to get going, and a few cars there to get slow away. Greece were one of them. Then Sri Lanka were on the attack, weren't they? But like you said, look at Spain. That's perfect. No defence needed into turn 1, because you've got 3 to 4 car lengths advantage as they turn in for that 4th corner. And then there's a few lockups further back, but it stayed pretty clean on this opening part of the lap.
That was a good dive by Israel, wasn't it, up on the inside of Slovakia, and Australia being caught out a little bit there, forced onto the outside line. Griffin Peebles then trying to make his attack later in the lap. This was the contact that did for Wirtz, getting involved with Tosai Moriyama from Japan, and Oscar Wirtz straight away realises that's his day done, and this was the reason for the safety car, which is in at the end of the lap. Czech Republic into the back of Greece and into the gravel.
Yeah, messy.
And into the pits is going to come the safety car. So Juan Cota has slowed everybody up. So it was just that one lap. And around the 4 kilometre or so circuit, it was well timed that. The marshals quickly able to get the car out of the way. So can Peru strike on the restart, or will Sri Lanka strike? Oh, so slowly does Juan Cota bring the cars. This isn't even into turn 13 yet, but he is in charge of the pace, such as it is. He will decide when to go. He wants to try and steal the march on everybody like he did from a standing start. In your own time, Spain. Here they come now. He pulls the pin into turn 14, and he has indeed jumped about 2 lengths on Peru as they come out of the last corner up towards the timing line now. The lights will be back on green. The green flags will fly. The race is back underway. 22 minutes remain on the clock in the F4 medal race here, the main race at Valencia in the FIA Motorsport Games, down towards turn 1. And actually, Peru has shaken off Sri Lanka.
Yeah, United Kingdom, good start. Israel probably the best, closest to the car in front, but no positions changed just yet. You can see the cars going down the straight, weaving, trying to break the toe. The slipstream effect so strong in these low-powered, relatively low-powered single-seaters, 185 horsepower. So if you can get a slipstream, there's a couple of kilometres now for free there. At the moment, no one's sending a lunge. Cars all tight together. So far, so good on this restart.
And there's Spain, again, having tried to build that gap. It is now looking a little bit more like just the two of them, because Sri Lanka trying to fend off the UK. Yevan David just ahead of Reza Siwa. Then as they come up through turn number 6 now, and Juan Cota, the race leader for Spain, still conscious of where Peru is. He has got a little bit of daylight between him and the Peruvian entry, but he had that on the first lap of the race, and it was soon nibbled away. Brazil versus Portugal there on the inside for Brazil. Matheus Comparato, and he hangs on to that place. So a good move, keeping him ahead of Francisco Machido.
Yeah, quite aggressive with the defence, Brazil on Portugal there. Not losing too much time though, are they? Staying with Kostic in front of them at the moment. But if you start to defend, you will lose time. Cars sweeping out wide, using the curb, exit curb there, can bottom out these F4 cars. We saw a couple of snaps of oversteer. It will get better as the race goes on, because the tyre pressures build. The tyre effectively has a higher tyre wall, so you don't bottom out quite as much. Bit of a slide for Peru out of the last corner. Got to look after these tyres. Still 20 minutes of this race remaining, even with that safety car intervention.
And you've got that leading line of 4 or so, but then a little bit of a gap starting to emerge. Then the next pair taking you down through Australia and Slovakia. And Ariel Elkin is the one that's dropped back into 7th place. So he was quite good on the restart, but has lost out around the lap. So there is Ariel Elkin. He's lost 2 places, and I would suggest as well he has dropped away slightly into the clutches, therefore, of Japan and Luxembourg. Now, Luxembourg is worthy of a cheer, because Chester Kiefer started 17th on the grid, and he's up into 9th place. That's quite a good first few laps.
Yeah, 8 places. The safety car would have been his friend, obviously bunching everyone back up. So where can he get to? Already well inside the top 10. Pace looking strong. Japan is next on his radar. We saw how aggressive Japan were on Austria at turn 14. So maybe he needs to bide his time, make sure the move is clean. Portugal still trailing behind Brazil there. If we look at the back of the field, Angola having a race with Qatar and Malta just in front.
So they swing their way now up through turn 11. A big effort being made against Luxembourg by Serbia. So that's still 9th and 10th. Luxembourg, Chester Kiefer having gone through the lap before, but now coming under renewed attack. Chester Kiefer, who has been racing in the French Formula 4 Championship, winner at Lebanon, winner at Spa as well, and coached by Stefan Dowdy, former sports car and GT racer himself. A big lock-up there comes out of Tosai Moriyama's Japanese entry. Up towards the timing line, though, comes the race leader. 4/10 of a second clear. Last time was Spain, and this time half a second clear is Spain. Juan Cota having also done just the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, it's tight between the top 3. Sri Lanka look like they've just closed in a tiny bit on Peru in front. You see a lunge from Angola on Qatar there. Was a big lock-up from Japan. You can really only afford 5 or 6 of them in a race on a given side, otherwise you will be down to the canvas, and then the flat spot will start to grow and grow, and your performance and your fillings will start to degrade at an equal rate.
So still, in these early stages, people arguing over position. So we've lost, sadly, Greece, the Czech Republic and Austria. But the battle of nations for the young guns of single-seater racing continues. Spain ahead of Peru, ahead of Sri Lanka. They're going through. In number 14 is Kai Shun-Lu for Hong Kong, China. And he, in turn, now makes that run through turn 13 and down the other side of the circuit. Sorry, down to turn 8, I should say, over the brow down towards the long looping left-hander. This sort of paperclip style with all of the infield folded into the rectangle of the perimeter of the facility at Valencia. There is the Hong Kong China car once more. So Kai Shun-Lu still going strongly, but 14th place. So there's work to be done to gain ground before the end as you look at Yevin David, who was really good across qualifying but lost out a bit in the qualifying race. Right now, though, I would offer you he's coming back at Peru. Yeah, the gaps are just ebbing and flowing, aren't they? The United Kingdom actually looks like they've had a good lap and they're going to try and cut the deficit to the top 3. I do think Australia look quick as well, but then that gap has grown to the back of the United Kingdom. Quite equidistant, aren't they? All the way down the back of the field. I think the closest gap is between Luxembourg and Japan, 0.3 of a second. So can Luxembourg keep that trend going and keep climbing up the order? Fastest lap of the race, Peru now. Look, Andres Cardenas quicker than anybody as he brings the gap to 0.528 of a second against Spain. Yevin David for Sri Lanka getting away from a sideways Seaworthen there. Reza Seaworthen hangs onto a big slide, but there's not much suggestion of tyre management at the moment. They're all still pushing hard. Yeah, I think they're flat out. I think the big snap for United Kingdom there, Seaworthen, was he just used too much apex curb and the floor bottomed out, took the weight off the wheels and it snapped round. You could see him violently have to give it a load of left hand down to stop the car over-rotating and putting him into the gravel trap. Looks like he's calmed down a bit now, under braking into turn number 8. Hooks up the apex curb really well all the way through. So let's see. I think he takes a bit too much apex. Sri Lanka have got it perfect. Look at the deflection on the front right. Reza there just cutting it even more, and then it unsettles the car. Look at his hands all the way around. Over 90 degrees opposite lock, snaps back to the position he needs to stop the car from spinning out. Great car control, great camera work, and it really shows you the energy and action involved in these Formula 4 cars. Reza Seaworthen with a big lock-up coming out of turn 13 into 14. He's been a race winner in the British F4 Championship this season, but has fallen off the back slightly of Sri Lanka this time, as the lead gap last time was 0.528 of a second. Spain to Peru, it's down, it's 0.453. It's game on now, isn't it, with about half the race to go. We've just approached 15 minutes. Yeah, last 2 laps for Peru have been brilliant. United Kingdom, we see Portugal on the inside of Brazil, both speaking the same language. Can that language barrier mean that they don't hit each other? They look good at the moment. Brazil giving space to Portugal. Argentina to the inside as well. Brazil looks like they're going to lose 2 spaces in 2 corners. Indeed so. Brazil drops back then because Argentina goes through. So same languages, and then it all becomes a bit South American. Argentina goes ahead of Brazil as well. It's a bit of a surprise that Comparato hasn't gone better, bearing in mind that he's been the Brazilian championship leader this year, 3 times a winner, champion-elect indeed. So in theory, you'd expect him to be up there fighting for wins. Got a good CV, but it's just not clicked for him this weekend. Yeah, struggling. He won't be saying obrigado, will he, to the 2 cars in front of him now, and he doesn't look like he can stay with them either. Argentina with good pace, number 1 on the car. So just now got to try and follow Portugal. Where can Portugal get to? Just outside the top 10 at the moment, and they've got a chance of catching those cars in front, only a second behind. The gap has grown a little bit back in favour of Spain and Cota Alonso, now up to half a second to this car of Peru. Which was all over the curb at turn 12 as Andres Cardenas was taking it by the scruff of the neck. Yevin David for Sri Lanka staying with them as best he can, possibly just waiting to see if they get themselves together and delay each other or even trip over each other. But of course now into the second half of the race, 14 minutes to go. He's running out of options. A flying lap is about 95 seconds. Down through turn 1 they go. So 9 laps to take us just over halfway. Up towards turn 2 they come. A 30-minute race in F4 is quite a long time, relatively speaking. So it's tough for the drivers, tough for the tyres. And right now, that lead gap, 0.450 of a second. Spain leads Peru.
Yeah, Peru seems to have a stronger end of the lap, and then Spain just go away. Sri Lanka look like they're just about hanging on. Remember, they're probably gaining 2 to 3 tenths of a second with slipstream, and as soon as you lose that, as soon as the gap gets to a second, that slipstream effect becomes weaker and weaker to a point of no effect. And I think that's what the United Kingdom are now doing. They're 1.1 behind the Sri Lankan car. I think they might be losing the slipstream, and they're losing a chance of any chance of a medal at the end of this race.
Indeed, so just dropping away as out of turn 8, I should say, comes the Peru car, Andrés Cardenas. He's lost a little bit of ground on this lap. About a tenth or so lost in the first sector. Yevon David next, but a personal best first sector coming from Reza Seaworthen. So even though he looks as though he's falling away from the top 3, the pace that he's got in sector 1 suggests that he is fighting back, and he's quicker again than Sri Lanka in sector 2. So Seaworthen mounting another attack here. Don't rule him out of a medal yet.
He obviously heeded to my advice that he was losing the slipstream and is digging deep. Any lock up this time to 14? No, the drivers can change the brake bias. It's a very effective tool. We actually spoke to each other, Reza and I, and his driver coach Ricky Christodoulou, saying how important that is. You've got to be able to use it to your advantage. It can go forwards, it can go backwards, an infinite amount of times a lap as well, and it can be such a good way of changing the balance of your car on the fly.
More battles rage on down towards turn 1. Look a little bit further down the order, as there you've got the battle between Hong Kong, China and Norway. Olav Var for Norway on the back of Keishan Liu for Hong Kong, China. It's still Spain in the lead, and in fairness to Juan Cota, he's driving very impressively here. He might not be able to escape, but he's not putting a wheel wrong, he's not making mistakes, and he's coping very impressively with all the pressure.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's leery at all, does it? Car's in control. I even like the angle of his head as he's going into turn 6 there. It's looking in so early. His neck is swiveling at a good 45, 50 degrees into the corner, which to me shows that he's looking ahead. He's nice and calm. He's planning his route. Nothing's going to surprise him. He now just needs the most metronomic 12 minutes of his life to keep pumping in these lap times and keep the gap at 0.6 of a second. He would be relatively comfortable with that for the rest of this race.
There going through is the Slovakia entry, 6th. Matus Riba chasing after Griffin Peebles, the Australian. Peebles going after Seaworthen, who on this lap is a little bit in no man's land. He's not really on the back and is still trying to chase, but the Sri Lankan car. But he's actually lost a bit of ground, so he's got these yo-yo laps, one good, one bad, and another massive lockup from Seaworthen for UK coming down towards turn 14. He's got away with that, but he has again lost time, and he is falling away from the top 3 very definitely now.
Yeah, I think he's got a couple more of them, and then he will be losing half a second a lap with the tyre problem that he would be creating for himself. I wonder if he got a track limit there as well. He would have done well not to run wide at the moment. He's showing a 0 track limit warnings. The only driver inside the top 9 cars to have all of his lives left if he wants to use them up, letting the car run a little bit wide out some of these corners.
And Spain on this lap getting away, 0.6 the margin. Remember, it was down to 0.4 and we said it was game on. It's up to 0.6 now, and Andrés Cardenas fighting the car, looking as he goes even wider than normal out of turn 5, as though he's having to work that bit harder now even to stay with the leader, never mind think about the attack. So Juan Cota now perhaps is just going to be able to turn up the wick. Maybe he's looked after the tyres that little bit better. I suppose if you're in the dirty air of being in second place, you are inevitably going to use the rubber more, aren't you?
Yeah, going to use the front tyre a lot more, you're correct, with the wash from the car in front, have to add a bit more lock to get the same amount of steering rotation from the car, because you are lacking that downforce, because the air that's hitting the front part of the car over the wing isn't as dense as the clean air that is afforded to Cota Alonso. And I think he's trying to drop the hammer, isn't he? Up to 0.8 now after the first 2 sectors on this lap. He'll be looking at his pit board as well, just with time remaining, just planning out how he wants the last part of this race to go.
And I think there's a battle brewing between the United Kingdom and Australia, because Griffin Peebles is shaking off Slovakia, Matus Riba, and he's going after Reza Seaworthen. So for 4th place, there's a battle brewing, as I say. There is the Angolan driver, which is Lorenzo Campos, and he, I think, has got himself ahead this lap of the Qatar driver, Badr Al Saiti. The leaders go through, and the lead gap now is 0.9 of a second. And if it really stretches out a little bit more to over a second, then psychologically, Peru, Andrés Cardenas, is going to feel really defeated. He's sat there, and there's been nothing he can do, and gradually, 10th by 10th, he's fallen away from the race leader, and now it seems there's no comeback. But Peebles here for Australia with that car by the scruff of the neck going after Seawortham for the UK.
Yeah, hustling on well. You can tell he's got a couple of years experience in that car. Just gives you the confidence to the driver. It feels like you're part of it and nothing surprises you, so you can get it by the scruff of the neck and really hustle it on. You're right with Peru, it's easy to become defeatist. The gap's getting bigger, but if there's a mistake and you're closer, the closer you are, the better chance you are of getting that position. So that's got to be where you dig deep and mentally keep pushing yourself all the way through. Easy to get negative and defeatist, but it's the exact opposite mentality you need when you're trying to chase down a gold medal.
Race leaders then, in the meantime, work lap 13, 8 minutes to go as we look once more at the fight going on between Hong Kong, China and Norway for 14th place, where it is Kai-Shun Liu fending off Olav Var. And behind them, trying to join them, is Nicky Gauci, the Maltese driver, who, when we saw the cars in free practice, was having spins. Indeed, he was tagged into a spin, in fairness to him, but he had his own dramas. But he has very quietly got on with the job over the weekend and has just got faster and faster and faster. First time he's been in an F4 race this weekend, having never raced the cars he's tested, but not raced before. But for Malta, Nicky Gauci has been quietly impressive over the weekend.
Yep, the rate of improvement was very good and very strong, so he should be proud of himself, and it gives him a good chance next year of seeing where he should be and where he should be going in his career. So many good F4 championships around the world. It's almost quite overwhelming for some of these drivers to work out where they should be placing themselves at which point of their career. Make one wrong move and suddenly your path to F1 suddenly seems a lot more uphill.
Does indeed, and there into the pit lane is Campos then. So having just touched on the Angolan driver having lost a place, he's got a problem seemingly because he's come down the pit lane, and so Lorenzo Campos is, I fear, heading for the paddock rather than rejoining. But Juan Cota, 11/10 of a second up the road, now is on lap number 14. He has got just under 7 minutes of the race to go, and it looks as though it's going to be a 5th gold medal for Spain, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. They've done a mega job all the way through the race, and it's just flowing to them even more. Just getting a pit stop penalty of 1 second for track limits to car number 3, currently in 17th place, the Qatar driver Al Sutari, and it's going to be probably a pit stop and go, isn't it? We had that, so that is a big penalty. That's going to be 30 seconds lost, and that may give a chance for Angola to get back in front. Who obviously just did their own pit stop.
Leaders go by, so you've got now 1.3 seconds. Spain to Peru, 3rd is Sri Lanka, 4th it is the UK, 5th Australia, 6th Slovakia, and as the drivers turn now through turn 1, gaps just starting to open up a little bit. The qualifying race was rather more frantic than this, but maybe as 1 or 2 drivers have learnt a little bit more, they're able to put that to good effect, and they're in for his pit stop. Penalty to be served is Qatar's Beda Al Sulaiti. He'll drive down the pit lane, he'll do that stop and then rejoin, and there's a black flag there, I notice. We've got Argentina being given a time penalty as well, and is it for, yes, track limits again.
Yeah, the Angolan car, isn't it? Car number 20. I don't know if they've already served that and that's why they were already in the pits, or that's the second time the Angolan car is going to have to come in to pit lane as we go with 5 minutes remaining of this race. The United Kingdom has stopped the rot, haven't they? And they haven't gone into the clutches of Australia there, so they've done a good job to rally their pace.
But we have a 5-second time penalty coming for Sri Lanka in 3rd place. Yevon David has been given 5 seconds for track limits, and now make that 10 seconds. Yevon David has been given a 5 and then a 10. Same for Argentina, 5 and then 10 for track limits. There's another penalty in the mix for Kai-Shun Liu, and he's got a final warning. But for the man in 3rd place, 15 seconds worth of penalties. Well, that's going to give the UK a bronze medal.
Yeah, we saw the UK lose a gold medal yesterday on penalties to track limits. I have to say, as I mentioned earlier, Reza Seawortham with 0 track limit warnings. That is incredible discipline. Yeah. And I would say that was probably a strategy from the team. The driver coach, Ricky Christou, I mentioned earlier, Phil Glue would have just said, listen, everyone's getting track limit penalties. We may not have the out-and-out pace, but if we can stay clean, that's our best chance, and at the moment that strategy seems to be paying off very handsomely.
And a drive-through penalty for Argentina with enough penalties knocking about. So now that's the ultimate, a drive-through coming. Bader El Saidi out of the race. He's decided that he was last anyway, so kind of enough is enough. The DriveX team operating that car will pack it away. So the leader is on 3 track limit warnings, 3 for the second place driver, 5 and a penalty, or 2 now in fact, coming for Yevon David in 3rd place, and Reza Seaworthen has just picked up his first.
Well, he's heard me then. Thank you, Reza. You've done a good job there, but should have time to not, well, shouldn't have any enough time to accumulate any more, but maybe we need to be a bit careful for the first 2 there.
He's now got 2.
Okay.
Keep quiet, Osborne.
Okay.
It's at turn 4, and then the next lap at turn 2. Reza Seaworthen has caught these, but he's still not doing as badly as some of those ahead. But maybe now the tyres are starting to cry enough, because he's had a few lockups. That's why he's struggling a little bit more and running wide. However, the race has got 3 minutes to go. It is Spain, Peru, and on the road, 3rd, Sri Lanka. So Reza Seaworthen, he's on target to inherit bronze if he keeps out of trouble. Drive-through penalty now for Hong Kong, China's Kei Shun Lu, again for track limits.
Yeah, it's coming thick and fast, aren't they? The stewards and race control are being very on the black and white here with the penalties. Sri Lanka really almost felt like they went from no warning to a 10-second penalty, and it's still growing as well, isn't it? So and it's hard without having a radio to the drivers. They're just having to look at their pit board. Each team has their signal of doing it. A lot of teams actually turn the whole pit board upside down to show the driver track limits. That's their international signal of calm down, please. There isn't normally a board saying track limits on that pit board, because it would be pretty hard to read as you fly past at 125 miles an hour, 200 kilometers an hour past that pit board.
And a black flag then for car number 1. There's been a drive-through, and now a black flag is going the way of Argentina. So at that point, the race director has just had enough of all the infringements. Meantime, on the track, it is Spain from Peru, and the gap is 1.2 seconds. And last time around, fractionally faster, but only by 100th, was Peru. So maybe we're not done yet, as equally further back, 6th, 7th, 8th, Slovakia, Israel, and Japan running as one. So there are still places up for grabs, even though we've only got just over a minute and a half to go. Now, this could be the start of the last lap as the leader goes through. So Juan Cota breaks the beam with, as I say, it's going to be close. There's a flying lap is 1 minute 36. So down towards turn 1 they go at the end of this 30-minute race for the Formula 4 drivers. The main race, medals on the line, and they're heading the way seemingly of Spain, Sri Lanka, and then the UK will inherit bronze, and it is confirmed. This is the last lap, and what a drive by Spain. What a drive by Juan Cota.
Yeah, got a great gap. He can now just afford just to hit his marks a little bit more relaxed. Doesn't have to worry too much about being on the limit, finding the last part of that lap time. You can see this front right tyre, the graining, the middle band looks darker. That's because it's a rough grain. So he's done so well to keep this pace up. Maybe he's just pushed a little bit too hard at the end, and that's the problem. United Kingdom, I'm not going to talk about your track limits, but they haven't got any more than the 2 that they got in quick succession after I said they were doing a great strategy of getting 0.
It is going to be gold for Spain for Juan Cota. It's going to be P1 at the end of this lap, isn't it, as he comes now out of turn 8. It'll be a 5th gold for Spain, the medal table leaders, and they're not done yet as well. There could be more to come with all the other disciplines that are being resolved today. Bouncing over the curb then, heading now up to the final couple of corners, turn 13, and then the tighter left at 14 beckons for Juan Cota. For Spain, here he comes then, the checkered flag at the ready. It's going to be another very, very popular result. It has been a great drive to control the pace after that safety car period. Gold for Spain in Formula 4. Juan Cota wins for his country. Andres Cardenas 2nd for Peru. Yevon David 3rd over the line for Sri Lanka, with actually Reza Seaworthen much, much closer at the back by about half a second as they came over the line. And Seaworthen will, on corrected times, inherit the bronze medal. It's a really happy Spanish team, isn't it? And Juan Cota deserved that gold medal because that was a mightily impressive drive.
Yeah, really, really good. I can't think of a single point of that race where I think he put a foot wrong. One of the most dominant starts, great safety car restart, great pace all the way through, and pretty clean and tidy on his track limits warning. So 10 out of 10 from me for Cota Alonso and Spain. They've been the dominant nation so far in their home hosting of the motorsport games, and Formula 4 seemed to be no different whatsoever there. So yeah, the final results: Spain, Peru from the United Kingdom. So in the end, it was a battle of Paddington Bear between second and third, wasn't it? And United Kingdom will be happy with that bronze medal.
Yeah, for sure. And in the end, that penalty, or 2 penalties of 15 seconds for Yevon David, dropped him to 11th place. So because it was, you know, one consistent line of cars, 15 seconds worth really, really hurt. Keishun Luke ended up 15th after his penalties, and still the order is being amended on the timing screen, but we know it is going to be then Spain from Peru from the UK, and there is a very happy Juan Cota.
Just running wide like all drivers are taught from an early age, just to get the pickup and just to help with the weight of the car, to help the ride height of the car. And obviously you see it all the way up through to Formula 1. One of the reasons they think George Russell struggled to get through post-race scrutiny at Spa this year, wasn't it? Just didn't have time to get pickup because they turned them straight into the pit lane after turn number 1. So yeah, there's not too much pickup at the moment. Track have done a good job. Sometimes you see drivers, if they're super desperate, even going off the track onto the runoff, trying to find the really dirty parts. But yeah, they should be fine as they come into pit lane at the end of a very good 30-minute race.
So there are still 1 or 2 positions to confirm, but the top 3 we have had confirmed on the message line: Spain, Peru, United Kingdom, the medal winners, and that is Peru's first medal of the Games, I'm correct in saying. It is, for the United Kingdom, a 2nd bronze, to go with 2 silvers and a 5th gold for Spain. So the host nation is looking very good. I think it was Italy, wasn't it, that was the winning nation 2 years ago in France, but in Spain it could be a home win, looking at how things are panning out thus far. Peru got the fastest lap, but then in that second half of the race, Andres Cardenas just did not seem to have the pace, did he? And he fell away.
Yeah, faded, maybe just peaked a little early, pushing hard. You see the fans, family, teams waiting for those first 3 cars to make their way to this stage podium. It's a great thing to have in motorsport. Definitely adds a lot more drama.
So the provisional result: a win for Spain by 1.3 seconds from Peru and United Kingdom 3rd, Israel 4th, Japan 5th, and Luxembourg 6th. And bearing in mind that 17th was where Luxembourg started, Chester Kiefer was probably the driver of the race. Australia 7th in the end, ahead of Serbia, Slovakia, and then Portugal. Sri Lanka, with many penalties, 11th, ahead of Norway, Malta, Brazil, and Hong Kong, China. Argentina was black flagged. Retirement to the pit lane for Qatar, Angola, and a crash sorted out Greece and Czech Republic. So it was a lively start and a very, very well measured drive by Spain. As out of the car now comes a very, very happy Juan Cota. And again, people say, does the FIA Motorsport Games matter? You reckon he's not happy? You reckon that doesn't matter to him? A delighted driver, a great drive. And for Team Spain, it's another gold. And the enormity of what that means to a young driver looking to make a career in single-seater racing and get to Formula 1. There's all the evidence you need.
Yeah, pure ecstasy, isn't it? He can stay calm for 30 minutes and then suddenly you get this emotion, so much emotion you can't see the flag in front of your face trying to be handed to him. There's a few of the Spanish flags being there and he lofts it above his head. And yeah, great to see the raw emotion from him. And
just a really, really good defensive drive, wasn't it? You know, he didn't make a mistake. All right, there were, what, 3 track limit warnings in a 30-minute race on a 14-corner circuit. And he withstood the pressure. He was able to control that restart really, really well, get away, didn't abuse the tyres, didn't push too hard too soon and lock up and make a mess of them. That was a very, very impressive drive indeed. So we know that Spain has a pretty decent history of good racing drivers, good Formula 1 drivers, whether it's been a Carlos Sainz Jr. or Fernando Alonso. And for Juan Cota Alonso, to give him his full name, he could well be finding himself moving rapidly through the ranks, because that has put him not only as a winner on Spanish soil, but a winner on a very, very evident global platform.
And the Spanish motorsport body, the ASN from Spain, have been really proactive this year, it feels, and you could see that with how many people Cota Alonso was having to thank, all there from the governing body. The governing bodies can do so much as a young driver. They obviously get quite a lot of funding, and they can then place that money with the talent they think's got the best chance to go all the way through the top. So yeah, again, this is why the Motorsport Games is great, bringing all the ASNs together and see who is the most committed for their nation.
So the drivers then will, for the top three, head to the podium. A bit of frustration maybe for Reza Seaworthen from the UK, that he couldn't quite stay with the top three, but a medal goes his way anyway. But again, having to adapt to a new team and a new circuit, and up against people with a bit more track knowledge at least.
I don't think I've ever seen so many thanks have to be paid. So obviously a popular lad, and yeah, it's a good mark after a race to see how the team reacts with a driver. Some drivers not always as popular as others with the team, depending on how they've been over the weekend. But I think Cota Alonso seems like a lovely young man, and the team definitely see the same. The FIA just weighing him there, making sure everything is okay. That will be added to the car weight, and yeah, everything suddenly gets a bit serious when the FIA man is stood over your shoulder.
With his scales, yes, it's not for Weight Watchers, that. It is for the regulations for the championship. Photographer Jacob Ebery in the red jacket behind, the official photographer for the event, and earpiece is out. Antonio Rankin is there ready to have a word. He's had to join the queue, I think, to get to Juan Cota after all the people he's had to go say thank you to. But we have our race winner. We have gold for Spain, and Juan Cota it is who is the race winner. Antonio Rankin is with a very happy young man.
Juan, you were absolutely incredible. Can you try and put it into words what it means?
No words for me. Here, lots of people here come to support me from all parts of Spain, my family, my team, my federation. I just want to say thanks to everyone. I want to dedicate this victory to my beautiful father. He will be supporting me since I have 4 years. And to my mother, he recently got out of a serious surgery, so he's getting better and better. So thank you so much.
I'm sure they'll be so proud of you as your fans are here today. What does it mean to represent Spain on a platform like this?
Yeah, I want to say thanks to all the people here to come to see me. It's amazing to have so many people here to support me here on the podium, around all the track, and people taking me photos or something. It feels amazing.
Go celebrate. Well done.
So Juan Cota will be given a very loud reception, I'm sure, in a few moments, once yet more photographs are done. Jacob Eber say, do that P1 finger salute that always sells a good picture. So Juan Cota responds, and they're in super slow-mo from early on in the race when he was under attack. He's a happy driver. Juan Cota, then the victor, and coming through for that gold medal. And I think we're going to hear a lot more from the personal Madrid driver. Team Spain then takes a 5th gold to add to 2 silvers and a bronze. It's being a really good weekend for the host nation, embracing the FIA Motorsport Games in style. Spain victorious in Formula 4. So there, the fan village getting busier and busier. It's somewhat flippant to say it's full of Spaniards, but you know what I mean, because all the people from the federation are there, not just the fans, in order to cheer on the winning driver. And their autograph to be had, please. Juan Cota. Well, that's a very happy young fan who has just got the autograph. And in a few years, that could be a Formula 1 driver's autograph you've got. You never know. So it's one to keep, one to treasure that. So the podium is ready and waiting. The flags of the drivers are there. There is Reza Seaworthen. Hewitt makes his way up the steps. The background to the family from Mauritius, but Reza very much a Brit, and Reza Seaworthen for United Kingdom takes bronze. Then for Peru, it will be Andres Cardenas, who's called forward next. The silver medal goes to Peru. First medal of the Games for Peru, and a silver to boot. And then a bronze, 2 silvers, now a 5th gold for Spain. And this gold medal in Formula 4 comes courtesy of Juan Cota. You reckon the Spaniards are happy? Juan Cota on the top step, a gold medal winner, and a great reception for the F4 race winner. Juan Cota very proudly awaits his national anthem. Well done to Spain, well done Juan Cota, and now as he, Andres Cardenas for Peru and Reza Seaworthen for the UK stand on the podium, they await their trophies, they await their medals, and the medal presentation now is ready to go. Bronze medal for Reza Seaworthen. All smiles. Tough race, not quite having perhaps that last 10th to stay with the leaders.
Yeah, I thought we were going to see a bit more of an attack early on from him, but it sort of died in the middle and then came back to him, didn't it, towards the end. It was an ebb and flow race for the United Kingdom in that one.
Indeed so, as their silver medal goes to Peru, and then the bronze medal, and a huge cheer, no doubt. The bronze to the UK, silver to Peru, gold medal to Spain and to Juan Cota. And for Juan Cota, the F4 gold medalist, there is a voucher to put towards his next season of racing within Formula 4, and that's a great prize to help a young driver up the ladder.
Great prize, annoying to pay in at the local bank though.
I'm sure there'll be a happy team that will take that off you. So they're the 3 drivers huddled together on the top step for the group photograph, and a very, very good race for Spain. And Juan Cota just dominated that, didn't he? He looked so, so strong. And interesting to see how drivers' fortunes have fluctuated a bit over the weekend. You know, people who've looked good in free practice might have struggled in the races. Others have just got better and better. This is where Reza Seaworthen is able to strike and attack with the champagne. Whether they're old enough to drink it is a moot point, but they're certainly old enough to spray it. So congratulations then to Reza Seaworthen for bronze, silver to Andres Cardenas, and gold medal winner Juan Cota. When the lights went out to get the Formula 4 race underway with the medals on the line, it was from pole position Spain's Juan Cota who converted pole into a really good lead, even by turn 1. He was 3 lengths ahead, and he was able to control the pace of the race thereafter in a really impressive measured drive. The opposition caught up on the opening lap, but there was drama in the pack as well, where Japan and Austria got together, and that ended the race immediately of Austria as Oscar Wurz, crab-like, limped into the pits. More drama. Greece being attacked by the Czech Republic. The rear wing done on the Greek car, and the Czech Republic's Max Kahan into the gravel. That triggered a safety car, and on the restart, having stacked them all up behind him, it was up to Juan Cota to pull the pin and then sprint clear of the opposition.
that he was able to do as the battles raged on lower down. But when we got to the last 10 minutes of the race, it all became about track limits, and Argentina, number 1 there, was one that got many a penalty and ultimately a drive-through. In 4th place, there was a sideways, Reza Seaworthen, but he would get bronze after the man ahead of him from Sri Lanka copped 15 seconds worth of penalties. But an impeccable drive by Juan Cota, who in the second half of the race just steadily built the gap to come through victorious and take a 5th gold medal of the Games for Team Spain. Gold in Formula 4 to Spain and to a delighted Juan Cota, who was able to celebrate in style at the podium after a really important career victory. A gold medal in Formula 4 to Spain and to Juan Cota.
Now we're back in a familiar position, but it's changed a little bit. We took the cards and we sized them up, and now we've got electric SUVs doing the slalom behind us.
Yeah, it could not be more different from the single-seaters. Thanks to David Addison, Joe Osborne and Antonio Rankin for bringing us that fascinating and sort of penalty-strewn Formula 4 race. On the subject of penalties, one thing that is very key to look out for, if you weren't watching earlier when we were doing karting slalom, which is the sort of junior category of this electric street section of the FIA Motorsport Games 2024, they have to get from A to B through a slalom course as quickly as possible without hitting any of the cones.
And they are in big vehicles, which makes this not easy, let's just say.
So these are electric Hyundai Kona N-lines, so it's quite a high-sided SUV. So as you'll see as they swing around, they're just basically road-going electric SUVs. So you'll see it lurch from side to side.
And they're really testing those tyres, because I don't know if you heard the screeching in the background. They're taking these cars to the maximum, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. The sort of roots of this is kind of auto test, but this is taking it up a level. It's auto slalom. And now where we are in the competition, this is the final. This is the showdown for the gold medal in auto slalom. And what I can tell you is that someone is going to get their first gold medal of this Games, because we are Estonia versus Slovakia. So as far as I can work out, neither Estonia nor Slovakia have a gold medal yet. So one of these teams will get their first of these Games.
So what you can see fabulously here is that both cars are competing at the same time, right? So they set off at the same time, do the circuit in roughly 1 minute, or just under 1 minute, actually. In around about 43 seconds was the last lap that I can see on the scoring board here. So it takes them 43 seconds to get around the cones, and the nice thing is that you can see both cars at the same time when you're stood here, and it makes it seem like you can see who's in front, but obviously only the car without penalties will have the best time, because per cone touched or tipped over, 3 seconds will be added to the time.
Yes, so the way that it's working is course 1 and course 2 are mirror images of each other. So technically they are covering exactly the same distance from start to finish and exactly the same number of turns, but if you're on course 1, you're going left. If you're on course 2, you're going right. That's how mirrors work. The rules of the game are that each team fields one male driver, one female driver, and they go against each other, and then they swap over and go on the other side. So we are in the thick of the competition now. In a minute I'll go and check the board to see where we are, but it's very close between Slovakia and Estonia in the auto slalom final.
So we are just really close to the drivers here, which is great, seeing them get settled in, just doing the last settings in the car, because obviously male driver and female driver have different preferences in this car. This car is completely road legal. You might have seen it before, and it is quite a big SUV, to be fair. It is a sporty car, as you can see when they're doing the slalom. I think it looks very fun to drive. At first when I came here I thought it looked less impressive than the karting, because obviously the karting looks faster because it's smaller vehicles, but actually when you follow them around the track and you properly follow how sharp these corners are, let's just say I'm glad I'm not in that car. I'm not a passenger and I don't have to navigate the slalom, because I think there'd be a lot of cones tipped over if it was me in position. So we're just getting started here here for another lap. Both cars look ready-ish. No, on the Estonian side, the driver is just coming in, getting registered. So we have a switch over from the female drivers to the male drivers now. They're getting ready into the car, setting up. The car is exactly the same. The track is exactly the same. The only thing that's different is the driver and the flags on top.
I've just managed to grab Claire from the German team. So Claire, first of all, how did you get on?
Yeah, for us it was a bit difficult. We had a cone, so we lose against Slovakia, and now we got bronze in the semi-final, so on the podium, so it was quite good. And now the final is between Estonia and Slovakia.
And talk us through, as we're watching the action now, the techniques required to get the best possible time, the best possible result.
Yes, it's difficult because we have electronic stabilization programs on, and we are not allowed to switch the sport mode. So yeah, I think it's the best option to drive really, really smooth so that you're not regulated too much by the ESP. And yeah, we will see who will be the fastest at the end.
I guess maybe you hope that Estonia would win because it was Slovakia that knocked you out.
Yeah, but last time we won again Slovakia here at the FIA Motorsport Games in 2022, so I'm cheering up for Slovakia, honestly.
Yeah, so you competed here before, you got the gold. Tell us, in the wider context of motorsport, how important auto slalom is for those people that don't understand about the discipline.
Yeah, I think auto slalom is a really important discipline because you learn a lot of driving. So yeah, I think it's the basic of driving, and this is the best opportunity to learn what the car is doing. And yeah, it's also a really, really tight I don't know the English word for this. So yeah.
And what's your mindset? Like, are you more worried about hitting a cone or more worried about the speed?
More about hitting a cone, because it is 3 seconds on top. So if you're really equal in driving with the other nation, it's not possible to get faster.
Okay. Claire Schornborn, thank you very much, and congratulations on your bronze medal for Germany.
Thank you.
Just as a little information on environment. So obviously this morning we had a few showers, slight showers. The track has dried up now, so it would be a cool street here. Not street, it's not a street, is it? Cool circuit, which would be dry, which I can only assume makes the conditions much easier for the slalom, because it already looks quite slippery as it is. And yeah, a lot of brake control needed on these sharp corners, but so far it looks speedy, and I have not seen a lot of cones being touched recently. But Neil, I'm back with you now. Hey.
Oh, hi, Karen.
How are you finding it? It's quite impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, I did my own little slalom just to try and find you, and I did hit a few cones on the way.
Did you? Yeah. So you're not very well suited for this?
Yeah, I got several 3-second penalties. What's really great about this is that all the teams just intensely watching their drivers. It's like there is no actual pit wall, but it's the equivalent of kind of the pit wall in a race, with everyone kind of scrutinizing the performance of their drivers. Very interesting what Claire was saying is that you're much more concentrated on not hitting a cone than the speed, because of course the deficit of a 3-point penalty is far greater than losing a tenth here and there. So no matter what you're seeing from above or the action, how close they seem to be, 3 seconds would put you halfway down the course.
And another thing that she mentioned there was that they can't change the sports setting in the car, and it's electric cars, obviously. So I can assume that when you maybe are a slalom driver, but you're not used to the electric setting and you're not used to this particular car, that is an added challenge to this race. And they obviously have to get used to this car. We're just looking at the scoreboard.
There was a penalty there for the Estonian team, and it looks like it's going to be a changeover of drivers now. So the female driver for Slovakia, who is Michaela Dorčíková, is coming out, and the male driver for Slovakia, David Nemček, is going in, while the other way around is Christian Halikmägi from Estonia coming out, and Marta-Liisa Meindorf going in.
What's interesting, what we can see on the scoreboard as well, is that the Estonian team, in theory, has the faster laps in comparison to the Slovakian team. So they're on average maybe 1.5 seconds quicker, but they have had several penalties. So the third go was 2 penalties, so 6 seconds added, and then the last goal that we just saw now was 1 penalty, so another 3 seconds added, which obviously then averages to a higher lap time in total compared to Slovakia at the moment.
So yes, Slovakia currently leading. And we can jump in and have a quick word with you. You've just stepped out of the car representing Slovakia. How was it for you?
Well, it's the finals, so of course it's a lot of pressure. But we are trained, we are racing drivers, so we know how to deal with it. And here the target is not to hit a cone. And so far, yeah, it's the end for me. So I'm happy I haven't had a single cone throughout the whole competition, which is really good. And in the semi-finals, we had to beat Germany, which is obviously one of the strongest teams here, so it wasn't easy. And now we have 7 seconds before the final round, so I believe we can do this, we can bring it home.
But in terms of fulfilling the mission brief, not hitting a single cone is pretty impressive from you.
Yeah, we had some practice, and we practiced with much narrower gates, which I think helped me a lot, because honestly, I never drive an SUV. I don't like SUV cars. I drive as small as possible cars and as fast as possible, and never electric. So this is something completely different. So the practice was super important, because at least I got kind of hint where the car is. And here, if you don't know where the rear of the car is, you can make a huge mistake.
Now, talk us through tell us about your teammate and how he's doing currently in that car, the white car, which is on course 1.
So far, he did the practice right now. So the last 2 rounds of the whole competitions are awaiting us. He's doing very well. He improved by a second from yesterday, which is super important. We were working on it a lot, and there was potential to make both of us faster. I did some wrong times in the final. I'm not really happy, because I know I can drive better. But he drives much faster than yesterday and the day before, and that is super important, because this is a team competition. It doesn't matter how the girl performs, it doesn't matter how the guy performs. You can be the best, but you need to have a good teammate, and I think we have a great team, because we are representing the country, so we need to be good. No?
And you're you could be within a couple of minutes of bringing home a gold medal for Team Slovakia.
That's the target, that's why we came here. Last time we finished second, and yeah, when you end in the final, it's definitely not fulfilling. It's still a silver medal, but we came for the gold, and that's where we are going right now.
Okay, thank you, good luck.
Thank you.
That was fantastic intel. Thank you very much, Neil. Yeah, you can feel with the atmosphere how it's heating up. Not just the ground is heating up, but also the atmosphere is heating up. And the applause when they come in, it's quite fascinating. That last straight that they go into, and then that abrupt stop that they come to. And we are in. Yes, big applause, thumbs up. You can feel relief, and then straight back to the scoreboard to check the times. Both runs without penalties as far as I can see. I'm just trying to squeeze in. It's getting quite busy. And yeah, tensions are rising. Neil, you're in front of the scoreboard. What can you see?
Well, it's still looking good for Slovakia, but the timing board hasn't updated. But yeah, Slovakia is still looking like they have, almost barring disaster, got this in the bag. I mean, if they hit 3 cones, they would throw away a surefire gold medal, but that's looking unlikely with the consistency of these drivers. We spoke to Michaela Dorchikova, and now in the car is David Nemček.
We are off one more time, off they go. As you can see now, Estonia looks ahead from the circuit. I have both in vision, but that means nothing unless they make it through without hitting a cone, which now looks good. I'm trying to keep my eyes on both at the same time, which is challenging as there is a lot going on, but everyone is watching with excitement and nerves. And they're coming back through the last cones, picking up the speed, sharp turn through the last straight, and abrupt stop, and we have the claps. They're back in solid.
I think that should be it. That is the result. Emotions.
We've got the relief and a few tears. Oh, fantastic. They're so happy. Congratulations to the Slovakian team. Look at them. Emotions are rising. Let's give them a moment. Oh, fantastic.
That's got me right in the feels. That has. Nothing but emotion from the Slovakian team.
Oh, look at her. She's crying. Bless her.
He's crying. He's crying behind the helmet.
He's just got the helmet.
He can hide it.
Let's have a go. Let's go in there.
Congratulations. Take your helmet off. So, David, talk us through what it means to you to win gold for Slovakia.
For me and for our country, it's a lot of, and this is most of what we can do. Yeah, it's for Autoslalom, and thank you very much for our team, for Michaela. She was driving very, very good, and we did it.
But it's so high pressure. How did you cope with those last two runs? Because you had to not hit any cones.
Yes, it was big pressure. I was a little bit slow, but because I don't need push that. So
you knew you had a 7-second cushion going into that last race, but for you to watch him, I'm sure you had faith in him, but how were you feeling during that?
You always need to have faith in your teammates, because without that, it's not a proper team competition. As I said previously, this is a team competition. So yeah, it's so much stress because you're not holding the wheel and you're just watching the cones and make them not to fall down.
Well, if you want to say whatever you want to say to each other in your own language, then your fans at home will hear it.
Prostě jsme nejlepší.
Nikdo nemá na nás.
Děkujeme.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, congratulations.
Thank you.
An overall emotional race and the winners in tears, and that's what the motorsport games are really all about. Emotions and maybe nations who are otherwise not so well represented in motorsport taking home gold medals. That is wonderful. And I'm so happy for them. I have no relation to the country, but I am very, very happy for them. Look at them, they're falling into each other's arms. Congratulations from FIA. And we're gonna go over to some action of GT single make finals. God.
A new discipline for the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games is a single-make GT event, a single race, and that is what is on track now with medals at stake. And that single make for GT is Ferrari. These cars, all Ferrari 296 Challenge examples. The Ferrari Challenge is one of the most not only successful but longest standing of all the one-make manufacturer categories. And there are drivers from all over the globe who have been lured by the thought of racing a Ferrari for their country. We've had 2 qualifying sessions to go with free practice. The combined average of those times has determined the grid for us. But now we are ready to go with, on pole position, Spain and Georgia, having lost all of the lap times for an infringement with tyres in Q1 at the very back. But the Georgian car has had a really good pace over the course of the weekend and is one to watch in a race that is going to be 30 minutes long. David Addison and Joe Osborne trackside. Going to be really interesting, this, because of course it's the one race for them. We've seen quite a lot of the cars on track, but we don't yet know who the feisty racers are. Okay, yes, if you follow the championship closely you will, and some names are familiar, but you know, there are drivers that are on this grid that aren't regulars in, for example, Europe, like Lisa Clark from America, and it's a different feel to the grid anyway, so a bit of a step into the unknown in a way, this.
Yeah, and the big unknown is actually this is the first time the driver's been on track today. That's quite an oddity that there wasn't a qualifying session for them at this point. That was done yesterday with that combined qualifying format. So first time you're going to attack turn 1 in anger is when the lights go out and you've got to get straight on it. So that is, again, quite a big undertaking for these drivers as we look at James Owen from the United Kingdom with his driver coach Bobby Thompson, just giving him the final bit of advice and the good luck handshake there.
The Welsh wizard, James Owen from North Wales, then representing Team UK, Team United Kingdom, and a wave from a potential gold medal winner, no question, because James was a winner at Ferrari Mondiale, the World Finals for the Ferrari Championships recently, and so with that in mind, he's got to start as one of the favourites here.
Yeah, for sure. And these cars are very, very quick. The 296 taking over from the 488, and the 488 Evo was such a popular car. But this 296, 700 horsepower. They are absolute animals. So these drivers, as we look at the Venezuela car there, have got a lot of power under their right foot. So they have to modulate that throttle. Yes, there's traction control with variable settings, but these cars can be wild. And on cold tyres, they are even harder to control.
Indeed so, and it's going to be another interesting race, that is for sure, as the grid is lined up good to go. Spain, United Kingdom, Venezuela, Switzerland, Sweden, Germany, Italy, Lebanon, Portugal, USA, Georgia, all represented on this grid. And Spain on pole position has been the most recent winner on the circuit, at least, with a 5th gold medal going the way of Spain. There is the experienced Christoph Hörny, who's been racing since the early 1980s. He represents Switzerland, although his early racing came in France when he drove in the Volant Elf, the sort of French scholarship, and went through Formula 3, Carrera Cup, Clio Cup. He raced in Formula 3000 for a time, and even had a go in GP3, of all things, at the age of 48. You're only as old as you feel, clearly. And it was just to tick the box, I think, that Christoph Hörny wanted to have a go. He's raced in big, powerful cars in the Boss Formula Series and was the 2018 Ferrari Challenge Europe champion. There you've got Christian Kinch, the Team Sweden representative, who was good in the first qualifying session, but in terms of being spectacular. He's been a Ferrari regular. He's also done a bit of multi-malt GT racing, for example, in the Gulf 12 Hours a few seasons ago.
Yeah, he really was using his Scandinavian car controllers in the damp conditions, quite leery and wild, as we see. The Team Germany car there, everyone looking very relaxed. The peace symbol, let's hope Axel remembers that into turn 1, that it's all peace and love out here in the FIA Motorsport Games.
He had a big spin, didn't he, in qualifying, but was able to recover from that. Of course, for some of these drivers, they're their regular cars that they've used in the European Ferrari Challenge, the drivers with a full programme that's come to a close, but one or two less experienced of these awesome bits of kit. Where would you put these in terms of, you know, if you think about the GT hierarchy, are these GT3 minus or on a sort of comparable scale?
They go minus to plus depending on the track. So here at Valencia, because there isn't as many long straights, they're slightly slower than the GT3 cars themselves. But a circuit like Paul Ricard, Monza, they would actually be faster than a GT3 car lap time wise now. So they kind of ebb and flow. From an enjoyment perspective, I love them because they've got less grip but more power. So right, they're a little bit more of a sort of a muscle car feeling. Not to say they're ill-designed, but they're just so much power going through, not too much downforce compared to a modern GT3 car.
And two of the stars of last year's championship, Tom Fleming and Alessio Dono, then made a big impact in the world of GT World Challenge Europe Sprint Cup this year. So it is not just a gentleman racers category, it is a springboard, if you want it, to international GT racing. Therefore, the Lebanon is Talal Shaya, who's been racing both in the European and the North American Championship, and raced actually in the Iberian-based GT Winter Series at the start of this year as well. So looking down from the drone onto the grid, Antonio Rankin is down on that grid and has found Christian Kinch from Team Sweden. There's his car just disappearing underneath us. Antonio is next to the car with Christian Kinch himself.
Christian, as you just said, this is equivalent to an Olympic world final. Is there any pressure on your shoulders?
No, it's just enjoy. I mean, it's unbelievable to be here and to be actually representing Sweden in an Olympic final. Fantastico.
It's so lovely to see Sweden be represented. If you could make it onto the podium, what would it mean to get a medal for your country?
That would mean a lot, even though I have to say today is going to be a tough one. We have some really good drivers here, but you never know. You say there's a chance, huh? You say there's a chance.
Well, have fun, and I'm sure there will be. Best of luck. Thank you.
So therefore, the USA is Lisa Clark, Racer Mom, as she calls herself, but a very accomplished Ferrari racer in the States and does make these occasional forays to Europe. She came to race in the Ferrari Challenge race that supported the Le Mans 24 Hours last year. And from Ferrari Beverly Hills, Lisa Clark will be one to watch, most likely battling with Portugal. For me, the fascination is going to be to see how quickly the Georgian driver, David Kajaya, gets himself up through the traffic, because Kajaya has looked really, really rapid over the course of the weekend. There he is at the back, condemned to the back because of the car running a set of tyres in the first qualifying session that were not marked for this event. The team said, well, you know, we made a mistake, but there's no performance gain. And the scrutineer said, but you broke the rule. The rule says tyres only for this event. You used a different set. Therefore, I'll refer it to the stewards. And they said, you're right, exclusion. And so the grid is based on the average of the 2 times you set, one in Q1, one in Q2. With no Q1 time, he was always going to be mired at the rear.
Yeah, he's definitely at the wrong end, so it's going to be an interesting race for him. Pretty interesting career as well he's had, so a good character to have on the grid for Georgia there. But yeah, for sure, I think we're going to be seeing him coming through. I think Sweden as well. We spoke to Kinch, very relaxed in his demeanour, not quite as relaxed as his whole helmet concept going on was quite stressful to me, though. No paint on it's fine, but tank tape holding up the visor, bit tank tape on the front with some strapping, and yeah, anyway, it's hope his race is cleaner than his crash helmet.
And we are almost ready to go then for the rolling start. The pace car as it is at the front, the teams now making their way off the grid. Many of these teams operating different nations' cars, so, you know, 2 or 3 for a given team. If you take the very successful German Metal Motorsport squad, for example, they are looking after Spain, Georgia and Germany. James Owen for the UK, Licky Moly Team Engschler, looking after that car. Engschler has as a team anyway been involved in the championship this year for Luca Engschler, who's also been in the DTM and the GT World Challenge Europe Sprint Cup. But James Owen has been benefiting from the help of the Engschler team. Luca son, very accomplished driver, and so is Franz Engschler, the man behind that team, touring car champion himself of many, many years standing. Right there on the gantry, we're ready with the green flag. The pace car as it is set to accelerate away, and then on instruction from race control we'll be in business there. The pole car for Team Spain.
And very nice and cleanly, no clutches in these 296s, so just select first gear and pull away. Everyone so far getting away well. Still quite chilly here, ambient temperature 15 degrees, track temp slightly lower, actually, 15 as well, sorry. So they are matching each other now. Not too much wind to talk about either, so pretty pleasant racing conditions in all fairness. So let's see how long it takes them to get some tyre temp, who's going to be aggressive, warming these stone cold Pirelli tyres up to their operating temperature.
So down they come through turn 1. There at the back is the Georgia car of David or Data Kajaya, and you can see Alvaro Ramos for Portugal. Let's look at this grid then, ready for 30 minutes of racing. It is Ivan Velasco for Spain and James Owen for the United Kingdom on the front row. Lining up third is Angelo Fontana for Venezuela, and fourth for Switzerland it is Christoph Herny. Fifth on the grid is Christian Kinch for Sweden, and sixth for Germany, Axel Sartingen. Seventh is where you find Italy's Paolo Scudieri, and eighth for the Lebanon, Talal Shire. On the fifth row for Portugal, Alvaro Ramos, and for the USA, Lisa Clark, and for Georgia at the back is David Kajaya. He is most definitely going to be a man to watch, and you might think, well, can he do it from 11th? He's got half an hour in which to do it. It's a long race.
Yeah, one safety car period as well gives him another chance to strike while everyone is bunched up as well. We go on board with Axel Sartingen. Had a good couple of laps in qualifying before he had that big spin that you said about David. And that maybe in the back of his mind as well. It was into turn 14, fast point of the circuit, did well to not go into the gravel. But yeah, all of these little plays over the weekend stay in the back of the mind as a driver.
And so Axel Sartingen will be another man to watch. I know he's got some work to do from 6th on the grid, but he's another previous champion. He won indeed in 2023, not only in the European Coppa Shell category, but also in the Ferrari World Finals, Ferrari Mondiali. So in a way, it's a surprise that Axel Sartingen is only 6th on the grid. But with all the experience, he's one to watch. Of course, these new cars, the 296 Challenge, taking over from the 488. And they look somewhat different in challenge spec from the GT3, don't they, with that much bigger rear wing draped over the back. There at the rear is David Kajaya for the Georgian nation. And so now, behind the Formula 1 safety car, they come out of turn 13. They get themselves in that 2x2 formation, ready for the start. The lights on the gantry are red. Safety car is about to dive for the pit lane. And then if the starter is happy, the lights will go to green. In bails the pace car now. And 1 or 2, like Christoph Herney for Switzerland, creeping out on the side as the lights are about to go to green. It is blast off now. Christoph Herney tries to get a gap on the outside there. Certainly committed. 2 wheels off the racetrack, but James Owen for United Kingdom says, oh, no, you don't. And the UK round the outside to grab the lead. That was really brave stuff. James Owen way off the road. He's going to come back on and hang on to the race lead. Did he gain an advantage by being off the track? He was able to use all of the runoff, certainly starting in for Germany up the inside there to try to gain ground against Venezuela. So, UK, Spain, that's the order, with Germany having made a decent start and Axel Sartingen up in a 4th place. They're down to 5th, Christoph Herney, who got hung out to dry a bit for Switzerland on the outside.
A weird start from Spain. They weren't over their grid box. They were having little bites of each other going up to the line, kissing mirrors, the United Kingdom and Spain. So I do agree that James Owen ran off and maybe gained an advantage, but Spain were nowhere near in the position they should be as they came under the start gantry. We go on board with Germany. After a good start, we see the Lebanon starting to mount an attack on Italy. Sorry, that's Georgia, isn't it? They started in 11th. I think they're a couple of places up already. Spain looking fast. Venezuela, Germany, Switzerland, Sweden, Italy. There's the Georgian car, already made up 3 places, in fact. Has had a really, really good go. Lebanon, the car behind them, from Portugal, from the United States. Georgia, can they get down the inside of Italy? No, it's not an overtaking spot. Normally into 12, you need to set it up into 14 now.
But Kajaya for Georgia, absolutely flying, just as we anticipated, carving his way through the traffic. He's having a go then for 7th place against Italy. Here for the race lead, United Kingdom versus Spain. Gap back, the next pair come through. The start is under review, perhaps inevitably, as the leaders go by. United Kingdom from Spain, 1st and 2nd. Venezuela 3rd, Germany 4th, Switzerland 5th, Sweden 6th. Then it's Italy and Georgia. Make that Georgia from Italy, because Kajaya on the inside goes through, gains the place. He is flying.
Yeah, a lot of space in front now, probably 2.5 seconds to Sweden, so this could be a very quick lap. It doesn't look like the United Kingdom at the moment have got the pace to pull away, actually going in way too deep into turn 4. Spain now looking to the inside of 5, door left open. Great move from Spain, not an easy move to do there clean. Mistake from the United Kingdom, Spain pounced.
So through into the lead goes Ivan Velasco Sanchez, and James Owen did make a mistake, did leave the door open, but let's see what the Welsh Wizard can do now to fight back then. If he's been tutored by a touring car racer, he'll know all about getting out his elbows, and he's closing right up again, coming down to turn 8 now. So through they turn, but the Spanish car, remember, qualified on pole, and straight away looks like he's just edging away by a couple of lengths. So James Owen needs to regroup here, have a think, see what he can do, and try to claw back that lost ground, because right now Spain charging away up front. That gap is growing.
Yeah, look at the black marks they're leaving as they accelerate out of 11. Spain with one in the mid-corner. The UK with a huge drift out as well. So tyres still coming up. Drivers pushing hard. Look at Georgia looming behind Sweden. I think it's only going to be a lap and a half until that Georgia car is on the back of Kinch in the Swedish car. As we look at it turning in, a little bit loose, a little bit too wide turning in. Can he keep it legal on the exit? Yes, he can. Remember, track limits are very prevalent here at Valencia. You don't want to use your lives up too early.
But the trouble is for Georgia that as long as he's trying to work his way back onto the tail of the top 6, the very, very quick leader for Spain, Ivan Velasco, is getting away. So he's not yet caught the pack, then he's got to get through it. So it looks as though catching for the win is going to be unlikely unless we have a safety car. They're going out of turn 2, and the lead gap is 11/10 of a second. Ivan Velasco has done the fastest lap.
Look at the Spanish cars, very over to the inside. They should be going over the grid boxes, and he is definitely not doing that. Owen brakes later, tries to carry the speed to clear the Spanish car, which he does, but in doing that, he does run wide, chops across the front, then to close the door. Look at Germany down the inside of Switzerland, nearly going for 3rd place as well. Georgia have already made up 2 places by the time they come to turn 2. Spain looking to get back on the aggressive through turn 3. Then Switzerland having to tuck in behind Germany, and then they all went to single file. Interesting, but clean start.
And 2nd place, United Kingdom falling away. Now James Owen looking as though he's being caught by Angelo Fontana for Venezuela. There they are, look, the Union flag on the front of James Owen's car, but he's dropping away certainly from that race lead car. and Ivan Velasquez-Sanchez building up the gap. 4th and 5th, Startingen and Herney getting themselves together, and it won't be long before there's a fight for 6th, I don't think, because David Kajaya for Georgia is almost up with Sweden's Christian Kinch. There, Venezuela, and the battle is on for 2nd place, isn't it? Owen falling back into the clutches of Fontana.
Talked about track limits already. Spain have already had 2 track limit warnings already. That is going to be, I would say, I'm happy to say, impossible to get to the end of the race without getting a 5-second penalty. There's only 3 more opportunities before that's going to happen. And if you have already used 2 in 3 laps, I'm not sure you're going to be able to rein that in. Spain need to be checking at where they're letting the car run to on these corner exits going wide. Georgia now on the back of this 4-car train.
And this is what we've been waiting for, isn't it? To see the pace, the progress of David Kajaya to get through the traffic as you look at Germany, Switzerland, Sweden, Georgia running together 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Whilst for 2nd place, they're almost nose to tail. James Owen is just being able to fend off the advance of Angelo Fontana, but for how long remains to be seen, as there Kajaya for Georgia, up for the back of the grid now, onto the tail of Sweden. Up front, Spain out on its own. The car of Ivan Velasquez-Sanchez pulling clear of everybody else. Here comes Kajaya then to give a tough time to Christian Kinch from Sweden through turn 8. And that line of cars ahead of him there for the taking. And wary to get through the traffic rapidly. A medal does beckon.
Yeah, Sweden defending a little bit into turn 8, not super aggressive yet. Georgia, the body language of the car that we saw running out to the gravel on the exit of turn 5. The car looks fast and is fast as we follow Switzerland through turn 12, bouncing over the curb through 13. Can Georgia line up a move into the break into 14? Difficult to do, but looks like getting to the inside, which Switzerland also do. Was that 2x2? Is Georgia now through into 3rd in this little back? Germany dropped behind Switzerland.
So Switzerland is up to 3rd and Georgia is ahead of Sweden as well. He's done it. So David Kajaya has gone through, and whilst Germany's regrouping, Georgia looks for the inside line. David Kajaya thinks and doesn't commit. The door was closing and he thinks discretion is the better part, because he gets a good run out of turn 1, makes the move on the inside. Does he into turn 2? He's going to have to brake very late, and he couldn't pull that off. So David Kajaya there having 2 opportunities, but he thought better of them. Doesn't want contact, doesn't want to risk a penalty, but he's crawling all over the back of Germany, and there is a little bit of a rub between the two. Kajaya went for a gap. Analyse that one.
The gap was there, and I initially thought Germany, when the car were right on board, had given him the space and then closed the door. A racing incident for me, yes, contact. I think Kajaya was trying to get out of it, and that's what almost made the contact worse. Let's see, another angle maybe. My initial reaction, racing incident, biased slightly towards Georgia being maybe more at fault, but not by much. Let's have another look. So they're alongside, and I think Georgia just trying to get out. Probably not alongside enough, though, for it to be fair. If I was watching that back as the driver of the Georgian car, I think I'd give the place back and not give race control the opportunity to give me a penalty and make a cleaner overtake later on in the race.
It almost looks as though not only was he trying to get out of it, but so too was Germany trying to steer away, and that made it look worse by going out wide. But either way, the other replay from the onboard, Georgia goes through. So the race order now is Spain, United Kingdom and Venezuela, and you can see the gap between the top 2, and the gap, such as it is, 2nd to 3rd, with their Venezuelan entry right up behind. 4th is Switzerland, and now 5th then for Georgia is David Kajaya as they come up now into turn 2. For Venezuela, Angelo Fontana all over the back of James Owen for the UK.
Yeah, looking really fast, aren't they, the Venezuelans here at this point. And also Georgia pulling away 1.4 seconds from Germany in just over 2/3 of a lap. Car sounding great as they scream out of turn 4. Balance looks good for both these cars, not running too wide, not working the rear tyre too hard. In fact, Georgia right on the back of Switzerland behind these two as well. United Kingdom right on the borderline of legality on track limits on the exit of turn 6 this lap.
And purple sectors being posted by Georgia. David Kajaya, now that he's got onto the back of Christoph Herney, absolutely flying, and it goes straight on, in fact, in the distance. I've just caught him out of the corner of my eye. So Georgia has run off the road over at turn 8. There is Christoph Herney now on his own, and I wonder whether David Kajaya just missed his braking point or has had a failure. There he is. He's trying to find himself back towards turn 13, but the car just went straight on. Could have been a mistake, could have been a failure. There, look, he's going to try to rejoin, but that's not a complete lap, is it?
It's a really hard one to know what's fair. The only definite fair thing is to slot in behind Switzerland and then hope that the gap is okay. Obviously, his lap time, if he lets Switzerland go here, won't look too fast, but he needs to back off more because this is going to be a very fast lap still because he's in front of the Swiss car. But he is slowing, isn't he? He's trying to let him go. Now blends back in. So David Kajaya has done the right thing in that respect. But I'm not sure it's going to work quite like that because had he tried to turn the car around, he'd have lost more places. Yeah, he's done the fastest lap of the race, unsurprisingly, because he missed 5 corners. So, yes, he gave the place back. Let's have a look at the replay. So he's quite a long way back as they break for 8. You can see the speed difference there. That is a simple of broken too late. And then he didn't commit early enough, in my opinion, to stop, turn around and go. He's done his track work, though, because he is on a bit of a getaway there, isn't he, behind the tyre wall. I still can't work out how he then got all the way round the back of turn number 13 to rejoin. An odd decision for race control to have to make in the next few minutes. Yeah, I'm looking forward to what they call that. Track limits, not taking the full lap, gaining an advantage, because he certainly would have lost more places had he stopped and turned the car around. Anyway, David Kajaya has been a regular feature up in race control over the weekend, the Georgian driver, for myriad reasons. Let's see how this pans out. He's drawing attention to himself once again, and here he comes then now out of turn number 11, which he didn't do on the previous lap. So this is a really, really quirky one. He's right back on the tail of the Swiss car. Meanwhile, Velasco for Spain leads by 3 seconds. Yeah, and I maybe have to eat my words about it being, as we see Georgia, to the inside of 14, gets it done really well, gets the place. Now can he start to hone in on the medal places in front of them? Yeah, I may have to eat my words about Spain. They're still on 2 track limit warnings, so after getting 2 in 3 laps, they have now been very well disciplined for the last 4 laps and haven't attracted a single one. As we see Sweden to the inside of Germany. Germany sweeps across the front of Kinch and defends for another few corners at least. Race leaders are up at turn 2, and there you can see Germany ahead of Sweden. That's James Owen for the United Kingdom, and still he's fending off Angelo Fontana from Venezuela. So the UK has been racking up silver medals over the course of the weekend. We've got 2 of those. We've got 2 bronzes as well. We had a bronze in F4 earlier on today on the track here. And is it going to be another medal, but a silver one or a bronze rather than a gold for the UK out of the single make GT? Fair play to Ivan Velasco then, the former Clio Cup Spain and Mini Spain racer, because he is escaping up the road. He's been a regular, like James Owen, in Ferrari Challenge Europe this year, so he knows the car. But James Owen, who was so impressive at Ferrari Mondiali, is under attack. Venezuela to the inside. Couldn't quite do it. That must have been so close. They looked like they were overlapping as the British car turned across the front of Venezuela. Venezuela doing a good job getting out of that and avoiding contact. Bit of a lungy corner for me, turn 11. It's not a big brake zone. It's not very straight, but yeah, I think we need to find a better place. Turn 2's the easiest to overtake, but then it is quite hard to stay close to the car in front through turn 1 because of the dirty air, but definitely close as we come across the start-finish line with 17 minutes remaining. And there, 82 under investigation. That's Georgia for leaving the track and gaining an advantage. So that's one way of phrasing it. Missing out half a lap is another, but 82, the Georgian car, is under investigation. Yeah, I think the only fair penalty I can think of is a drive-through. I just think it's an odd one because technically he didn't look at all the marbles being thrown off the leader's car there through turn 3. But yeah, I think the drive-through is the only logical penalty you could apply there, which is going to, I think, put them all the way back down to last place, to be honest. Maybe just slotting in before Portugal in P10. Which, in fairness, is round about where it would have been had he stopped, done a U-turn and rejoined. David Kajaya decided not to do that, but that, well, could bite him in the end. There he is then, the Georgian car still charging along, now 4th and with clear road ahead, because this is the fight 2nd and 3rd. James Owen for the United Kingdom, Angelo Fontana for Venezuela, and they are running together right now. Yeah, using all the curbs, cars responding well to it. Good damping on this Ferrari 296 challenge. A little bit wide again from Owen. And Venezuela just feeding the gap, aren't they? Just trying to be there in case there's a car width that they can put him through. See the cars now coming through turn 12, hopping over the curb. See the body very still, the wheels doing all the work over the curbs to not unsettle the balance. big carbon brakes, the CCM spec brake on these. You can see the size of them, bigger than any dinner plate you've got at home, and they stop the car so well. Nice and consistent as well. They dissipate the heat so well.
Right, this is game on for second place now. Venezuela thinking about a move. It's coming on the inside line. Angelo Fontana for Venezuela has a long look, but United Kingdom's James Owen able to close the door. So James Owen hangs on to second place, but for how much longer? He's looking as though he's on borrowed time now, because Fontana for Venezuela is looking quicker and looking more determined than ever. Nose to tail, they come out of turn 2. So James Owen is going to have to really work hard now, and by defending, lose more time relative to the race leader, and these two are risking being caught by Georgia.
Yeah, and if you were to ask James Owen now, how much of the race have you done, what percentage, you'd be like 95, it must be nearly the end. No, James, we've still got 50% to go.
Drive-through penalty for Georgia. So, yeah, you're right. By missing out 3, 4, 5 corners or so, a drive-through penalty for Georgia. There it is, confirmed for David Kajaya. He has, as I say, been in all sorts of wars over the course of the weekend, and now a drive-through for effectively going off the road and rejoining elsewhere rather than where he went off, and therefore missing out most of turn 8 and all the way around to turn 13 where he joined back in. For second place though, James Owen, the United Kingdom driver, being given a hard time by Angelo Fontana. The Venezuelan has not yet found a way by, but not for the want of trying.
Yeah, they actually caught the leader on the last lap as well. Even though they were battling 4 tenths, the gap came down from second to first. Is that a trend? Is that an anomaly? We will see on this lap as well. But the gap visibly looked smaller, so that's why I looked to the timing screen, and my suspicions were backed up with evidence for once.
Okay, so 2 seconds last time, and as the leaders come by, it's gone up again, 2.2. So it was one of those anomalies as out of turn 1 they go. James Owen perhaps once more now having to think about defending, as into the pit lane as David Kajaya. This is the drive-through being served. So it's just such a long, slow drive. It's like the walk of shame, isn't it? All the other teams looking at you thinking, oh yeah, you've been naughty. So he's going to do the hard work all over again.
Yeah, and you've not even really had that much fun to achieve the walk of shame either, so it's a double negative. But I do totally agree with race control for once. I think that was the only penalty that was correct for the action that bizarrely lost us half of his lap. Venezuela's still so close, aren't they? But unable to find an answer to prize this silver medal from the United Kingdom with Georgia now with that drive-through. It really looks like our top 3 is set, but in what order is unset currently?
Battle on, second and third in the first sector of this lap. In fact, Spain setting a personal best. So Ivan Velasco, having had that quirky lap, is now getting himself together again, pulling clear. James Owen, you've got to say, even though that car does not have the pace of the Spanish car, he's doing a good job of defending. But bear in mind as well, he led early on and now has dropped back those 2 seconds. It's one of those strange situations, isn't it? Because, OK, he didn't have the pace to stay in the lead, and he hasn't got the pace to stay on the back of the leader, but he's not falling away markedly lap after lap. You know, the gap has been hovering around that 2-second mark all the way.
Yeah, Venezuela flashing their headlights away as we see, that was the Spanish GT3 driver, wasn't it, Jorge?
Cabezas, yes.
Yeah, he was coaching Navarrete, the AM in the GT3 car, obviously involved as well with Sanchez in the Spain car. UK doesn't have the pace with Spain, but does Venezuela? If Venezuela got up into second, could they do something about the stagnant gap that's hovering in the mid 2 seconds at the moment? I would say so, with how easy they're staying. The headlights are flashing above the Venezuelan car now, so I think Venezuela are going to mount a real attack. The frustration levels rising and rising.
Georgia 9th after that drive-through penalty, so almost back to where he started. Is David Kajaya. It's Lisa Clark at the back of the pack for United States. It is Ivan Velasco at the head of the queue for Spain, and this is the battle for second place with an increasingly frustrated Angelo Fontana, the Venezuelan, making a bit of a mistake at turn 8. I think James Owen went a bit deep. Even deeper went Fontana, and that suddenly has stretched the gap.
Yeah, the old Pied Piper effect, wasn't it? James Owen went in deep, and then so did Fontana Olivieri. And I think that's just so easy to do when you're really pushing hard. You just mimic the car in front, so it's so easy just to follow them. If he hadn't have broken too late in Venezuela, that was a chance to get down the inside. The gap's actually grown somewhat, up to 0.6 now. The gap at the front still 2.5. I wonder if Spain are now just managing that gap, not looking to attract any more track limits for the rest of the race.
Possibly so. 2.4 seconds first to second. It was 0.2 last time second to third, but a much, much bigger gap now after Venezuela made that mistake. So James Owen to Angelo Fontana has gone up by a full second from 0.2 to 1.2. Now, for fourth, you've got Switzerland, fifth is Germany, and sixth is Sweden. And Germany and Sweden are still pretty close, aren't they, looking at that, with Christian Kinch at the back of the queue for Sweden, thinking about the inside. Very wide approach to sweep round the corner from Germany, Axel Sartingman.
Yeah, I can only assume that was a sort of a move to distract Germany, because there's not enough brake zone to get rid of the car in front of you and get past it. Kicks up the dust out too. Yeah, the wheel spin as well from Kinch there, really hustling on well. Not too much to separate them lap time wise in the last 2 laps. There's 0.3 between them, and that's where we obviously got to the back of Team Germany, but at the moment can't make the move stick, and we're under 10 minutes to go now.
So there for Sweden going through is Christian Kinch, and he is in 6th place. Now David Kajaya is on the back of the Lebanese driver Talal Shaya. Indeed, he may be ahead of him by the end of this lap. So Kajaya, after his drive-through, is trying to rebuild the race, but it's been a tough weekend for somebody who on pure pace ought to be a medalist.
Yeah, and we've seen it across the disciplines, haven't they? You can have speed, but then to have the discipline is another matter, and it is a balance between the two you need to be somewhere at the sharp end of any motor race.
As the race leaders then come through to shortly complete lap 13, there is Switzerland from Germany, from Sweden. Christoph Hörny is 4th for Switzerland. It's Germany, Sweden 5th and 6th. And Sweden again looking to see what progress can be made as they come over the line with now 9 minutes on the clock. It was here that Sweden had a look a lap ago. Germany ahead as they drop down towards turn 1. Axel Sartingen again takes that very wide sweep, 8th this time by Sweden as they come through turn 1. And the progress of David Kajaya, meantime, for Georgia, as he makes his way up towards the line. He has gone through ahead of the Lebanon. He's up into 8th place.
Yeah, next target, Italy 1.6 seconds ahead of this car that we're looking at the moment. Venezuela have actually dropped off the back of the United Kingdom, 1.6 seconds now. United Kingdom have brought the gap back down to the leader of 2.3. So Owens found a bit of pace in this final third of the race. Maybe his tyres just staying a little bit happier than some of the other cars around him. We have seen that ebb and flow. So let's see at the end of this lap where that gap will stand.
And the clock ticking on down with 8 minutes to go. But Spain, with 5 gold medals already, is looking for a 6th. Still Germany and Sweden, separated by not very much, 0.3 of a second. And David Kajaya, if nothing else, now is going to go for the fastest lap of the race because he's done an absolute best in the first sector. Interesting, isn't it, that finally James Owen has been able to shake off Fontana. We saw a mistake by Venezuela, but the gap opened up partly because of that, and it's opened up again. So it went up to 1.2 seconds. It's now up to 1.6. Is James Owen now, having, if you like, got away from Venezuela, being able to do much about the race leader? The answer is yes. He has just lapped a little bit quicker by under 0.4 of a second. So without having to think about defending now, James Owen is having one last push. 7 minutes on the clock. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, it's the Dragon Awaken for Owen here. 0.4 on that last lap. Gap down to 2 seconds. That's the smallest I've seen it in the last 20 minutes of this race or so. Placing the car really well over the curb at turn number 4 as we see a battle between Georgia and Italy. Looks like job done there for Georgia. Now up to 7th. I think that's as high up as they're going to get because they're 12 seconds behind Sweden.
And maybe not, because there's a problem for Germany. Axel Sartingen, who was 5th, has gone slowly. Now, he had a moment and is recovering. I think he has. He's sort of regrouping. So he's going to lose out possibly to Christian Kinch. Car doesn't look damaged, but it doesn't look overly quick.
No, I'd imagine he's been through a little trip at the gravel trap at turn number 2. Maybe I saw some stones flinging out the back, but we look like we're back up to speed now. We ride on board of the car. Can we see anything? No major vibrations. We've got a replay coming. aided from Sweden. Yes, it was turn 2. Didn't get to the gravel. I think it was some of the gravel just on the outside. Going on board, turns in. Slight defensive line, but I think Sweden had a right to be there. Our defence was a little bit late. Luckily the car didn't stall, no clutch to worry about, so the auto clutch engaged and Germany able to just to pull away and carry on.
So, lead gap was 2 seconds last time, and now with 6 minutes to go, the lead gap's down to 1.5 seconds. So James Owen is absolutely on a mission here for Team UK, despite the fact he led early on and lost the lead and dropped back. He's having a really, really good push now against the man with the fastest lap of the race. There is a driving standards flag to the leader and also to David Kajaya for not respecting the track limits, but with the lead gap down to 1.5 seconds, James Owen still on the charge.
Yeah, we spoke about the track limits a little bit for Spain. Now he's under pressure. Is he going to have to start to push harder? I thought he was monitoring his lap times early on in the race, but now suddenly Owen is just pushing on. 9/10 of a second found in the last 2 laps alone. Car looks good, driver looks good. Spain getting tired, the tyres getting tired. What's getting tired? They look apprehensive on the pit wall for Team Spain. Not long left, but the pace deficit is definitely swinging in favour of the United Kingdom.
Especially with this Damocletian driving standards flag for track limits over that car, the lead car of Spain. So Ivan Velasco, the former Clio racer, still leads, but you can see how much closer James Owen is getting. Now, why is the gap coming down like this? Is it James Owen going quicker? Is it Spain with a problem and going slower? The last lap was a 36.0, which is over a second slower for Spain, whereas James Owen's last lap was only about 0.3 away from his earlier best. He's been the more consistent. It does look as though the Spanish car is fading.
Yeah, it was interesting to see, is it corner speed? Is it straight line speed? What could it be? The obvious one to go with as we get the Temple point. Yeah, again, I assume he gets paid per point. And it just doesn't look like the confidence is there. Tyre pressures maybe have come up too high in the United Kingdom. Look at that graphic. 4/10, 5/10, 7/10. It's getting worse as a time loss for Spain. Gap now to 8/10. They nearly found that on the last lap, the United Kingdom. We have got a race on with 4 minutes remaining.
Under investigation now are Sweden and Germany after the contact that we saw that turned around Germany, but it's even more important to monitor this situation up front where a slightly sideways Spanish car comes towards us then. So Ivan Velasco, I fear he's going to lose the lead on this lap because almost with him now is James Owen. Remember, Owen led early on, and with a big flash of the lights once again to try to distract Spain, United Kingdom comes down towards turn 8 through this long left-hander. Road drops downhill a little bit here. Then you've got the kink at 9 and 10, and then another almost hairpin-esque corner at 11. Looking at the clock, 3.5 minutes to go, but James Owen is almost there now, and by the end of the lap, we'll perhaps be building up to challenge, start at 14 over the line and make it work at turn 1. What do you think?
I think you're totally right in that one. And music to James Owen's ears, but fingernails down a chalkboard to Spain is, remember, this is +1 lap. So when the clock runs out, we add a lap at the end as well. So Spain will be going 3 minutes, not too bad, 2 more laps. Oh no, there's another lap. So we've got 3 more laps of this race to go. I think that's plenty of time for the United Kingdom to take their time, pick their spot and get that gold medal, which has eluded them so far in this FIA Motorsport Games by SRO.
So the gap, 0.5 second, 0.518 as they came across the stripe. Now, of course, James Owen has done the catching. What can he do in terms of the passing? That's the difficult bit, especially if Ivan Velasco makes that car wide. They are going to have this lap and one more and the regulation lap, aren't they? So that means Velasco's got to defend for 3 more laps in a car that does not seem to have the pace anymore for whatever reason compared to James Owen. And I can't believe it's been tyres, because Owen will have worked his by defending from Venezuela.
Yeah, but the pressures could be different. Different teams running the cars under braking. This drone shot I love so much. Actually, a lot of coaches, myself now, starting to use drones to help coach, because you get this bird's eye view and you can really illustrate to your student what's going on difference-wise. And here it is all under braking. Yes, you get the concertina effect, but the closing of the gap is a lot more extreme under braking than it is acceleration in that yo-yo manner. I just don't know where the United Kingdom want to try and get the move done. I've got a feeling it's going to be turn number 4, but it's a messy overtake, as we've seen a lot this weekend at turn 4.
But that Spanish car does seem to be moving around quite a lot more. It didn't have the bite coming out of turn 11. There's a lot more movement in it. Possibly now, Ivan Velasco is getting a bit more rattled, of course, and that's going to affect the way that he drives the car. James Owen sitting there thinking about when to strike. He's got one track limit warning now to the 3 of the man ahead of him. So through they come, up towards the line. We've got less than a lap time left in the race, so it's 2 more to go. And now it is game on for the race lead. United Kingdom to the inside. James Owen for the race lead and for a gold medal, and he's done it at the end of the pit straight into turn 1. That all looks a little bit inevitable given the amazing pace that he's unleashed over the last few laps. Spain down to second, and so we're back where we started. James Owen going for gold in the lead for the United Kingdom.
Great wheel-to-wheel, wing mirror-to-wing mirror racing. It was all the exit out of turn 14. Spain lit up the rears and didn't get the traction. We're seeing lots of penalties here. We're going to have to go through the order, aren't we?
Well, one is Spain, one is Venezuela, but I don't see one of those being for James Owen. So he's got the lead, and his opposition is being penalised because second place in the race has got a penalty, third in the race has got a penalty. That's Venezuela. Sweden have got a penalty. Also, we've got one now for Paolo Scudieri for Italy having a penalty. We've got Portugal with a penalty, and we have got Georgia with a penalty, and that's all one side of the grid.
Exactly. Everyone followed Spain. I said about it at the start. It looked like I was dobbing into the headmaster, but the Spanish car did not go over the grid boxes at the start, and everyone has followed him, and they haven't gone over the grid boxes, and race control have gone, you're all guilty. Everyone on that inside row, here's a penalty. That is a big upset, and unfortunately for everyone behind Spain, I feel a little sorry for them because they followed the car, but you follow the rules, you don't follow the crowd.
And so James Owen is still under attack from Ivan Velasco, but it doesn't really matter now because Velasco is going to get this 25-second penalty, which is equivalent to a drive-through in real terms. And perversely, he's fighting back as they come across the line and put a lap there on the other car. Down towards turn 1. Velasco makes contact with James Owen. Down the inside he goes. Owen goes off the road. Can he survive it? Yes, he can. Has he got damage? Let's see. The Spanish crowd delighted about that as their man is back up front. They don't yet know about the penalty, presumably. Maybe Velasco doesn't either. But he's rather robustly gone back ahead. But it doesn't matter because he's got this penalty.
I don't think the United Kingdom had communicated to James Owen that the penalty was there, because I would have actually just let Spain pass. It looked like Spain had an intention of contact all the way down the straight. Menacing in the behind. Goes to the inside, way too late to cut back. Somehow both drivers avoid spinning, hitting the barrier. That could have been a plane crash. Luckily both survive, and I think that will mean the United Kingdom will get the gold medal. Doesn't look like there's any legacy damage on the car. It's going to stop them taking this last part of the two and a bit kilometres left of this Valencia lap.
Because the next driver from James Owen's side of the grid, and therefore unpenalised, is Christoph Hörny, who is down to 5th on the road. He's been overtaken by Sweden anyway, in fact. So James Owen is a long way up the road now. But there, leading on the road again, is Velasco. It puzzles me as to why he was losing so much time and then had the pace to suddenly fight back.
Yeah, sometimes it can be mentality as much as physicality with what you've got in the car. So what's our top 3 going to be? We need some quick math. Is it going to be United Kingdom, Switzerland, Germany, with all the penalties being applied?
I think so. The checkered flag is going to be at the ready as they will come through. So, on the road, Ivan Velasco Sanchez wins, but it's going to be gold for United Kingdom. It is going to be silver potentially for Switzerland, because all of these cars ahead are being penalised. And then for bronze, I would offer you Germany, Axel Sartingen, because 25 seconds is a very draconian penalty indeed. Here is Sartingen up towards the line behind David Kajaya. So it's a real shame that, again, penalties come into play to affect things like this, but it's the one side of the grid. And James Owen, if the message has not yet got through, it soon will, has won gold for the United Kingdom, and that's our first gold of the games. Well done to James Owen. He does what Chris Froggatt and James Cottingham couldn't quite do yesterday. They were silver in the 2-driver GT discipline, but in single-make GT, it is a Ferrari win, naturally, unlike the second in the GT race yesterday, but this time it is gold. Ignore 2 on the Lumi rank, because that's the on-track position. The timing screen has updated itself to give us James Owen the winner from Christoph Hörny, so the United Kingdom and then Switzerland. Venezuela, it is saying for 3rd, but I thought that was another penalised car. And
the changes are coming. So right now we're having Spain put back to third, but we're not there yet. We'll confirm that as soon as we can.
Yeah, I feel a little sorry for Germany potentially losing out on a bronze medal because of that spin they had with the contact with Sweden. If they hadn't had that, they would have been ahead of Spain after the Spanish 25-second penalty. So a lot to unwrap here, but a definite winner of a gold medal, the United Kingdom, with that witness marker damage on the left rear after the contact into turn 1 from Spain. What a race, and it really turned on its head with about 8 minutes to go, didn't it?
Absolutely right, and we reckon we are good to say United Kingdom, Switzerland, Spain for the medals, but Spain is under investigation for the contact with United Kingdom at the end anyway, so we're not completely finished yet. This provisionally is how the order is. United Kingdom then inherits gold for James Owen, Switzerland silver for Christoph Hörny, and Ivan Velasquez-Sanchez takes third for Spain. Germany fourth thanks to Axel Sartingen, Venezuela fifth ahead of Lebanon, Sweden, Georgia, Italy, then Portugal and United States of America. That was a race that came alive towards the end, but what a shame that it's been another race affected by penalties. Not track limit penalties this time, but for the start. And the drivers on one side of the grid, all following the herd, but not doing what the race director had instructed. We'll probably get another replay of that start and you can have a look. But in the end, it is the United Kingdom that takes gold from Switzerland in second place. And provisionally, it is bronze for Spain. Well, there's no doubt about the euphoria at Team United Kingdom. And it's a rather different attitude for Spain. So for Nicky Molly Team Enschler, bravo. And the Welsh Wizard has worked his magic there. He was lucky not to end up with a lot more damage and be off the road completely after that whack in the back. But out he gets for Team UK. The gold medal winner is James Owen. I suspect there might be a louder cheer had it been a Spanish winner, but even so, well done, gold medal to a delighted James Owen, who led, who got the lead back, lost the lead, but does take the victory on the corrected time. The family is all there to say well done, and in the background you saw Bobby Thompson, his driver coach as well. So James Owen, the man from North Wales, now gold medal winner in the FIA Motorsport Games. So why not stand on top of the car and celebrate? It means a huge amount. There's the flag, and James Owen will be beside himself. Great drive in a really interesting race, but it's a shame that, again, it's been something that's been so affected by the decisions coming out of race control that were necessary because the rules weren't adhered to. But even so, you've got to feel for effectively half the grid. Yeah, and the penalty given so late in a 30-minute race, 28 minutes in, then suddenly they all rained in at once. And I don't think I've seen so many cars given a penalty all at once, and then we deduced it was all that side. At least we worked out the logic on it soon enough. But yeah, it must be amazing to win gold and in front of your whole family, having them there as well. Congratulations from Ferrari as well. So yeah, you say why not stand on your roof, because I can probably see about 10 grand's worth of damage. That would be my why not. But hey, adrenaline's better than being boring like me. Well, great effort by James Owen and Christoph Hörny, the Swiss driver, taking second place, and third going to Ivan Velasquez, who will be really, really grumpy. But I'm still intrigued to know what was going on with his car and how, why over the space of 3 or 4 laps he lost so much time so suddenly. Switzerland on the roof as well. It's infectious. The Ferrari share price will climb even higher on the back of all the parts. It'd be also interesting to see the body language between United Kingdom and Spain as well, I think. Well, you might have to wait for that, because Spain are now being investigated for crossing the finish line twice. So, penalty for the start, under investigation for contact, under investigation for possibly not seeing the checkered flag. The only part of the defence, I didn't physically see the checkered flag for Spain. It looked like they automatically applied the penalty and waved it to the United Kingdom first. Yes, he took it on the time screen because he was leading on the road, but my only defence of Spain is that I did not physically see the checkered flag either. But this is a lot for race control. Luckily, we have the head honchos from the FIA here on site, I guess. And there's a very happy Christoph Hörny, silver medalist for Switzerland. Well, we've got a gold medal at the United Kingdom's tally, and that's excellent news. And the man to thank for it is the winner. That's James Owen with Antonia.
James, it was so lovely to see you celebrating there with your family. Congratulations, the winner for Team UK and for Wales.
Yeah, amazing result. I didn't think I was going to catch him, to be honest, at the latter stages of the race, but yeah, we chipped away, got to him, got past him. He hit me into turn 1 on the last lap, but managed to keep it together. So
yeah, they seemed to get pace there in the last lap out of nowhere. What was that like, seeing them in your rearview mirror?
Yeah, I'm quite good at managing the tyres, so at the end of the race I always kind of come back stronger, so just managed the tyre and waited till the end.
Had your team communicated to you that Spain had the penalty?
Yeah, on the last lap. On the last lap. So.
Oh, wow. Well, congratulations. Go and celebrate. Well done.
Well, James Owen is going to make his way shortly to the podium once there are more photographs having been taken. And here's that super slow-mo shot. Well, that answers the question. It was down to tyre management, and James Owen knew effectively that if he looked after them, the race would come back to him. And he could just use them enough to fend off Venezuela and bide his time. So a really impressive drive for United Kingdom's James Owen, and he comes through victorious in the new GT single make discipline at the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games. So it will be the United Kingdom, Swiss and Spanish drivers that we have to the podium. The podium awaits, and Christoph Herney for Switzerland for second place, collecting flags, and it's going to be a rather po-faced Spanish driver, Ivan Velasco, I fear, who is there and probably having everything explained to him, but a very unhappy driver indeed. Strange thing in a sense that you get a 25-second penalty and yet still come third, but that's again masked by the fact that so many that followed him did. Quite a few drivers might want a word with him at the end of all of that, but anyway, we'll have a word next with the Swiss driver, Christoph Herney, because he's won a silver medal, and no doubt he's a very happy man as well.
Christoph, congratulations. That race really was exciting till the end.
Yes, really, I have a lot of pressure because I was a little bit limit with the fuel, and I tried to keep the maximum fuel, and everybody was pushing, and I need to really drive very clean to have no penalty to keep my place, but I'm very happy.
As you should be. Congratulations, a silver medal for Switzerland.
Yes, I'm happy because here it's a special race for me. It's the first time, it makes 42 years that I drive, and it's the first time that I drive for the color of Switzerland.
Huge congratulations, well done.
Vive la Suisse! Vive la Suisse!
You can't help but get caught up in the atmosphere and all the characters in the paddock, and how much it means. 40+ years of racing, first time he represents his country. You think to an old stage like Christoph Herney, it wouldn't really matter that much, but it does matter.
It's amazing. I love that. I love that reaction, and great to represent Switzerland. And luckily, had all that black tape over the OMP logos on his suit, so Seibelt from Ferrari don't get too angry with him. But yeah, I think he'll be surprised but overjoyed in equal emotions at that silver medal.
Well, that is a bronze and a silver now for Switzerland. For the United Kingdom, it's our first gold, so that's going to help us in the medal table, and a second bronze for Spain to go with 5 golds and 2 silvers. So Spain is looking very good in the medal table itself, but bravo Switzerland, best result of the games thus far. And Ivan Velasco Sanchez, well, despite everything, as he stands there with Blanca de Foronda from the ASN's media department, the long-serving PR lady for Spanish Motorsport, fantastic PR representative as well she is. He's still smiling, Ivan Velasco, so he has no qualms about being on that podium. Penalty or not, he's enjoyed himself, and even though he was first across the line and ends up third, doesn't matter, he is still happy to smile. Christoph Herney, though, the 61-year-old Swiss, flag in hand, arrives and joins his Spanish compatriot, says hello to Stefan Rattel, and here is your gold medalist, Union Kingdom flag and the Welsh flag for James Owen, the gold medal winner in single mate GT. Team United Kingdom flags down below, and the Ferrari one mate single mate GT challenge has turned out to be quite a race. to see one or two of the other drivers and teams there from Team United Kingdom coming to celebrate with James Owen from the other disciplines, drifting, touring cars, rallying. We've had UK representation this weekend, but there on the podium, the medals being presented courtesy of Ferrari, the single mate GT Ferrari Challenge category, and Ivan Velasco. As I say, considering he led over the line, he doesn't look remarkably fazed by the penalties, does he? Whereas Christoph Herney is just elated for second place.
Yeah, exactly. Contrast there. I'd imagine just a bit perplexed, to be honest, by the penalties that were given. So maybe he hasn't just processed it. Still a third place, which is brilliant. But yeah, this is the colour of the medal he would have wanted.
James Owen is the first gold medal winner for Team United Kingdom. Stefan Rattel, the man behind this event, the man behind GT Racing globally, is there to present the gold medal to James Owen. And now there are going to be the photographs, everyone together on that top step. Then there's going to be the champagne. And it's been a really interesting race there. 30 minutes for single make GT. The Trofeo Pirelli Ferrari Challenge drivers posed for the photographs with Ferrari, with SRO, and now the champagne awaits. Let's see whether this is where there is revenge for Spain. James Owen is well versed with that, and he's the first one to get the cork out of the bottle as James Owen, Christoph Herney and Ivan Velasco Sanchez celebrate on the podium here in Valencia. Another cracking race at what has been a wonderful weekend of motorsport in the FIA Motorsport Games. Single mate GT, gold medal won by Team United Kingdom, and the driver, James Owen. When the lights changed to get the single mate GT discipline underway, it was Spain and United Kingdom going toe-to-toe down to the first corner. Switzerland having a look to the outside line as well. But a brave effort by United Kingdom driver James Owen put him into the lead. Spain doing the chasing. James Owen ran wide and off the road, but he was able to hang on to that advantage for the first few laps, but then made a tiny error, slithered a little bit wide. That left the door ajar for Spain, and Ivan Velasco were diving through on the inside to grab P1, and from then on, to the delight of the Spanish fans, led the way. But late in the race, James Owen's tyres came back as lower down the order, Germany and Georgia got together with a bit of a rub at turn 4. For Georgia, David Kajaya had a big drama at turn 8. Went straight on, and rather than do a U-turn, missed out about 5 corners. For that, he got a drive-through. And Christian Kinch turned around the German car. That was Switzerland, tipping Axel Sarting into a spin. But then, as James Owen started to get the tyres back to him and the tyres of the Spanish car went off, the lead gap disappeared. And it was game on for the race lead. James Owen committing to a move on the inside at the end of the home straight, and that gave United Kingdom back the lead it had lost early on. So United Kingdom ahead of Spain. Spain fought back on the last lap and there was a big whack in the back. It didn't really matter though, because even though Spain went through, by this stage the Spanish entry had been given a penalty for not respecting the correct start procedure. So second on the road, but a gold medal for James Owen for the United Kingdom. It is the first gold of the Games for the United Kingdom, and a delighted driver, the Welshman James Owen, standing atop his car as a gold medalist at the FIA Motorsport Games.
And that concludes the single make GT, the Ferrari Challenge here at the FIA Motorsport Games 2024. Excitement there, especially in the last lap, with Great Britain acing it and taking home the gold medal.
Yeah, it's the first gold medal for... I think if I owned a Ferrari, I definitely would be avoiding any of the contacts that they were having in that race. Yeah. And the track limits, it's a problem on the inside of the track for some reason. But yes, and kudos to David Addison and Joe Osborne for calling all the races here at the circuit, doing an absolutely brilliant job.
Let's have a look what the medal table looks like now, considering that Team GB has taken home a gold medal as well.
So Spain continue to lead with 5 gold medals, 9 in total. Italy are in second with 3 gold medals, but none of any other flavour. Germany are in second and third with 2 gold medals. Brazil in fourth on 2 gold medals as well. And United Kingdom have their first gold medal. So that's the kind of top 5. We've still got quite a few medals to be decided before the games close this evening. So that could change. The top 3 could easily change over the next few hours.
It could change, but also it's quite nice to see that the home team, Spain, are sitting at the top. The title contenders, Italy, who won it last year, are second, and then my home country, Germany, are first.
Yeah.
I'm not complaining. I know.
Alles gut, alles klar.
Listen, we've got some more gold medals to be won, right?
Yes, we've still got a lot of karting going on. Now, the karts don't use the circuit Ricardo Tormo. They're at the Aspar circuit, which is about 15 kilometres away, and calling those races are Anthony Jordan and Andrew Mather for us, so we should go there quite soon.
We should go there now, I suggest, because there is a final, and I think Karting Mini deserves some screen time, so let's have a look over there and see who is going to take home the gold.
They head into the tram lines. There might be a little bit of confusion there in the background of if they're on the right side of the grid, but I think they are as the field slowly enters into the tram lines. Wait for the revs to build up. We go green. We're racing for the first time ever in the FIA Motorsport Games in Sprint Mini. It's the final medal race of the weekend, and the United States of America gets the whole shot in towards turn number 1 and maintain the lead. There's marshals running to turns 1 and 2. I think there's been a coming together for some. I think 2 drivers off the track at turn number 1 and 2, but they all get going now as they all cycle their way through. There you can see Spain's Navarro Morales has gained several positions and is straight away up into P2.
Very good start for anyone on the inside column. First, third, fifth, seventh and backwards. It's a bit of a slow start for Bennett Corgis. Not a good start for Jake Kostecki for Australia. Lost several places, but remember, we've seen him fight back through fields before. He's had a couple of second places and has often been 1 lap short, so it's not panic time at the moment for Australia in their look for a first medal in karting. Through to complete the first lap of this Sprint Mini final for the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games. It's the United States of America in Joshua Bergman's hands, leading this race by just over a quarter of a second. Spain took a silver here yesterday in the endurance. At the moment, they're holding silver medal position once again with Navarro Morales. Portugal a third with Javier Lazaro. Corgis for Estonia. El Gahudi for Morocco. Kalendi for El Salvador. Kostecki for Australia, Lindemann for the Netherlands, and Preetham for India. That is the top 10 that's completed by Manacero for Argentina.
It is still a packed group of drivers there. No one has broken away. You can see there how close and competitive it is at the front. No time differential between any of them. That's the battle for first place on your screen, and there's about 8 of them in that battle. That is absolutely fantastic. But let's see what they can do at the end of this one. All of them running right to the edge of turn 18 there. So risky. We saw in the previous race Brazil's entry going a little bit wide. Not at that corner, but at one of them. Again, you don't want to see that. And here we also saw it from Peru as well. They also run wide at that chicane. So again, it's so easy to just carry too much speed. But all the meanwhile, this grid of drivers is focused and ready. Now, Bergman's communicating there with Navarro Morales and just saying, right, let's work together. Let's try and break away here. But unfortunately for them, Portugal's right there. Lazaro's there. Corgis is there from Estonia. And Navarro Morales does not want to be in second place, wants to lead the train. And Spain, in their home country, lead the Sprint Mini final.
Spain leading the medal table at the moment. Oh, bit of a moment for Bergman. That could be a problem, and he's going to lose many positions. 1, 2, 3, down to 4 positions, because through comes Kostecki. So just like that, that is classic mini karting. Started this lap leading things, did Bergman, and the American is going to find himself down in, I think, around 6th place now. Here comes Lazaro. Portugal down the inside. for the race lead. Take the lead. Brilliant stuff from Lazzaro, who started the race weekend very well in the heats yesterday. Gorgeous is on the scene as well in the blue and green helmet. Down the inside, that's Elga Hoodie on the scene all of a sudden. Here we go. We've got 8 laps of this left, ladies and gentlemen. Lazzaro's trying to make a breakthrough at the front of the field. The chasing group have got to get themselves organised, as here comes Kostecki down the inside on 1, 2, brilliant driving from the Australian. We said to keep an eye out for him in terms of this medal race, and he's showing it again. Investigation flag for the 1-2-1. That's Italy's Nathan Latrian says Serbia are out of the race. That is Luca Mercura, who unfortunately will not be in the medals here today.
That is a huge shame. It has been so competitive over this weekend, and unfortunately out of the medal final here in the Aspar circuit. The race continues, though. The front calming down a little bit, but for P5, 6 and 7, the battle is most definitely on. Elga Hoodie now leading that train. Lindemann there, Kalendi from El Salvador, Bergman from the USA is there. The pole sitter is down to 8th place now and is struggling to get back with that lead for drivers who are just slowly jumping away, and you can see there the frustration's kicking in now. He's hitting the helmet, he's saying, come on guys, you've got to think, we're losing touch of the leaders.
It's still very much all to play for. We're not even into the second half of this race yet. Portugal, with Lazzaro doing a great job at the front of the field. Portugal, at the moment, I don't think are on the medal table in any way, shape or form. So what a story this would be if Portugal could get their first medal and for it to be of the colour of gold. But there's still 6 more laps of this one to go. That's 5 down of the 11 scheduled. Lazzaro's lead is just over 0.2 of a second. Morales for Spain in third. Morales in second. Kostecki in third. Kostecki has just set the fastest lap of the race for Australia. He won in a race last week in Italy in very testing conditions. Can he do so again? A 62.417 this time around. He's going to get a good run out of turn 6 through 7 and 8. But I think right now, Anthony, I would just be cautious. I would just hold position. This is, in some ways, we often say it about 2 drivers in a mini race working together to break away. Because of the uniqueness in terms of our racing in karting, I think you might see a 3 here. Because if you can get a group of 3 working together, you know you're going to get a medal of some colour. You'll just work out which colour it's going to be later on in the race. And they know how much of a threat Bennett Gorgeous for Estonia is there in the 1-1-2. So I think even though Kostecki looks like he's got the best pace right now, unless there's an attack from Bennett, I can see him just working for the next couple of laps, push Portugal and Spain up the road a bit, give a bit of a buffer, make sure there's at least a medal of some colour coming their way.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, again, now we're starting to see Lazzaro and Morales start to work together here. It looked like they were dropping Kostecki just that little bit there. Now, he needs to be careful. He might have to think about maybe falling back to Gorgeous just behind, them working as a 2 to try and keep up with this, because, again, you can just see how that now there's a kart's gap between the 2 of them. He's not getting the full slipstream, he's not getting the full tow as Austin Gibson from the United Kingdom becomes the latest driver to become under investigation in this race. You can see the group behind as well. They're now working well as a 3. That's quite interesting. Lindemann at the front of that for the Netherlands. Elga Hoodie there. Bergman back on track, I think, with this trio. This could be interesting. We're going on to lap 8 now. The race is nearing an end. When it is a qualifying heat, you don't really tend to see anything until the very final lap. But this is the final. And it's a final of a one-off international event. We expect battles to be starting with 2 or 3 laps to go.
Yeah, Joshua Bergman getting a little bit eager on the brake pedal there. He's just lost a bit of rhythm, it would seem, the American in the 139, which is a shame. It's also interesting to wonder what is Lazzaro going to play tactically over the next few laps, because right now Portugal are in that gold medal position. It's a very subtle defence at the moment from Portugal. This is really good driving from Xavier Lazzaro, because the bad thing to do right now in terms of getting some kind of medal would be over-defending. Gorgeous at the moment is out of this. Gorgeous is hoping that these top three start fighting as soon as possible. That's going to be the best, most likely option for Estonia being really back into play with a medal. Fifth place battle is raging on as well. Bergman's got the rhythm back down the inside of Lindemann, past the Netherlands there for fifth place. 3 laps to go in the first ever final. Here we go. Here's the fight. Through goes Morales. Takes gold medal position. Portugal down into silver. Gorgeous is catching as well. This is good news for Estonia. Estonia have won races already this week in similar circumstances. Back down the inside goes Lazaro for Portugal, retakes the lead.
Brilliant stuff from this one. We did say it was going to come sooner rather than later. This should give the green light as Kostecki gets down the inside. He gets up into second place. He's looking for a silver medal, but can he get the gold? Can he get the gold for Australia this season? No Australian has won a gold this year. They have won golds in previous years. They've won them. They've got 2 of them on their tally already in the games, but not this year. Can he do it for Australia over the start-finish line? This gives the green light to the drivers behind as well to really focus. Can we close in? Can we get up to this battle here now as they go to work? Lazaro, though, still in the lead. It's still Portugal leading the way here, looking comfortable with Xavier Lazaro, who is still trying to fight away. Checks over the shoulder, can see that they're there, but watch the slipstream, watch the toe, watch out for Kostecki. Is he going to go for the move? Yes, he is. Australia dives to the inside, but he runs wide and through. Back goes Portugal. They reclaim the gold medal position, and now Spain gets back into second place.
And this is where Xavier Lazaro has been so cool, calm and collected across the course of the last couple of days. This is a huge lead for Portugal now. Are they 1 lap away from a gold medal here at the Aspar circuit? 1 more lap to go. Lazaro's lead is comfortable by many terms, 0.6 of a second. It's a ding-dong for second place as Kostecki does a switchback into turn 1, takes second place. Kostecki now in silver medal position. Morales for Spain trying to hold on from Bennett. Gorgeous there. Oh, Morales goes back down the inside. Bennett's going to step through. Exactly what we saw from Estonia yesterday in the qualifying heats. Gorgeous is back up to second place. It's another thrilling finish. Look at the battle for the bronze medal as well. Spain have got it at the moment. Australia is still there. Morocco is still there. The Netherlands, everybody's in play. But for Portugal, this is going to be a historic moment for Xavier Lazaro, who's going to come through the last couple of corners. It was always going to be a tight race. It was always going to be dramatic. Portugal, through the last chicane, win the gold medal. The first ever gold medal in Sprint Mini. Estonia take their first medal of these games and their first ever silver medal in second place. Spain add to their tally. Their wondrous games continue. It's a bronze for Novola Morales.
I had no idea that karting could be this intense.
Oh my goodness, especially the last few laps. That was amazing.
That was amazing, and you look at them and they're so teeny tiny in their little karts, but the racing is incredibly professional.
Yeah, congratulations to Portugal for that gold medal, and really, really impressive. There's some sort of famous names in there. So there's lots of very important future stars in that grid, and there's more karting racing still to come this afternoon still.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I could watch that all day long, and I mean, I don't even have kids yet, but once I have kids, I'm sitting there down in those mini karts because that was fabulous.
Really? You think it's like a very expensive slope once you start on it?
That's just got me hooked. That race was fantastic. Like you say, we've got more race action, so why don't we go there? The grid behind us is getting started, so let's jump over and have a look what's going on down on the track.
The final race action of the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games is GT Sprint. We had a dramatic qualifying session. The drama continued after it, with the fastest car being excluded for being underweight, and that's put Team Turkey to last on the grid. But you start your fastest man at the back and make him come through. That always builds for a really good race, doesn't it? It's like a reverse grid, but not by planning. We're in for a great 40 minutes. GT3 racing, one driver, foot to the floor, no pit stop. It's a flat-out blast to round out the race action at what has been a massively successful FIA Motorsport Games. And what this now gives us is Germany and Spain on the front row of the grid. And Spain and Germany, in that order, are the top two in the medals table. And that is being rounded out rapidly as we get to these final few disciplines. But for Team Turkey, Ayhan Şengüven is going to start at the back of the grid. It's going to be quite a race, this. David Addison and Joe Osborne looking forward to what promises to be really interesting. We were looking forward to it anyway when we thought we had the three gun drivers at the front. Now you put one of them at the back. Rub your hands with glee.
Yeah, gold medalist here. Wiebelhaus yesterday in the endurance race. Now the sprint by himself. Who's he got alongside him? Daniel Juncadella, Mercedes factory driver, another factory driver there, Porsche factory driver, Güven from Turkey, fastest man in qualifying, but it does help if you're a bit underweight, and that was the penalty applied, and now they are back to last position. Interesting race we've got coming up over the next 40 minutes.
The Porsche was weighed at the end of qualifying. It was 5.5 kilograms underweight. The team said they'd found water in the car. They'd taken the water out and added ballast by way of compensation, but it wasn't to the right amount. So the technical delegate had no other option but to report them to the stewards, and the stewards said, yep, underweight, doesn't meet the regulations, you lose all your lap times. So the car excluded from qualifying but allowed to start the race, albeit here from the rear of the grid. Now the good news is it's a smaller grid than you might normally expect for a GT race. That makes Güven's life less difficult. I'm not going to say easy, but less difficult. But he's got to get through the traffic before here. Daniel Juncadella for Spain, Finn Wiebelhaus for Germany are away up the road.
A bit of an interesting team strategy here at Spain. They've got a mechanic on each wheel, almost blocking from anyone looking at those tyres or pressures. We had a couple of cars yesterday, didn't we, get mechanical warning flags that they had to pick because the tyres were under the minimum threshold set by Pirelli of 1.4 bar. I wonder if that's a nice defence there. Can't get checked if someone's in the way. Just an oddity I spotted in the corner of my eye.
Well, I think it's a regulation that they are checked, so interesting one to ponder if you're on the grid. With his back to you there is James Cottingham and also Chris Froggatt, who are wishing well their Team United Kingdom compatriot Darren Lung, racing an AF Corsa Ferrari for the first time. And even on the grid, there's a chance for an autograph to be signed. Darren Lung, reigning British GT champion, this year's GT World Challenge Europe Sprint Cup Bronze Cup champion. And racing this car for the first time, and piggybacking the setup of Chris Froggatt and James Cottingham, not in the same car, different car, but he thought it was easier to jump into that had already been set up for him, if you like, than try and plough his own furrow and set up a BMW for the weekend.
Yeah, it makes sense, signing that cap left-handed southpaw, so another skill Darren Lung can do there, done very well so far. Interesting qualifying for this car. Malaysia, Jasmine Jafar in Superpole went off at turn 1, didn't he, on his second lap, which was about to be deleted for track limits because he ran wide out the last corner, caused a red flag, went back out, and is now starting on the second row.
Indeed he is, thanks in part to Ayhan Şengüven getting off at turn 1. We did see the car be refueled, but nothing seems to have been reported about that, so that has either a blind eye has been turned or the officials weren't notified, but either way he is not given any penalty and he stays where he is in terms of the times. That's for Chinese Taipei is Peter Yang Liao, and that Mercedes AMG GT3 has done sterling work, hasn't it, with the endurance races, or the two driver races yesterday under its belt as well.
Yeah, another Mercedes team with 4 mechanics spread around the car near the tyres. If Antoni's on the grid, it'd be amazing to just ask why. I'm sure I'm blowing out of proportion. We've just never seen it before, and looks like they're just looking... they're
like on sentry duty, aren't they?
Yeah.
We are going to stand here and shield the wheels.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
I don't think they're changing the tyres, so it's not like they're ready for a change. But yeah, just as a driver, sometimes you're used to mechanics going through their procedure, and that's a new procedure I've not seen before.
unless it's to stop any team member having a look at what pressures they're using. But I think the fact that the FIA officials are checking means that you're going to have to move out of the way at some point. You know, that's how they were checked yesterday. It's a regular thing for an FIA badged race here. Macau's another example of where the tyre pressures are checked. Well, there for Chinese Taipei is the charismatically coloured and liveried car. Now the mechanics move away and the Pirelli technician arrives with his little gauge.
Well, the game is finished anyway, as we see the Team Turkey car lowered to the floor, so all ready to go. And there's the Lithuania car it shares the back row with.
And Antas Navikauskas is the driver for Lithuania, and Alimantas Navikauskas, double winner of the 1,006 kilometres of Palanga. Now, we've looked down onto the grid. Let's go to the grid. We could well be celebrating another Spanish win in 40 minutes plus. Danny Juncadella, the driver, is with Antonio Rankin.
Daniel, your Mercedes is right at the front of the grid for this race. There can't be anywhere better in front of a home crowd.
Yeah, it's great to be in the front row. Obviously, not where I want to be. I want to be in first, but we have a race ahead where we can fight for that. So yeah, hopefully we can give a nice show to the people that came.
Spain are currently leading the medal table for the Motorsport Games. What would it mean to you to contribute to that?
Yeah, it's great. I already saw we've been super successful, so that's also removing some pressure out of myself, because I know all the guys did the job already, and I just try to deliver myself whatever I can, and hopefully we can stay right up there at the end of the day.
All the best. Good luck. Thank you.
Well, if anybody can bring home a medal for Spain, Danny Juncadella is your man. GT World Challenge Europe Endurance Cup winner. He has been the Intercontinental GT Challenge champion. He's been the Formula 3 Euro Series champion. He's won at Macau in the Formula 3 Grand Prix, which is no more. It's now Formula Regional Grand Prix, isn't it? FR for this year, not Formula 3 spec cars. And there's the man to watch, Ayhan Şengüven, the Porsche factory driver, the Turkish star of Porsche racing in the last few years. He won that 2018 FIA GT Nations Cup, which was the forerunner, really, to the FIA Motorsport Games. Right, where's Güven going to be from 8th on the grid at the end of the first lap? I would say 4th. Joe says?
I'd say 5th, slightly more conservative. I think Malaysia and United Kingdom will be the two cars alongside the two Mercedes on the front row that will still be in front of him at the end of the first lap.
Now, Finn Wiebelhaus for Germany is your man on pole position, and he was a gold medal winner in the two-driver GT discipline yesterday with the team owner Hubert Haupt. Let's hear from Finn with Antonia.
Finn, you've had a very successful game so far. Will you be adding to your medal count today?
I hope so, yeah. It looks good. The pace is really good, and starting from pole is the best way to start for. So, yeah, let's see.
Germany as a whole team seem to be very strong at these games, second in the medal table at the moment. Do you think that speaks to your resolve as a team?
Yeah, Germany was great here in Valencia. Now we try to push even more and get one medal more. So, yeah, looking forward to it.
Best of luck. Thank you.
So, Finn Wiebelhaus then starting on an inherited pole position after the Team Turkey Porsche of Ayhan Şengüven was excluded for being underweight. We're going through the countdown, as you can see, into the last 3 minutes there on the number of lights on the gantry. And now the countdown continues at pace with now the last minute to go. And the grid is being cleared. It's a shame that the entry is not larger, but I think what we have is going to really give us a fierce fight. And I have to say, I know it's a bit cruel for Ayhan Şengüven, but him at the back, or 8th, if you like, is going to make the race even more interesting.
Yeah, it couldn't be better. That would have been my one dream, is to put him to the back first to last and then see what you can do. I think it's going to be a pretty tight battle between the two Mercedes, and I think that's probably Güven's best chance, that they do battle, slow each other up, and he can just creep up on the back of them over the next 40 minutes. Look at that run down to turn 1. As a driver, you're just focusing down. You get this tunnel vision. Can't see anything but the bit of track between the white lines, but it is a long run down here to turn 1, so there's a lot to be lost and a lot to be gained off a bad start if your momentum isn't quite right.
And the 15-second board shown. The grid marshal now disappears, and the safety car, as it is the pace car, now sets off ready to lead them around on this final formation lap. The last race activity of the weekend. The track is not done yet because they're still rallying to come. More medals to be decided in the Motorsport Games. But right now, the GT Sprint grid blasts away. down towards turn 1. Mercedes 1, 2, 3 at the minute, if you bring the pace car into the equation. And that Porsche at the back is going to be an absolute flyer, surely, in the hands of Ayhan Şengüven. That Porsche of the UAE had its problems in the greasy qualifying session, twice off the road for Saif Al-Ameri. Let's look at the grid, though, for GT Sprint. Germany and Spain at the front, Mercedes-AMG both, Finn Wiebelhaus and Dani Junqueira, the drivers. Starting third, racing a Ferrari for the first time, United Kingdom's Darren Lung, and for Malaysia, it's Jasmine Jafar. The Lamborghini driver ahead of Mercedes-AMG pilot Peter Yao for Chinese Taipei, and Saif Al-Ameri for the UAE in his Porsche, ahead of Alimantas Navikauskas for Lithuania, Audi, and 8th for Team Turkey is Ayhan Şengüven in the Porsche, run by the Schumacher CLRT team. There it is. Now, the Turkish ASN, another organisation that's really embraced the motorsport games. They've had cars in the touring car discipline as well as GT Sprint, and in rallying and in drifting, in which they have gone well. They are 8th in the medal table. Turkey has notched up 2 silvers. Ayhan Şengüven could get them a gold here. Ain't going to be easy, but it's going to be fascinating to see, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be amazing to see what pans out. Another one there, we're on board, Darren Lung. It's going to be interesting to see what he can do. Bronze-rated driver, so amateur in this field. So he's the highest bronze starting here. He's been rapid over his ascent in motorsport, and he's a very, very shiny bronze, like we talk about. Here's one of the shiniest drivers you can get. Güven, he's a platinum graded driver, the highest you can get. And look at the cars in front of him. He's got no one behind to worry about, but he has got to get on with the job if he's going to want to get a medal for Team Turkey.
And while he's getting on with that job and trying to get past people, he's got to be careful of track limit penalties, because we've seen people rack them up during the course of the day in 30-minute races. This is 40. Yes, it's longer. Yes, you've got no chance with no pit stop of having that to reset. So precision from the drivers is going to be important. So is it going to be Germany? Is it going to be Spain? Or could it be Turkey that comes home with gold in GT Sprint? We are about to find out. It's a slightly untidy lineup on that grid. United Kingdom just away from the grid box a little bit. The race director will have instructed how they should behave at the start. It is Germany ahead as we wait for the lights to go green. GT Sprint is go. Good getaway by Spain on the outside. Dani Junqueira nails the throttle. He's on the outside line for Spain. Germany to the inside line. Look at Turkey. 2 places gained already. Make that 3 into turn 1. The Mercedes go toe-to-toe. Spain wide. Germany will be in the lead. This the view from Malaysia as they accelerate up towards the right-hander of turn 2, and it is going to be just the UK in 3rd place, and this is Turkey in 5th already.
Yeah, one of us is going to be right 5th or 4th at the end of lap for Team Turkey. Big wobble for Wiebelhaus there into turn 4. Rear tyres looking like they're not ready to push. Go back on board with Güven. Late apex trying to get a good exit out up the hill to turn number 6. Can he throw it down the inside on Malaysia? Looks like he's trying. Malaysia, Jafar closes the door. Got another opportunity now. Got the run. We've got the speed. We've got the inside. Got to leave a gap now, I think, for the Lamborghini. Gets forced to the grass because there wasn't a gap left. I think that was a little bit naughty. I think we had an overlap. The gap should have been left. Güven will be on the flashes. I'm sure you can see it light up the rear of that Lamborghini. This is going to be a feisty start to the race, and I think this is a matter of when, not if, this move gets done.
Malaysia all up the curb, coming down towards turn 11. Now Güven in the Porsche switches sides. Has he got the run? Again, look, Malaysia moves across. He is not for giving up the place, and Güven again gets his nose chopped off. Out wide goes Malaysia. Turkey alongside. He's got the drive off the corner. Round the outside goes Güven for Turkey. He's going to do it coming up towards turn 14. Yes, Malaysia has to cede the place. Jafar slots back in behind. So that means at the end of lap 1, it is going to be Germany that leads Spain across the line. In 3rd place, United Kingdom, and 4th for Turkey, as over the line after a great first lap goes Ayhan Şengüven. Importantly, the gap 1st to 4th then is 4 seconds. That's the one to monitor.
Great battle there, very hard and fair. I think Jafar really wanted to be 4th at the end of that lap, but I think Güven said, no, I want to be 4th now, and he got his Moon and Star ahead of Malaysia's Moon and Star to win that accolade. Great first lap from United Kingdom. Let's just remember, bronze-rated driver, only 1.9 seconds lost, but Güven is hunting down that final medal position, and I think it's going to be the next couple of laps. Big defence going to be needed from the United Kingdom.
Indeed so, and equally Güven can't afford to sit there for very long, because he does not want that gap to stretch. 4 seconds, 1st to 4th, and here is Team Turkey's Ayhan Şengüven. The Turkey Porsche charging along, that glorious engine note that it makes. He closes up to Darren Lung under braking. Go left at turn 8 now. He's almost there, isn't he? Ready to pounce, but where do you try? There aren't that many easy overtaking opportunities, but this is one. Full send up the inside. Turkey goes past United Kingdom. Wow! Guven is a man on a mission.
And let's watch now as it disappears into the distance. The speed so high on that Porsche being driven perfectly. That was a move set up actually 3 corners earlier at turn 8. Lung went a little bit wide. We then opened 9 and 10 and sent it down the inside into 11. This is the point. We open the corner up, send it to the inside, roll off the brake a tiny bit, then stop it again. Match the speed of the car you're overtaking to block pass and make your escape. Great move. Now bronze position for Turkey. Can he do anything about the 2 Mercedes in front?
So Guven moving up the order, isn't he, as he comes down to turn 1. The gap now first to third is 3.9 seconds, and Guven has done the fastest lap of the race. At the back of the pack is the other Porsche of the UAE, Saif Al-Amari at the wheel of it, but there the gap, interestingly, has opened up to nearly a second and a half between the 2 Mercedes AMGs, both being run by the same team. Now, is that Junqueira looking after the rubber a little bit more, or is he genuinely not matching the pace of Wiebelhaus, I wonder?
Is it the benefit of Wiebelhaus being here yesterday during the endurance race as well? Yeah. Probably a factor of all 3 would actually be my guys. Yes, the Pirelli rubber is very fast. I don't think you need to manage it in a 40-minute race. They've only done a small qualifying session on the rubber, so I think it's maximum attack every single lap. No tyre management needed. Traction control down low, ABS down low. Extract all the lap time as we watch Guven fly through this sequence of corners where he overtook Darren Lung a lap ago.
So down out of turn 8 they come, through 9, 10, 11, and the short run to the next right of 12, out of which there comes Finn Wiebelhaus. Behind him it's Daniel Junqueira and Guven lighting up the timing screens. That car has already done the fastest lap. It's gone purple in the 2 sectors done already on this lap. So Ayhancan Guven, who was so confident about getting pole position, he just knew the track would come to him. What he didn't expect was that the car was going to be a little bit underweight. And now he comes over the line. So the gap between first and third is down again, 3.6. So that's 4 tenths gained in 3 laps. And Guven is edging closer to Junqueira. But don't think that when he gets up behind the Spanish car, he's just going to waft past. It's going to be a big fight.
Yeah, definitely. The balance of the car looks great. We've seen a lot of this Porsche so far. Mercedes looks okay from what we've seen. Let's watch Wiebelhaus through turn number 4. Balance looks good. Junqueira looks good. Nice and compliant. Even more curve for the Porsche. Is that just Guven being able to place the car more aggressively than the 2 Mercedes in front? Go back on board. Let's watch the steering wheel as we see Chinese Taipei off. That looks like gravel trap turn number 1, and that is in deep. I think that's going to be a safety car, and they've got time to get it out before the leaders come past.
Well, let's just see, because there is a vehicle access road behind him. If Peter Yan can hook reverse gear, he might just be able to edge it backwards. Let's see the access line across the gravel track. That's being used for the rally stages, incidentally. So let's see what he can do. In the meantime, the yellow flag is at turn 1. We'll see whether we need a go safety car, as Wiebelhaus would lose that gap to Junqueira, who would lose that gap to Guven if that were to be the case. Up they come now through turn 12. This is lap number 4. It may need to be a safety car to neutralise the race. It may be that the Chinese Taipei Mercedes can get away.
I think he hits the wall here as well. I could see, yeah, you saw the marks. It bounced back off it. Yeah. And he was by himself as he crossed the start-finish line the lap before, so must have just had a bit of a tank slapper on exit, and it's a very late lose there. We see the cars normally go further in earlier on, but only a local yellow at the moment, so we're still green around the rest of the track.
So how far off the road that car is out of our line of vision from the booth, but you can see up at turn 2 now. Guven, who is 2.9 seconds back. Remember, his chase started at the end of lap 1 at 4 seconds, and now he's got it down to 2.9, having gained a place in the process. So he's almost up with Junqueira now. Another fastest lap of the race, by the way, is done by Ayhancan Guven, 1:31.2. They were doing 1:31.240 for the pole lap, so he's about 56 thousandths off the pole time, but the car's getting lighter on fuel all the while. And there is the Chinese Taipei Mercedes. The marshals can't go to it unless they're instructed by race control. It's probably far enough off the track to get to. And yeah, the little Manitou is on its way. So the safety car has been deployed, and straight off that means that the pace is reduced. The marshals can go to the car, but that's an absolute godsend for Guven, I would have thought, now with everybody bunching up, and he's got a better chance than ever of catching those two Mercedes.
Yeah, really interested to see what happens after the restart between Wiebelhaus and Juncadella. Is that gap going to grow again, or is it going to be a role reversal? Fair amount of damage as well on that Chinese Taipei car, wasn't there? It was a relatively big hit on the left rear corner. The Manitou was already there. I assume race control were thinking, can we grab it between the last and the first car? Because there was a big enough gap still with the circulation. Team Turkey looking on as we look at Danny Juncadella. He hasn't lit up the timing screens as much as I thought he was going to just yet. Looks relaxed behind the wheel. Here we have this new screen to a lot of us in motorsport. In the middle there, you see the three blue squares and the green one. I spoke to the team and they simply told me it's tyre energy. Blue is under, green is good, red is bad. They wouldn't let me know the metric, and they were rather secretive about it, so now I want to know more.
Indeed so, as we all do, because you've raised our interest level. Race leaders have done 5 laps. All of this counts, remember, within the 40 minutes, and we're almost at 1/4 distance. We are nudging towards the first 10 minutes being completed, and Finn Wiebelhaus then ahead of Danny Juncadella. Nobody getting too close to the car ahead, just getting a little bit of clean air through as best they can. Turkey 3rd, United Kingdom 4th, Malaysia 5th, 6th Lithuania and 7th UAE. But the car in the gravel that's caused this is Peter Yang, who had, interestingly, done his personal best lap the lap before he went off. And bearing in mind he's done a lot of laps around here, having done the other GT discipline, just wonder whether he bumped a curb or there was a failure, because it's not that he doesn't know the circuit now.
Yeah, it's definitely an odd off, so I can imagine there's an external influence at play. You can see the damage as it gets dragged away behind the barrier for safety all the way through the gravel trap. We've got a chance of maybe getting the safety car in this lap. Looks like that car could be clear in the next 20 to 30 seconds. Enough time for that Mercedes F1 safety car to get its lights off and get back to pit lane and let us go back to racing.
So we are therefore looking at the two Mercedes of Germany and Spain and the Porsche of Turkey. These were the three we always anticipated to be fighting it out for the medals. It has taken Guven a few laps to get right onto the back of Juncadella, and that safety car has helped him to an extent, but Guven is incredibly quick anyway, so it's no surprise to have him up there, and it's going to be really interesting now. The pace that he's got through the rest, can he get past Juncadella is question one, and were he to do so, the battle between him and Wiebelhaus, who's looked really good thus far, will be something very special indeed, and a real shame for Yang Liao as the car is taken behind the barrier now, and that should mean that we can go green at the end of this lap. Safety car in this time as that go the lights up through turn 12. Germany, Spain, Turkey, the big three in GT Sprint, ready to go toe-to-toe. We've done 10 minutes. We've got just under 30 of them to go. Spain almost overlapping Germany. Turkey eager to get on with the job. Can't overtake until you get to the timing line. Out of turn 14. Now Wiebelhaus floors the throttle, accelerates away. So does Spain. So does Turkey. You're riding with Turkey. This is Ayncin Guven. The Porsche takes the green flag. Down to turn 1. Does Spain make a move against Germany? Drifts out also to just fend off Turkey. So it's no change in that top 3 as they dive through turn 1. But Guven for Turkey will now be plotting that move against Spain. Up to turn 2 they come. United Kingdom 4th, Malaysia 5th.
Yeah, nose to tail, Guven definitely on the warpath to get that silver medal. Does Juncadella defend or does he let him go? We're already past him. No, we're not. We're alongside him. Comes back into shot. Looks like we've got a good run out of 2. Tries to go around the outside, then into 4. But look at that. It's let Germany escape a little bit. United Kingdom doing really well to stay here, ready to mop up anything that might go wrong between these cars in front. Battle is definitely on.
It is indeed. Juncadella going defensive for Spain, look, and that Porsche is very, very rapid, trying to go around the outside, down the inside. Great effort that by Guven. He goes through on the inside coming into turn 8. Job done. Beautiful move. Turkey second, and now he's on the attack against Germany. And look, Spain's just got nothing in retaliation there. They're delighted in the Team Turkey garage, but they're not going to be so pleased at the Spanish end of the pit lane, are they? So now Germany, then a small gap, Turkey, Spain. That's your top 3.
Yeah, I also saw Juncadella's on board here. He's going to track limit warning on his marshalling system. He's got some red numbers on the tyre energy as well, so that is not good. That is his maximum pace, I would assume. Maximum positions gained so far. Team Turkey 6. They are absolutely flying.
Well, right now, Germany leads the race. Germany second in the medal table. Spain third, leads the medal table. Spain now has 6 gold medals, but Turkey, in the meantime, is in 11th with a couple of silvers in that medal table and second in the race, 1.3 seconds back. There is Ayhan Şengüven. Danny Juncadella just not being able to stay with him, is he? Even though he is a Mercedes, dare I call him a veteran, Mercedes in the DTM. He knows this car inside out from many a season in GT racing, but it just hasn't got the get up and go of the Germany Mercedes, nor of Turkey Porsche.
Yeah, he's a veteran compared to an 18-year-old that's currently leading the race. That is for sure. Look at the gap fall down again in favour of Team Turkey. I think a couple of laps are going to be in striking distance. Is it going to be the same corner where they're heading now? Turn 8, where Turkey got past Spain. Are they going to do the same on Germany? Güven will be eyeing up his options, weighing up what he can do. So when he gets there, he can strike while the iron is at its hottest.
Looking down from the drone as Güven rides the curve, points the car into turn number 11, threads through that right-hander, patient with the throttle, comes out the other side, still chasing after Wiebelhaus. Interestingly, though, now the progress is harder to make. He is a little bit closer in sector 1. He's 2,000 slower in sector 2. And Finn Wiebelhaus, you've got to say, has been one of the standout GT drivers of the weekend. Relatively unknown. Yeah, he's got a decent pedigree back home, but he's risen to the occasion, and here he is against factory drivers.
Yep, he's sticking to the stereotype, isn't he? He's cool, calculated, metronomic, and he has not put a single foot wrong this weekend. He's now got to do that for another 26 minutes.
And he was a 10th slower, I should say, last time around. Way out wide in the background goes Juncadella, who is really trying hard, but fading away. Just got nothing, has he, by way of an answer to Turkey nor Germany.
Yeah, Darren Lung's closer to the back of Juncadella than Juncadella is to the back of Team Turkey. So that really shows you the strife Juncadella is in. Can the United Kingdom potentially get a bronze medal? That definitely wouldn't have been on the cards. If you are weighing Darren Lung a bronze versus Juncadella a platinum, that shouldn't be on the table. But this car is exceeding expectations and has a mega opening 15 minutes.
As they drop down through the approach now to turn 8, and yeah, Güven still charging. So Turkey, represented by the Porsche factory driver who made his name in one make Carrera Cup events, but is now very much a recognised GT star. Bathurst 12 Hours winner this season, Carrera Cup France champion, multiple race winner in Porsche Super Cup, although surprisingly not a champion. He had many a win but never quite got the title. But you think quick Porsche people, and Güven always leaps to mind now. The Turkish driver, probably, it's fair to say, one of the first to come out of Turkey on a truly international scale, rather than just being good in domestic racing, that came onto an international platform, and Porsche have certainly embraced his ability. Over the line, Wiebelhaus, then Güven. Germany, then Turkey. Mercedes, then Porsche. The margin, 9/10, less than ever.
Yeah, Juncadella's settled into a better lap this one. The gap has definitely not increased for the first time to Team Turkey as dramatically as it had, but that gap is decreasing, isn't it? Güven just maybe realises he's got some good pace here and just needs to relax and look after the tyre maybe slightly more than I said at the start of the race, just in case that Mercedes looks after its tyre as well as it normally does. Probably the best GT3 car at looking after those tyres and making sure it doesn't stress them too much too early.
So the gap just narrows a touch between them as they come now onto the pit straight once more, heading up past the pit lane very shortly, and then towards the completion of the lap. You've got there Güven still hustling on up towards the completion, it will be, of lap number 10. They've got to wriggle their way through the middle of that track first, and you can see there nervous faces down in the pit bunkers, especially at Turkey, where Güven's pace has almost brought him onto the back of that Mercedes, but at the start of this lap it was 9/10 of a second. He's gaining just under a 1/10 per sector, but it's tough now to really come charging up onto the back of the Mercedes, it seems.
Yeah, apart from sector 2, Wiebelhaus always is strong there, pulled a 10th back in his favour. We saw a big set of 11 set from the rear of this car through turn 11, so Güven is pushing hard, both keeping their paddock clean, 0 track limits for the first 2 drivers. Juncadella in third is on 2 already, gap back down to 7/10 of a second now.
That's right, so the lead gap continues to shrink. Juncadella just in no man's land. He cannot live with the pace of the top 2, even though his car comes out of the same stable as the lead car for Germany. And there you can see the different expressions up and down the pit lane The Turkish Federation looking pretty pleased at the minute. Germany perhaps a bit more nervous because they know the experience that Guven has, and they can see the gap as well. 0.7 of a second, 0.738 going on to this 11th lap. We're not far away from half distance either, as up at turn 6 the gap reduces once more.
Back on board with Guven, shifting up on the blue rev lights. They all go blue, shift up. Very easy as a driver just to get your marks there. Very well designed Porsche. Always the layout of the dash, nice and metronomic. Germany having a big slide through there. Starting to struggle a little bit perhaps through the sequence of corners. 8, 9, into 10, tighter into this turn 11, which normally lets you roll a bit more speed in and hook up that apex curb nicely. The torque of that Mercedes V8 in front pulling away a little bit into 12. Do we use the apex curb on the right? Can launch you up? No, we turn in with too much oversteer. We've lost a lot of time there. As soon as Guven turned in, the rear of the car was loose. Did we have too much brake on? Were we putting too much weight on the front axle? The rear was not happy, which is quite rare of a Porsche on entry, because you have that 6-cylinder engine over the rear axle. It's normally very heavily loaded. The gap last time by 0.7 of a second. This is, I think, going to be nearly double this lap as they come across the line. The gap is now growing to a second. 0.3 lost, all in that final part of the lap.
So rare error from Ayhan Guven, and the nervous faces at Turkey now are evident. Behind by nearly 3 seconds is Junqueira for Spain. But yeah, the lead gap stretching. But in fairness, that wasn't because Wiebelhaus was going any quicker. It was because of a mistake from Turkey, from Ayhan Guven. So there is Germany. Gold medal winner yesterday, Finn Wiebelhaus. Not many come away from the FIA Motorsport Games with 2 gold medals. It's doable this year in rallying because there are tarmac, gravel, or a combined event. But for GT, you've got to do a lot of racing, and of course for other disciplines, there's only the one race. Touring car, F4, for example, with medals on the line. So were Finn Wiebelhaus to get 2 golds, that would be quite an achievement. Ayhan Guven there for Turkey, doing the chasing out of turn 8, and the drone is 3rd.
Yeah, it's chasing and keeping up well, isn't it? Again, a great illustration. Let's watch this car. Can we see any tyre marks being left behind? It's keeping it tight again. Line looks good. Not setting much rubber down there. It's looking after the rears. This was where we lost the rear on entry last lap. Let's watch as it turns in. All looks okay at the moment. A lot more compliant all the way through that corner. Looking at his dash. He's half a second off the best lap that he's done so far. That's relatively normal. What tends to happen is the tyre is at its best at the start, but you're full of fuel. And then what happens is the fuel burns off and the tyre stays the same, so you get a second go at it. But this mid-phase of the race, half a second off your best is not a bad effort at all. What are their last laps? 32.1, 31.9. The gap comes back down 0.2 of a second.
So it's down to 0.8, but while we're enjoying all of this and while we're monitoring the gap, bear in mind we're halfway through, and Ayhan Guven has not yet been able to make a move. He has battled his way up from 8th to 2nd. He's cleared off into the distance as far as the 3rd place driver, Dani Junqueira for Spain, is concerned, but not yet has Turkey got close enough to Germany to think about a move. Now, this could be Guven looking after rubber, could be him biding his time, not wanting to sit too close and maybe overwork the tyres, but that clock is ticking on down.
Yeah, I don't think Turkey need to get in a flap just yet. I think they've got time to get closer and then make the move. The one I would be worrying about a little bit is the United Kingdom, now 11 seconds behind Junqueira. The first part of this safety car restart Lung was very good, but now he only has Jafar of Malaysia 3 seconds behind, and 0.8 behind him, Lithuania in the Audi. There's a few battles changing as these tyres and cars evolve over the 40 minutes.
Yeah, Junqueira is the one sort of in no man's land. He's not catching, he's not being caught. Whether or not we're the top 2 to really start attacking, he could buy back in, we'll wait and see. But out of turn 12, a rather smoother Guven this time for Team Turkey, getting closer to Team Germany. It is Wiebelhaus, and Guven is almost with him now. So maybe Ayhan Guven has decided just to give the tyres a breather for a lap or 2, but now he's having a proper red-hot go again, coming off turn 14. The live gap we'll see in a moment. It was 0.8 at the start of the lap, and it's half a second now as they come across the line. That is less than ever, and so now we're getting towards that point where Ayhan Guven is getting close enough to think about a move. He'll be looking at the Germany Mercedes of Finn Wiebelhaus and thinking, right, where are you slightly more ragged? Where am I smoother? Where have I got an opportunity? Where have I got an advantage compared to you?
And this is where the good drivers will have done their research. Did Guven watch the race yesterday? Did he see Frogger overtake Wiebelhaus at turn number 4 with an opportunistic lunge? It didn't win him the race in the end, but it was a great overtake. So we maybe know that the Mercedes in Germany are weak into turn 4. That could be an opportunity. We saw the move done on Juncadella into this next brake zone at 8. Let's just watch the car again for the Porsche. Under braking, nice and stable, a little bit of rotation, then roll the car in. He can put so much steering lock on so quickly. He's got so much trust in this car. He's able to place it exactly where he wants, when he needs. Looking to the inside, just trying to catch, I think, Wiebelhaus's eye in the mirror to distract him. Traction control really not active at all, so we're not stressing the tyre at all. Into 12, turn it in, get it in nice and tight. On the throttle, the Mercedes still very strong, not using as much curb on the exit. Into the last corner, what's the delta here? Are we gaining? We gain. Can we gain on the way out as well? Or does the Constantine effect go the other way slightly? What's this lap time going to be for Guven? It's probably going to be a 32, maybe a 32.1, 32.2, looking at his delta, so a bit slower than he has been, but he still brings the gap down by just under a tenth of a second.
So he's creeping onto the back, isn't he? Turkey of Germany, Einstein Guven there in the red and white colours of the Porsche. Danny Juncadella behind is now on their pace, but he's lost 3.6 seconds, so it's hard to see that coming back easily with only 16 minutes of the race to go. But maybe Juncadella has gone for a setup that sort of brings the car on late race, and he's hoping that that's going to be to his favour. We'll see, but right now Guven is getting nearer and nearer and nearer to Wiebelhaus as they come up through turn 6.
Yeah, the other wide for Juncadella is on his 3rd track limit warning, Guven on his 1st, and Team Germany Wiebelhaus have 0. So Juncadella's only got 2 more, and then he would get a 5-second penalty. He would still be clear of Darren Lung of the United Kingdom at the moment. But another thing to consider, Germany have all of their track limit lives left if they need to use it in a defence from Turkey.
As down now into turn 11, closing up under braking is Turkey, and a bit of a twitch from Germany in the Mercedes there. Finn Wiebelhaus now perhaps starting to feel the pressure. Guven is really good on the brakes into that corner, and this up at turn 12, he's what, 3 lengths back, if that. Comes out the other side, accelerate over that brow, that long left at 13, brake hard, sharp right, almost get to the back of Germany then. The Mercedes still leads the way, and as the technicians look on, Finn Wiebelhaus is being given a real workover here because he's got one of the star manufacturer drivers, Einstein Guven, behind him. The gap, 0.4 of a second once more as they come over the line.
Yeah, seeing the first warning flag, track limit, sorry, to United Arab Emirates, another Porsche, and that just means they're going to start to get a little worried about those penalties ramping up in severity. Gap down to 0.4 of a second. Both cars starting to leave more rubber marks on exit and entry into the last corner. You could just hear the Porsche locking up the rear axle. Revs just dropping, so maybe a brake bias change needed to go to the front axle to look after those tyres somewhat more. Somehow we've only got 15 minutes remaining. It seems to have gone very quickly in the first 25 minutes of this race.
And that sort of goes back to my point about Guven not having really yet been able to make a move. He's had a really good first 2 or 3 laps, carving his way through the field, got up with the leaders, and there he has sat. Yeah, the safety car helped to a point, but it's not like he's come storming up to and then got past Wiebelhaus. The German driver has done a really exemplary job of fending him off, making sure that he's not putting a wheel wrong, and despite the fact he's under all this pressure, he still hasn't got a track limit warning. Guven's now on 2, so he's starting to wrap them up a little bit, and it really is time now that he made this move somehow, and then if he can use the pace to get away, then he's able to be a bit more precise. While he's sitting in that dirty air, while he's thinking about making a move, maybe the style of driving is just that little bit more ragged. There he is, wide out of turn 14, over the line. The gap last time, 0.454 of a second. Einstein Guven goes through, and the margin this lap as they break the beam is 0.488. Wiebelhaus, though, has just looked rock solid so far. He is not for cracking. He's not making mistakes.
He just can't seem to find any chink in his armour whatsoever, can we? At the moment, he is just doing a sterling job. Easy to forget how young he is. 18 years old, circuit here at Valencia, been open for 7 years when he was born, so he is older than this circuit, which is something you don't get too often in GT3 racing. more young drivers coming through, yes, but at 18 to be racing at an international stage at this level, this well, is very impressive.
But Guven looking committed again as he comes out of turn 6. So 13 minutes on the clock. Germany versus Turkey. Behind them, Junqueira actually is falling away. The gap has gone up again as late on the brakes. Guven comes into turn 8, trying to outfox the German. Which way does he go? We know he's really fast through this next section and always good on the brakes down into turn 10, and he's closing right up again. Contact avoided. He wasn't that close. Just sort of foreshortens on the camera. Look, comes out of the corner the other side. The Porsche has good drive out of the corners, but so does the Mercedes, and that rather proves, does it not, how good the BOP is for these cars.
Yeah, and actually we used a different gear that time. Went down to first gear for T11. We had been using second gear, so Guven feeling in the Porsche he needs to go down an extra gear, get some more torque out of that 6-cylinder engine of the Porsche. It's the factor the engine really lacks is torque. It screams, it's reliable, because there's only 6 cylinders compared to 8 in front. You just don't get that low-end torque, so we're starting to have to maybe think outside the box, use different gears, roll a bit more speed in, try and keep close. Mercedes having a slight slide on entry there, doesn't seem to have hurt it too much. Gap staying at this 4/10. I think that's 3 laps in a row, is it not, where the gap has been within a tenth, and it is sticking at 4.
Yeah, it's sort of fluctuating by hundreds, nothing more, but Guven's running out of options now. 12 minutes. Now he's been sitting on the back of that Mercedes for about 20 minutes, and he hasn't been able, never mind to find a way through, even get close enough to think about a move. Not once has he had a proper opportunity yet, even though he's been within half a second.
And it must be frustrating watching at home, like, why don't you just overtake like you see on Too Fast, Too Furious? He is a car length too far back to even have a think about a lunge. If he were to try and brake 2 car lengths later to get alongside, it is only going to be a crash. We need to get that gap down to 2.5 tenths before we can even consider an assault of an overtake. We're looking closer there, aren't we? But then we lose on exit, so it's not working. Do we need to consider a different line at 11? Why are we going in so aggressive if we're losing more on exit than we're gaining? These are the questions you have to start to ask yourself as a driver if you're not making the progress you want. And that's really been the story for the last 15 minutes, I would say.
So this is Guven at turn 14, and ahead of him on 1 track limit warning is Wiebelhaus. Now this in the replay is Guven at turn 1, and this is where we understand he's getting those track limit warnings. Yeah, he's just that little bit wide. That's one, certainly.
Yeah, you can see he picks the throttle up and it just understeers out. And the only way to stop yourself from going on that trajectory and going wide is to lift. And what do you not want to do as a racing driver when you're going for a win? Lift. So I think he's just bitten the bullet and go, I'm using one of my track limit lives there. Someone that's used one finally is Team Germany. They're on their first track limit warning. So their track limit warnings echoes their position. 1, 2 and 3 at the moment.
Darren Lung's had a warning flag as well for track limit offences. So there's Wiebelhaus, there's Guven. That is Germany ahead of Turkey. And we're almost into the final 10 minutes. So Guven now, I'm not suggesting he's not trying to have a go, but he really has got to turn up the wick now, because sitting there and trying to force a mistake out of Germany has not worked for him. If anything, on this lap, the gap has stretched. It was half a second when they started the lap, so it's crept up slightly. But having expected Guven, once he got on the back of Wiebelhaus, to make short work of him in the same way that he did Danny Junqueira, this has been a much, much tougher nut to crack.
Yeah, I would love the Porsche to open up turn 11, going a bit wider, and I'm not telling Arden Guven how to drive a Porsche, but more just to see if it does anything. The racing line is the clean part of the track, and we're never on it into turn 11. I just feel like that is our biggest loss of the lap. The gap is back down to under 4 tenths for the first time, I think, in the history of this race. Mega on the brakes. Can we get a good exit? Both cars having a bit of a slide. Was that a track limits for Wiebelhaus? It was close. I think this will be the closest we've seen. The gap could be just about over 3 tenths a second as they break the beam.
So the gap as they go through is 3 tenths down towards turn 1. Guven is now having one last push. 9 minutes are on the clock now. Desperately trying to force an error out of that Mercedes. He just needs one slight overrun, and there for the first time is a look and a feint to the inside at turn 2. Yes, say Team Turkey, go on Einstein, you can do it. Now suddenly that Porsche has come alive, hasn't it? Guven is on the attack in a way that he wasn't really over the last few minutes of the race, but suddenly he has pulled the pin and he's right there darting around from left to right to try to distract Wiebelhaus, give him a hard time, see what he can do to try to get the lead of this GT sprint race and go for gold.
Yeah, definitely distracted at turn 2, Germany. They got a poor exit. I was thinking Guven was going to send it down the inside of 4. The gap has grown back up again, though. We didn't strike when there was a chance, I don't think. It's a good idea into 2, but I think there was an opportunity at to 4, potentially, with Germany on the back foot, looking in their mirrors. Let's have a look at this line I'm talking about. The Porsche staying further to the right. You can see the cleaner part of the track as the line, so we win at this point. But do we gain or lose on exit? This time it's actually pretty stagnant, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that shows you what I know about driving a GT3 Porsche around Valencia.
Yeah, for the first time, really, Guven was able to stay right with the Mercedes all the way along that short straight. Here, though, it looks like he's lost a couple of lengths as the grunt and go Mercedes stretches back down under braking. The Porsche claws it back. The gap at the start of this lap was 0.3 of a second. I don't think Guven has lost a lot over the course of the lap. Let's see, because now we've got less than 8 minutes to go. Wiebelhaus is getting closer to gold. Guven is running out of time in which to do this. It's still 0.3 of a second, and again he's much quicker down into turn 1. But is he going to run out wide and incur another track limit penalty? Don't think he is. That looks okay. No warning comes. He's not able to make a dive on the inside at 2 on this lap, but he's staying right with the Mercedes.
Yeah, I think the feint to the inside is working. Done it a couple of times now on the last 2 laps, and I think it has affected Wiebelhaus having to check his mirror as he wants to be looking ahead into the corner, and that's the best time to do it as a driver. What do you want to be doing? You want to be looking forward, focusing on your marks, on your vision, and if you're just then having to look in your mirror to make sure you're not going to get torpedoed from a car behind, that is not easy to keep your lap time and your focus up.
You're riding on board the Turkey Porsche. The Germany Mercedes is ahead. A great shot as the drone loops its way around turn 8, chasing those top 2. And this is the part of the circuit where normally Turkey is so late, so good on the brakes. Guven uses a lot more curb on the way in, closes up. There's half a gap on the inside, but by the time he gets there, it's gone. Does he stay close to the Mercedes on this lap? Yeah, just about. That doesn't really stretch too much. And this is where a good run out of 12 is absolutely vital. They both use the curb. They make that little climb up 13 with now 6.5 minutes on the clock. But Anshin Guven has not been able to find the answer. Does that Mercedes look a little bit more nervous that time into turn 14? There was possibly a bit more movement in it. Let's see. Guven looks to the eye even closer now as they come over the line. The gap was 0.3, being willed on by the team. The gap is now, yep, still 0.3, but down by hundreds. Guven wide in, can't really dart up the inside, can he? Not there.
And the Mercedes creates so much dirty air. It's probably the most aero-focused GT3 cars. Guven again turns in early, rolls all the way. We're going to give a little nudge. Not close enough. I think it would have been an option if he physically could have, just to try and unsettle mentally more than physically that Mercedes AMG. But yes, the Mercedes generates so much of his lap time from aerodynamics. The side effect that for any cars following is it is so turbulent. I've been stuck behind a Mercedes many a time in lots of different GT3 cars, and it is a hard car to follow. And I think that's what Team Turkey are finding at the moment. 5.5 minutes remaining. There's not going to be many more opportunities. Maybe 1, maybe 2. They're going to have to just take it. Do they want silver or is it all gold?
The UAE Porsche has gained a 5-second penalty for track limit offences. The real quirk for Guven, for Turkey in all of this, is that while this car is so hard to pass, and now he has a go on the inside and it's going to work. Finally, Turkey alongside. They rub, but on the inside line he's done it. The team is elated with that, and understandably so, because Anshin Guven has finally done it. Contact from the Mercedes. Germany is not taking this line down as they come up towards turn 13. Anshin Guven has finally gone by. Yes, say Turkey, we've done it. But he's got to stay there for another 5 minutes, give or take, and Finn Wiebelhaus will want to fight back. I was about to say that has been a completely different situation for the Turkey Porsche compared to getting past the Spanish Mercedes, the German one. He's just not been able to get through. But now as they come down towards turn 1, finally the Porsche has gone through. And for Team Turkey, they've done it at last. Anshin Guven has gone by. Wiebelhaus is now the impudent one on the lights. Behind, the gap's come down a bit to Danny Junkadea, but Team Turkey absolutely delighted. The Turkish team finally in the lead from last on the grid. And boy, did Guven work hard for that.
What a move. And it was that turn 11, that different line I was talking about. I actually think him taking that tighter line for the entirety of this race was the difference, because I think Germany were used to him being there, so didn't think it was an attack. They assumed it was his line, and Guven used that. He was like a little Trojan horse, wasn't he? Sent it down the inside. There was a gap. Was it fair? Yes. Was it hard? Yes. It was a great move, and I think he's got the pace just to check out now. Mercedes, Germany, Wiebelhaus, no answer yet.
And as I say, a total contrast getting past Germany than it was Spain. Same car, he caught Spain, easily went through and away, and then it took, what, 25 minutes, 30 minutes to do the same to the equivalent car out of Germany. Finn Wiebelhaus, he's not dropping away there, third, Spain, getting a little bit nearer Danny Juncadella, but I fear it's only going to be bronze for him. But what a drive, what a race. We may not have had mega grids this weekend for some of the circuit activities, but we've had some wonderful racing. It was the same yesterday in the GT category and GT sprint, with Einstein Guthmann being put to the back of the grid for the car being underweight in qualifying, has made it the race that otherwise it may not have been. Over the line they go, 3 minutes on the clock, 0.6 of a second, but Wiebelhaus is still coming back at the leader.
Yeah, so we've seen the flash, but I think this is job done. Let's see how the job was done from Guthmann in the Team Turkey Porsche. We go on board with Wiebelhaus. So we've got the Porsche on the inside, a bit of roughing up, and then we have a bit more of a contact. I think Wiebelhaus rolls off the brake here. Watch this, we're going to rear end the Porsche. Now, poof! I think that's actually a little immature, because if he had kept that momentum within his own car, he had a chance to overtake. But what he actually did was transfer the energy into the Porsche and actually pushed him on his merry way and stopped a potential overtake into 14 next time they hit the brakes.
So for Turkey, this should be the first gold of the games for the nation. And you can see how much it means to the ASN with the delight in the pit bunker as Einstein Guthmann took the race lead. They got a couple of silver medals, but a first gold of the games heading Turkey's way. One of those medals has come out of the Rally 2 category, and there's more rallying to come at the end of the day here, so their medal tally is not done yet after this necessarily. So it is now Turkey from Germany from Spain, United Kingdom still 4th, Malaysia 5th, 6th Lithuania, 7th on the road the UAE, having lost of course Chinese Taipei.
I think Juncadella's pace has been really strong last 2 laps. I think he's been 3 to 4 tenths quicker than Wiebelhaus in front. I think it's too little too late, but that gap is getting down, so I think you're right. I think he was looking after his tyres more than Wiebelhaus. As Wiebelhaus maybe being disheartened slightly by losing gold, but Juncadella, unfortunately for him, with only a lap time left, they're just going to squeeze 2 in. It's close, isn't it? It was right on the cusp. The gap now down to 2.8. His last lap was another half a second quicker than Team Germany, but I don't think there's going to be a chance for any of these positions to change on pace alone.
Einstein Guthmann comes up through turn 5. What a drive. We know he's a Porsche specialist. We always expected him to be one of, if not the stars of the race. Actually, given his relative lack of experience, hat tip to that man. Finn Wiebelhaus for Germany has done a really good job. I know he had a lot of mileage yesterday and on Friday through racing in the other GT discipline, but to go home with a gold and a silver and to be racing with factory drivers like this and to have led more laps of the race than anybody else, he's stood out, I think, as a real star of the future, Finn Wiebelhaus, and it's going to be interesting to see where he goes to in terms of GT racing and which championship next year. He drives for the Haupt racing team, and Haupt, we understand, moving to a Ford Mustang program away from Mercedes. Well, if he's part of that next year, that'll be well worth watching.
Yeah, it's definitely a name that I hadn't had too much experience of, if being honest, before this weekend, but I've been hugely impressed with him. Very, very good drive over the last 2 days, so can't wait to see more of him over the coming years.
Race leaders will cross the line with just a few seconds to go, and hands clasped almost in prayer now in the Team Turkey pit garage. They are willing Einstein Guthmann through. They're also making, I'm sure, all the obvious hopes that the car gets through scrutineering okay. Unlike at the end of qualifying, it would be bitter gall to lose it in the scrutineering bay, but for the last time they come out of turn 2. They just squeezed this last lap out by a handful of seconds, but what a drive by Einstein Guthmann. But he was made to work really, really hard for that. But having sat there behind Wiebelhaus for really the middle half of the race, that final quarter, he turned up the wick and made a great show of it.
Yeah, it was just catching a back mark, aren't we? The Porsche of the United Arab Emirates. I don't think it's going to come into play on this last lap, but that would be the last thing you want as a leader. Can actually see the rain light flashing as well on that Porsche from the United Arab Emirates, so you just see it come into shot on the exit of this corner. I think we're safe, but great job, Team Turkey. I've loved every single second of this race. The whole Motorsport FIA Games, I'm a massive fan of. Bringing nations and making it competitive is a great element to motorsport that we definitely need to do more of.
Indeed so, and you've got Porsche's bookending the results potentially then. The UAE entry is going to be lapped by Turkey, I think, just before the flag. But Ayhan Şengüven then making the run around turn 13. It is the last race activity of the FIA Motorsport Games on the circuit Ricardo Tormo here outside Valencia, and therefore it is going to be the last checkered flag of the Games to Ayhan Şengüven for Turkey. Turkey takes gold in GT Sprint. It is silver for Germany. It is going to be bronze for Spain, and it is delight for Turkey. Look at that, the celebration's underway. And again, if you want to know what winning at the Motorsport Games means to people, that is your answer. Look at the delight.
Mega, especially for a country that is coming into motorsport more and more. One of the best racetracks in the world at Istanbul Park, and Ayhan Şengüven, one of the fastest GT drivers, doing his nation super proud.
Absolutely right. And it's one thing being a Turkish driver and going off and winning, but when you've got lots of support from the family, from friends, from your sporting national authority, it is quite something. And make no bones about it, Ayhan Şengüven had to work hard for that. 4th place to the United Kingdom's Darren Lung, and that is no disgrace whatsoever, bearing in mind that Darren is a businessman that goes racing for fun. He's a shiny bronze, he's a successful bronze, but he's done a great job in the company of some young guns and pro drivers.
Yeah, see the low fuel alarm on the Team Turkey Porsche. They've timed that just right, including we had a safety car as well, so I hope they've got enough for their fuel sample.
Well, exactly, I was coming to that. They need a given amount, a litre and a half, is it, for the fuel sample? And also, of course, the car's got to have some weight in it as well, so it's, you know, it can't be dry of fuel and therefore underweight. So fingers crossed it all gets through safely. Ayhan Şengüven will no doubt be going offline now, getting some pickup on the tyres, which will help with the ride height, help with the weight of the car. Whew, what a race. So 26 laps of drama. GT Sprint rounding out the race action of the weekend. Turkey the winners by half a second from Germany, and Spain in 3rd place. United Kingdom was 4th ahead of Malaysia and Lithuania, with the UAE in 7th. It's bronze for Spain, it's silver for Germany, it is gold for Turkey in our final race action of the weekend. More medals to come in the rally, 2, 4 and historic categories yet, and they will have a special shootout on the circuit here. But the actual race action concluded by GT Sprint, and a really impressive drive by Ayhan Şengüven. Half a second, that margin. He had to come from the back of, admittedly, a small grid, but it was no walk in the park for him. That was a race in which he had to work very, very hard indeed. He was probably most people's favourite to win it, but the circumstances in which he did it, you could not have predicted.
Yeah, I would say it was our favourite before qualifying, after qualifying, but then once they started from the back, it was going to be a big ask to get past those 2 Mercedes. One he got past relatively easy in Juncadella, but this one we're on board with. Team Germany put up a really, really good fight.
And well done for the BOP for working so well, because it certainly made those cars very evenly matched for the best part of, what, 20, 25 minutes?
Yep, and the safety car added another dynamic, but yeah, Şengüven cruising through pit lane, getting the congratulations from Marshall fans and other team members, and he will then park up and get ready to get the gold medal.
Indeed, he'll be waved to the fan village, the road will be cleared, and Ayhan Şengüven for Kom Ledegar's team, Schumacher CLRT, and there are the Turkish fans and family and friends and the rest of the ASM. They're all ready to greet him when he arrives at the village. Lots and lots of cheering going on. Where's the car? Come on, out of the way, say the SRO officials. We need the car to come through here, please. Out of the way, out of the way. Stop enjoying yourselves. Ayhan Şengüven being given a great reception by the Turkish team, and he arrives at the foot of the podium. The car will need to be scrutineered, yes, but the provisional results confirm then the Turkish team takes the win, and there Germany and Spain for the other medals. So yeah, that was a race that was absolutely full of drama, and Ayhan Şengüven, boy, did he have to work hard for that.
It's going to be a huge amount of relief as he gets out of that car finally and will get embraced by what seems thousands of Turkish representatives. He's done a mega job all day today.
So Ayhan Şengüven, almost quite understated about all of this. Everybody else has been doing the leaping around. He just maybe quite worn out after all of that. That's not quite a full stint of an endurance cup race, I'll grant you, but he did not have to work hard for that. Well done, Ayhan Şengüven. Lots of applause. Lots of footage being taken, and in a moment, gloves off, helmet off, we'll see the reaction. Thumbs up You can see the smile in the crash helmet, though, can't you?
Yeah, his eyes beaming all the way through there, and yeah, he's pretty chilled with his nature in and out of the car. But yeah, make no doubt about it, he is delighted.
So with the Red Bull sponsorship, Red Bull athlete Ayhan Şengüven takes off the crash helmet, the balaclava, and there is your gold medalist. It is the Turkish driver Ayhan Şengüven, who is your gold medal winner in GT Sprint, and goes back to the team to celebrate as his race winner's Pirelli cap to adorn his head. And then with the team, Kobe Ledegar, a happy man as well. There's Danny Junqueira, the bronze medal winner. But we really need a word, don't we, with Ayhan Şengüven. What a drive. There's a really disappointed looking Danny Junqueira, but a totally different facial expression, I'm sure, for the GT Sprint gold medal winner, Ayhan Şengüven.
Congratulations, all of your team. So happy for you, as are we. What a fantastic race for you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the team captain of Team Turkey, so still we have done gold medal in this games. We have silver, thanks to Ali and Iskender, but yeah, we are missing gold. And after qualifying, I think it was under control. But when we get penalty to start from last, I know it's a small chance, but yeah, I give everything. And thanks to team and thanks to Federation giving me an opportunity, we take the gold medal.
You've done your country so proud. How does it feel?
Yeah, I mean, for us, Turkish flag is important. So, and you don't race often for your flag. Normally, we race for the teams and manufacturers. So it's a great opportunity, and I'm super happy.
Now the overtake. It took a few laps to build up to it, but it must have felt so good to get it done. How did you approach it?
Yeah, I mean, it was difficult, to be honest. I was not much quicker. There was one corner where I was much quicker, so I tried there, you know, so it happened. I'm happy.
Congratulations, winner for Turkey.
Well, what a drive by Ayhan Şengüven, and still the celebrations continue. It is something, in fairness, that almost takes you by surprise. You know, you and I get used to seeing the reaction of teams at the end of a race, and it is exactly that, the team. It's the mechanics, it's the engineers. It's never quite this number of family or friends. I know that the fact that you're doing this in the fan village is part of it, but you know, this is a non-championship race. For some, it's meaningless, but actually for everybody involved in this, it is hugely important and quite emotional to represent your country and win a gold medal.
Yeah, it's a huge amount more wholesome, isn't it, than a normal race, and I think the drivers are now realising it, and it adds a huge amount of emotion and pressure at the time as well. So when it goes well, it's amazing, and when it goes bad, you feel a little guilty on the shame you've potentially brought on your country. But we like the stakes being high, exactly like that.
Well, one is hoping that there are no scrutineering dramas as they were in qualifying for Turkey. Back the car there, in and amongst all the fans. You can see there James Cottingham and Chris Froggatt from United Kingdom's GT discipline entry. Hubert Haupt is there as well, in fact, next to them. So they're ready to cheer the medal winners as well. And the Spanish team organising the podium, getting the drivers called forward. You've got some Team Sweden there, seeing themselves on the big screen. So it's not just the top three nations represented in the crowd, it's a whole gamut of nations. And for Spain, Danny Junqueira steps forward. He looked decidedly miserable, though, when he got out of the car. And look at that, it is still not a terribly happy man. Second up the steps for the silver medal is going to be Finn Wiebelhaus. Silver today, gold yesterday, but it's been a good weekend for the young German driver, and I think we'll be hearing a lot more about him. But he's got his flag, he's got his Pirelli race winner's cap, and in a few moments he'll have a gold medal because he's got a GT Sprint win at the FIA Motorsport Games. It is Turkey's Ayhan Şengüven for the top step of the podium and the gold medal. So the top three are ready for the national anthem of the winning driver. The medals await at the FIA Motorsport Games. GT Sprint, the last circuit racing activity of the weekend. And Team Turkey, Team Germany, Team Spain represented. For Spain, Daniel Junqueira, he takes bronze. And the medal is now presented. A welcome return to the Valencia circuit for Daniel Junqueira. First time he's raced here in 13 seasons, and he takes bronze. Silver for Finn Wiebelhaus, who led for more of the race than anybody else. In the end, silver is the medal that he takes after a really good drive. And then we have gold to be presented. There is also the Silver Cup trophy, because Finn Wiebelhaus is not a gold or a platinum, so he's a class winner, if you like, within GT Sprint. But the gold medal for the man draped in the Turkish flag, Ayhan Şengüven it is, who takes the gold medal. And he is a very happy man, up from the back of the grid to take the win, and a hard-fought win it was too. Daniel Junqueira forces a smile, so does Finn Wiebelhaus. No forcing needed for the man with first on his cap. Ayhan Şengüven, he's won gold at the FIA Motorsport Games. He was the winner of the FIA GT Nations Cup back in 2018. And after another impressive season in GT racing, Ayhan Şengüven gives the flag back to the ASM, back to the team, and will make his way, now soaked in champagne, to go and get his bottle as well. Ayhan Şengüven is gold medal winner in GT Sprint for Turkey.
What a fantastic race. I could not keep my eyes off Turkey, Germany for the last 20 minutes or so. Incredible. For a moment, I forgot that there's more cars on track because it was all eyes on them.
Totes. Yeah, it was amazing. Brilliant racing. It's exactly what you want to see at this stage of the FIA Motorsport Games. You know, it keeps coming thick and fast, and they're just behind us preparing that exact same track for the rally sprint off, which is coming very soon. So that's exciting too. Let's have a look at the medals table now, which has been affected by that last race. But Spain still on top with 6 golds, Germany second with 2 golds, Brazil in third with 2 golds, Belgium in fourth now with 2 golds, Italy. So there's lots of teams on 2 golds. United Kingdom in 6th place with 1 gold. So that battle for who's going to be second place is like super tight.
And I think if Germany would have won that, they would have probably gone first. So that's also... Yeah, it's okay. Turkey deserved that medal for sure.
Yeah, in that Porsche. Really, really good, great driving.
That was fantastic. I think we're going to continue straight into the race action because we're not done yet. We've got more highlights coming. We are up for some more karting. This time it's the Karting Sprint Junior final race that we're looking at.
We're heading towards the tram lines once again. It will be 18 laps here at the Aspar circuit to decide the gold, silver and bronze medals for Sprint Junior in these FIA Motorsport Games. We are green, we are racing. Great start for Zulfikari, not a good start at all for Arias. It means that Van Rooyen of the Netherlands is chaos in the second half of the field. Several drivers already off. Good start for Turkey, good start for the Netherlands, who have never had a karting sprint medal in the FIA Motorsport Games. Zulfikari leads, but Matt Van Rooyen, who's been continuing to improve across the course of the race meeting, Anthony, is very quick there in second place.
Certainly is, and it's been an absolutely phenomenal start still from the front runners here as they head through into the infield section. Out of the race is Vicente Garcia of Chile, going no further in this medals final. Chile's hopes are gone, but at the front here for Turkey and the Netherlands at the front of 1-2, their hopes are still very much alive as they exit out of the final corner. It's Turkey from the Netherlands, India, United Kingdom, Germany and Spain as the UK sends it down the inside. George Edgar gets up into third place and is pushing forward.
Had a little chat to George Edgar before this race. He was quietly confident. What a start for the younger of the Edgar family, who've got a rich history in kart racing. Can they get a medal here? The United Kingdom have already had one at this circuit. They took the bronze in the karting endurance race less than 24 hours ago. Zulfikari looking to control this race, as he said to Nicole that he would look to do. He'd look to control the pace and manage it. It's a long, long race. These are drivers at the very front of the field who've all had long karting seasons. For Zulfikari and Van Rooyen, they've both raced in the FIA Karting OK Junior category across the course of this year in European and World Championships. As here goes Van Rooyen down the inside for the Netherlands. The Netherlands take the lead.
Absolutely superb there through turn one. That brings the UK just that little bit closer. Remember, the UK have never won. Well, they have won.
Never won a sprint
they've won sprint. Okay, so yes, they have got some. So they need to be careful here. They have won a medal, but have they won a gold? I don't think they have ever won a gold. No, they have. They've done one 2 years ago. So this could still be a second for them. But let's see what happens here. He's still there in third place, is George Edgar, but he's working hard. India there, though, in P4 as well with Jagrat Titroja. They are pushing forward very nicely here, but they are still there in P4. Keep an eye on Mats van Rooyen, though, in the lead. The Netherlands still controlling this one.
And keep an eye on Arjen Kraling as well for Germany in 5th place. Arjen Kraling is starting to get a bit of momentum up here. Edgar feels the need to defend a little bit. That opens the door for Kraling. There was a slight hesitation there from Titroja. That is all the opportunity that Arjen Kraling needs to step down the inside. This is danger now for Edgar, Zulfikari and Van Rooyen, because Kraling, the Works Kart Republic driver, very, very familiar with this chassis, is now on a roll. There is Bosco Arias as well, trying to fight back down the inside of Jagrat Titroja. Beautiful move by the Spaniard. That is Team Spain back up to 5th place, looking to add to their huge tally of medals as the host nation. We're on lap 4. We're still in the early stages of this one. Mats van Rooyen leads for the Netherlands. Iskender Zulfikari, 2nd place, silver medal at the moment for Turkey. That would be a brilliant result for Turkey. Oh, it's Van Rooyen a little bit wide out of the chicane. No, he gathered it back together very nicely. Top 3 have got to work together for me at this point, Anthony, because they cannot let, if they want to medal of any kind of colour, they cannot afford to let Arjen Kraling get involved in this top 3, because he is getting quicker and quicker. I criticised him a little bit yesterday. He was off colour. He wasn't quite where I expected him to be in the heats, but today, on Sunday, he has come alive.
And that's where it matters as well. He's there in P4. He is closing in. Iskender Zulfikari as well. You saw the graphics setting the fastest lap of the race. George Edgar, though, has not dropped off the back, and that means that Mats van Rooyen is not able to break away as well. But like you were saying, Kraling looking much stronger right now. He could be the big key in this one for that second group behind. If he can focus and bring that second group with him, we'll have a huge group of drivers all fighting for the gold, silver and bronze. But Kraling's going to go defensive, though, because Bosco Arias just looks to the inside there into the braking zone of turn number 1. That's opened it up just that little bit more, as now the top 3, they're starting to break away a little bit here now. Edgar is on the back foot, but looks so much faster through that second sector. And look how much quicker he's back on the rear bumper there now of Zulfikari, who's trying to hold on to second place here.
George Edgar playing a very smart game here, not trying to get through on Zulfikari, because I think the threat for these drivers at the front right now is if they start fighting, they'll throw themselves back into that pack with Kraling, Arias, Salamau, Titroja. Not just throw themselves into it, they'll disappear out the back of it. They've got to keep organised. I tell you what as well, Team Peru are giving this gold medal defence a really, really good go. Mariano Lopez is up 13 places so far in this race at the end of lap number 6. Don't count out Peru as here goes Zulfikari down the inside. George Edgar's going to step through as well. Van Rooyen just has to be patient there. Loses the lead. Out of Georgia. And Ryan Dharmadasa for Sri Lanka is out as well. That has happened out of turn number 18. We've seen that be a hotspot, Anthony, and it's claimed another 2 drivers.
It certainly has, and that is a huge shame. You could see how upset he was, but there is the change for the lead. The United Kingdom lead in Spain in the junior sprint final. George Edgar has done what the UK have needed to do in the sprint category. He has put it to the front, and now he's controlling this one as the marshals do a brilliant job of cleaning away the carts at turn 18. But Iskender Zulfikari is still there. You can see they've opened up the gap. There is a gap now between them. and third place, but that train of third will still get the chance of closing in. We're only lap 8 of 18. There is a long way to go. Here's that accident. Oh, that's a huge shame. That is a huge shame. I don't think that's fully on Riandama Dasa there. I think he may have been assisted into the back of the driver from Georgia, Kobayadze, unfortunately, but that is a huge shame for both of them, out of this final.
Yeah, for Kobayadze, nothing he could have done about that, and that was simply too many carts into one piece of real estate here at the Aspar circuit. These are big, big laps from George Edgar here. He's starting to drop Iskender Sulfikari, and you just wonder across the course of a competition like this, we haven't seen this pace at all from George Edgar so far this week. Has he just been saving something in reserve through time qualifying, through the heats, to put himself in the best possible position? He races through a very, very competitive national championship. He is not a driver who's been racing at the FIA European and World level in OK Junior this year, and like the drivers immediately behind him, but you wouldn't know it right now. Team UK lead, but here comes another kick. Once again from Van Rooyen, sticks it down the inside. Lovely move there. Netherlands back into silver medal position.
Now they need to be careful. Now they need to really be careful, because if they start fighting for second place, they will lose touch of Edgar. He will just break away. They don't want that. They want to keep him in the fight. But again, when you see those two different racing lights there, that's the mistake, and that could cost them. But here, Mats Van Rooyen, now it's split them up. Now it's 1-1-1. It's all a long train now, as we keep an eye on Mariano Lopez, who is still doing a brilliant job of closing through the field, is still there in 11th place, up 13 places for Peru. But eyes on this fight now. It's all a case of let it simmer down. Let's see who's going to close in those little gaps, as investigation flag going out to Rian Damadasa, who we just see, of course, with that incident with Georgia at turn 18. Big send down the inside. Through goes Bosco Arias of Spain and claims another position, getting past the Troja from India.
So at this stage of the race, Anthony, what would you say? I'm feeling that there's almost a little bit of, well, not a stalemate, but, you know, everyone's knowing what their pace is relative to each other now. They're just ticking off the laps and going, OK, no one's going to pull away in this one. They're going to get reeled back in. The slipstream is powerful around this circuit. Keep yourself in play. Brazil aren't going to do that. Salamau steps down the inside of Kraling. Gets up to 4th place, particularly for the top 3. I think they just wanted to keep them as strong as possible as Kraling responds back down the inside. That's going to hold both Brazil and Germany. But Brazil are now off on the road. Oh, well driven by Salamau to get back on circuit, but it's lost out. Klara Kowalczyk is through into 7th place. But I think for the top 3, they've just got to keep the powder dry right now for the next few laps. Leave it for a big, big push right at the end of this race. That's an interesting notification as well, Anthony. Investigation flag for Team Spain and Bosco Arias.
Yeah, indeed. Now, of course, if you were a watcher of the karting endurance race yesterday at the dying stages of their race, Spain ended up under investigation, and we all saw how that went well. But in this one, let's see what happens. This is closed in. Now, Edgar, Van Rooyen and Zulfikari, they're at a stalemate, yes, but those gaps are much, much smaller than what they were a few laps ago. This is not over yet. It is going to be a fight to the line, but we're on lap 12 of 18 right now, and I think Mats Van Rooyen is just looking that little bit faster. And there, Edgar, he took a tighter line there into 9 and 10. He is just trying to put that cut right in the middle of the track.
United Kingdom have had a very successful year in direct drive and OK-based FIA categories. They took the European Championship in seniors in the shape of Joe Turney. They took the World Championship, of course, in the shape of Ethan Jeff Hall. They also took the junior title in the shape of Kenzo Craigie. Can George Edgar add his name to the list of long achievements for British drivers in international karting in 2024? Mats Van Rooyen doesn't want that to happen. He wants the first gold for the Netherlands. The Netherlands, such strength in depth in their karting ranks for many a year, but they haven't had a medal before in the FIA Motorsport Games. Zulfikari is still there as well. Do not count out the Turkey driver. Bosco Arias now up to 4th place. I was about to say Bosco Arias needs a big effort, and he has put in a big effort. He's just gone purple through sector number 1. What has he got in sector number 2? It's good pace. Don't count out Arias. He's there. He's in that danger zone for Van Rooyen and Iskender Zulfikari, that if they start fighting, Anthony, 0.9 of a gap, well, that's to the leader. 0.6 is the gap from 3rd to 4th. Arias is going to pounce if these three start fighting.
Oh, he certainly will. And again, I'm just keeping an eye on Zulfikari as well here, because you're seeing the gap now starting to extend a little bit between Edgar and Van Rooyen. This is going to mean he's going to go for the move. He is going to go for the move. That brings Arias straight back into play, and it releases Edgar and the United Kingdom in the front by even more now. But Zulfikari had to do that. Yeah. But, he's going to fight it back. This is going to cost them. This is going to cost them the gold if they continue fighting like this. But now it's Van Rooyen back into 2nd place. Zulfikari under pressure from Arias. Spain is back on the scene and back fighting for a bronze medal here in the FIA Motorsport Games in Sprint Junior. Into the final chicane. The race lead now. They cross the line. The gap, 0.6 of a second. That is the gap. What is going to happen? Are they going to close in? The sector times there indicates that, well, they are running a little bit faster behind. That's the interesting thing. Yet the gaps, and because these overtakes, they're just losing out on time on each other. It's not what they want to do. And look at that. Krayling, De Troja, Samala, they're all there. They're all right back in this.
They are indeed. The battle for the silver. Oh, that's a very close moment. And through goes Zulfikari. Zulfikari on Van Rooyen. I'd be interested in another little look at that one. Arias wasn't able to take advantage. Zulfikari back up to 2nd place, back into the silver medal position. 3 laps to go. I know he can't hear me, but George Edgar, do not tighten up now. Your lead is 1 second with 3 laps to go. Here goes Arias. Arias down the inside takes bronze medal position away from the Netherlands and Mats Van Rooyen. What a race we're having here in Sprint Junior, and Krayling's on the scene again. In comes Salamau for Brazil. It's round 2 between the German and the Brazilian side by side out of turn 6 through 7 and 8. The Troja's still there as well. This is turning into one of the races of the year. Krayling steps down the inside. Van Rooyen's fading. Van Rooyen's fading. The hopes for the Netherlands of a first medal in kart sprint events at the FIA Motorsport Games that was in their hands. They were in silver medal position for so long. 2 more laps to go, Anthony Jordan. It's looking tough for Van Rooyen to see if he can get back up in this top 3.
It certainly is. It's such a shame to see it. He was so quick at the start of this one. But again, it's just that disheartening thing. And Krayling again is going to go defensive, is going to keep Salamau from Brazil at bay, and of course that will keep everyone else slowing down. Van Rooyen, who's there, of course, De Troja, Kowalczyk, who's able to close back in. Mariano Lopez, we didn't speak much about him, of course. He's up now 15 positions. He's inside the top 10 for Peru. What a drive. He has got the Peruvian gold medal gesture from last time out in 2022 under him. But there, down the inside, Salamau from Brazil gets up into P4, gets past Krayling, as out is Australia. And Riley Harrison, I think, has had a moment with Portugal's Martin Menendez. Unfortunately, I think they've come together out on track, and both of them are tumbling down the order. But back on this one, the fight's not over. Zulfikari and Bosco Arias, a line astern here. Change for 2nd place. Not quite yet on this final lap.
Oh, really good on the brakes there was Zulfikari for holding on to this silver medal position. George Edgar, 7th on the grid. He's built through the course of the weekend so far. He checks over his shoulder coming out of turn number 6. The gap is still holding it just under a second. Arias is desperate to repeat the silver medal that Spain got in the endurance yesterday. Turkey trying to take their first medal here at the Aspar circuit of the weekend. Are they closing in on George Edgar? George Edgar finding the pace, finding the grip. 3-4 corners to go. What a win this is going to be for George Edgar, continuing the success of United Kingdom drivers in 2024 in karting. George Edgar wins gold. Gold for the United Kingdom. What a drive. He wins by a second. Iskender Solfikari takes silver for Turkey, and Bosco Arias repeats the performance he put in Valencia to kick off his European Championship campaign. This time, though, for his nation, for the host nation, it's a bronze medal.
Another fantastic race done. Not just the karting minis are super impressive, but also the karting juniors have shown what they can do here on these tracks. Absolutely impressive, I must say. I stan. Other than that, I can't describe it. I think it's a great idea to have a look at some highlights of GT Sprint with our commentator, David Addison.
The final race activity of the FIA Motorsport Games for 2024 was GT Sprint. Fastest in qualifying, the car underweight put Team Turkey's Ayhan Şengüven to the back of the grid, but he was fifth by the time they got to the first corner. And there it was side by side between Germany and Spain. Finn Wiebelhaus and Daniel Juncadella going toe-to-toe. Germany coming out on top. Turkey, though, on a mission. It was hard work getting past a very wide Malaysia Lamborghini, but Jasmine Jafar eventually had to cede the place. Coming out of turn 12, Turkey made the move. Guven was through. The next target for Turkey, United Kingdom. And down at turn 11, through on the inside line went the Porsche. And that corner was going to be important much later in the race, after a safety car because of Chinese Taipei going off at high speed at turn 1. That enabled Juncadella for Spain to catch Germany, Turkey to catch both Spain and Germany. And it was a three-way shootout when we went green once more. Wasn't long though before Turkey bagged second place, diving through on the inside, coming through turn 8 with a great move. And then late in the race, the lead at turn 11. He teed up for that for many a lap. Having got ahead, Turkey wasn't quite out of the woods. Bang, a tap in the tail from Germany, but that just pushed the Porsche on, and it was a delighted team that started to celebrate in the garage. The checkered flag at the